Well, we're back, and you know what? We're going to be better than ever. 15.18 miles, 165 turns, a season stretching throughout the entirety of the year, and one circuit which is ranked above all others as the one for the ultimate perfection in speed and in power and pace around. We're here at what is the Nürburgring here, running the GSAM-Strecke for what will be this, a beautiful series. The Veranstalter Gemeinschaft Langstreckenpokal Nürburgring, otherwise known as VLN. Next. Situated then in the Rhinelands of Germany lies this, a monster, a green hell, as you may call it, a difficult circuit, one which is so fearsome and one which name is always reverberated around the world of racing today. Today, it's up to us now to try and get ourselves forward then, as this championship then looks to kick itself off in absolutely sensational fashion here. This is your VLN series here on iRacingLive, brought to you by RaceSpotTV. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag do you mind? Jake Sperry here in the commentary box, joined alongside by Randy Cheneth and Cisco Scaramuza as well. 4 hours today we'll be running around this circuit, a difficult Nürburgring GSAM-Strecke layout right now, dealing with all of the trimmings and just a little bit more. Randy, coming to you first. One fast repair over 4 hours. A track conditions where it's partly cloudy, slightly cold, maybe the way that some drivers would like it here. But, you know, it's always going to be difficult here, especially when you have to deal with all the traffic that comes along, and especially with a circuit that is so narrow for 85% of the lap.
Yeah, I mean, the Nürburgring is such a narrow circuit, especially when you're dealing with traffic, and especially with the traffic we're going to have here. Last season, of course, we had the GT3 cars, the Miatas, and, of course, those great Kias. Kias have been cycled out, brought in the Porsche Super Cup car, and that's going to come along with it its own little batch of challenges. But like you said, the conditions here today, pretty much optimal in my opinion. If I'm one of the drivers in these cars, I look at those conditions, say, you know what, I'm pretty happy with that. Basically, iRacing default weather. Cars should be relatively predictable. Tires should have good tire life. Let's go out there. Let's push this thing hard for an hour at a time.
Yeah, you certainly will. Well, you're certainly going to see here just how difficult this circuit can be. It's a contrast. You've got the old and the new coming together, and you've got three different classes of cars, as Randy has said earlier. Cisco, you know, we're looking at this to be a very difficult race of attrition. You talk about your GT3 category, your main leading category, Maximilian Beneke's Pure Racing team. Are they the favourites coming into this one? Vendaval seem to be on point as well. You also look at your MX5 category, which is the one that you're probably going to be focusing on the most. Team Potato and Tornado Spin Racing split by just 0.05 of a second over a 9-10 minute lap. That's ridiculous. And then you also got to talk about that Porsche we saw in the Porsche Super Cup. It can catch over as well, with Will and Johnny now dealing with the iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series. Pure Racing team dominating that as well.
Yeah, and the Porsche is really going to be a mixed bag here. We're not really sure what we're going to see out of those cars yet, because they're a brand new addition to the series, replacing the former Kia Optima. And as far as the MX-5s go, I mean, that's probably been the closest class as we saw last season. These guys, with the slipstream on these cars, these guys are able to just stick together, and it makes for some fantastic racing once we get to some of the straight line part of the track. But nonetheless, really good showing from all three classes so far. A lot of cars, 17, 20, and 21 cars for each class. So a lot of drivers going to be out here on the Nürburgring.
Certainly are. 58 cars then. Practice is over. This is how they all qualified. And we're going to start with your GT3 category right now. And you can see as they all look then to take the grid here. Vendaval Sim Racing White then will take pole position in the number 9, a 7:53.582, 7/10 of a second over Pure Racing team there. MSP drivers home in 3rd. GT Ross SST Orange then will start from 4th position. Jim Sorg Rensport there in 5th, with the Vortex Sim Racing VLN machine there in the number 34 in 6th. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue then will start 7th. 8th then for Team Hoxingveld Engineering. 9th will be the second of the MSP drivers' home cars, the 85 running the number 8. And then Triton Racing VLN will line up 10th. Lazarus Racing then in 11th position. Blackadder Motorsports then will start alongside on row 6. GT Comedy Team in 13th, with Motorsports for All AMG in 14th. 15th will be the Positive Champs Math Failure in 16th. And rounding out 17 will be Team Christoph Berman in the number 17 machine here. Cisco, you're standing by with the MX-5s.
Yeah, the MX-5s. Team Potato is going to lead the grid there. Tornado Spin Racing MX-5 is going to be 2nd. 3rd going to go to Crown Racing MX-5. Team Rensport Online is going to start 4th. ETN Racing is going to start 5th. 6th is going to go to Hope and Assault. 7th going to go to Bastian Salman, once again doing his only I'm driving the Nürburgring stint here. He's going to start 7th. 8th is going to go to Team RSO. 9th is going to go to Supersport Racing. 10th is going to go to Black Star Racing. Space Invaders 11th. 12th going to Crown Racing. And we're going to jump ahead back down to Porsches, Randy.
To the Porsche field, the number 200, a Pure Racing team takes the pole. Dave Gielink starting on the outside of that first row with another Pure Racing team car starting in 3rd. In 4th is Team RSO. 5th, Black Star Racing GTC. In 6th, Fuel Auto Week Momo TTR with Jim Sorg Rensport Porsche in the 7th spot. 8th is Pure Racing team, Evolution Racing Australia in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 today, Crown iRacing Porsche.
Yeah, you can see all the rest of those filling in, but your GT3s here, who will be leading the pack behind the pace car then, will be sitting pretty and waiting here. Just come off then the Dottinger Ho then. Juan E. Lopez then will look to lead this field off for 4 hours of racing here, and they have to make sure they get this absolutely perfect. Watch out for Maximilian Benecke. He knows how to drive this car and is probably known as one of the greatest endurance drivers in all of this. Pace car comes in and they'll go and jump already, all looking to get the go. Lopez has got it completely. Jestad and Lopez, Cristobal J. Lopez that is, going through, and you can see right now as they look further behind, a little bit congested here. Cisco.
Yeah, and that's your Porsches bottled up behind the Mazdas right now. They were trying to make sure that the Porsches had a lane. The Mazda's moving over to the side of the track. They're going to give Porsches plenty of room here as the green flag is out for both your Mazda and the Porsches. They come through the start-finish line straight away. This is going to be really bottled up when they head into 1.
Yeah, you can see already just everyone getting out of the way. Noah wants a little bit. You can see Porsche's running a bit deep there. That's Patrick Pichler getting all shades of wrong right now. You can see this is the traffic factor. This is what gets in the way. Side by side, Dirk Federman of Crown Racing, Miko Ruskola then of Hope and Nassat then, as they look to go through, they sort themselves out. You can see it's just a process of getting everyone around here, Randy. Not what everyone wants here at the start, but one which will sort itself out then pretty soon. As you can see, your GT3s as you stand have just come out of that big right hand and now heading up the hill towards this big chicane.
Yeah, GT3 cars storming their way to the end of the GP circuit here, into this fast left-right chicane here towards the end of the lap, and then you go into turn number 13, and this begins your lap of the Nordschleife. Juani Lopez in that Vendaval Sim Racing white machine in that very distinctive yellow helmet, closely followed by Maximilian Benecke of the Pure Racing team, running third as well. Lucas Jest in the MSP Drivers Home Machine. That car in the Mercedes, we didn't see much of the Mercedes running strong at all last year. However, in this new build, some BOP changes, got some also some changes to the tire construction and how those tires wear off over the course of the stint. That Mercedes looks more competitive now than it did last season, unless, of course, it was being driven by Kei Kashubi. Right now, the top 3, even the top 5, very close.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the big admission from all of this is we haven't seen any Huizenveld Core Motorsport entries here today, and that really does surprise a lot of people. They thought that this would be, again, their proving ground to try and do it. Maybe they're trying to specialize a little bit more and focus in other areas. Then up they come into the Flugplatz. Then comes the driver of Juan E. Lopez, and you know what? That gap has opened up just a little bit here. You can see the battle for fourth. Then Dado Opakak in the Jim Sorg Rennsport car has Cristobal J. Lopez just ahead. Well, now look to try and use that toe then here in your GT3 category right now. At the moment, it just seems that he's not going to be close enough. No real need then, shall we say, to really get himself into worries right now. He hits himself out on the brakes and just not quite close enough as things stand right now. In terms of your Porsche category then, out front it is that Pure Racing Team 200, Lauren Heinrich there behind the wheel. Dave Geelink then in the Dave Geelink car then will be looking to push himself forward. I'm a little bit surprised here, Cisco, that he's not running with Inex here. Inex deciding, no, that's not what we want to get into. Dave, you can run the car on his own, and you know what? Fair play to him. He has teammates here he's working with. Back for third in that category though, Kim Eriksson there, and there's also the driver of Patrick Pichler now under a little bit of threat.
Yeah, Pichler there is right in front of that Black Star Racing GT car. Eriksson is heading down the hill here, and they're going to come up towards the left-right. But as they come through right here, we're looking to see how these cars are going to handle the curbs here, because we haven't, I mean, this is, as Randy mentioned to us before the show, this is really the first big endurance event for these Porsches here. So it's going to be interesting to see how these cars are going to tackle the grueling demands of the Nürburgring for 4 hours. You know, will the nose be able to take the curbs? Will these guys be able to put the car where they want in an hour once the tires are gone? We just don't know, Jake.
Yeah, we don't, and well, it's quite nice to see them here in this race right now. It's been a long time coming to see Porsche come to the iRacing service, and now they're finally here, and there's certainly a big love affair for the Porsche indeed. Looking back down, though, to your MX-5 category, Drace Nice then in the Team Potato car then. He's got himself Rio Fukuda then in the Tornado Spin Racing MX-5 behind him. Now, Randy, I did say at the top of the broadcast, just a few hundredths of a second split these guys in pace. These two were dominant by over a second on everyone else there. Third place was Crown Racing MX-5. Dirk Fiederman there was behind the wheel of that one, and that was a gap of about 1.4 seconds. That's it's a long lap. It's a little bit unthird of. Fukuda runs a little bit wide then, heading into the big dipping right-hander. But for the moment, Tornado Spin Racing proving their worth.
Yeah, I mean, Team Potato and Tornado Spin both looking very, very quick here. The Crown Racing guys starting to sort of let a gap get to that top two. But like you said, there's, I mean, Jake, like you said, the qualifying time, half a tenth of a second around the Nürburgring is absolutely nothing. I'd even argue that a second to 2 seconds is pretty much nothing when it comes to qualifying pace here, especially in these MX-5s, because there's so many long straights here that for these MX-5s, everywhere is basically a drafting opportunity, and you can pretty much catch back up even if you do lose a little bit of time here and there. However, these top two are definitely showing that they have speed, able to stretch the early gap over Crown Racing and Team RSO, and as well as the rest.
Yeah, right now, as you can see, into the carousel then for the very first time. Juan E. Lopez has lost the lead, though. Maximilian Benecke then up to the front of the field in a very accustomed situation for him. Lucas Jedzat was looking at second then on that run then as they headed up towards the corner of the Style Striker, but it didn't quite work out for him. Had to back out of it then and will wait for a better opportunity elsewhere. It's just such a difficult circuit here, Cisco, especially when it comes to memorizing this. 165 turns. It's not easy to stick into the mind. It takes yourself a good hour, 2-3 hours just to try and memorize the track, let alone really attack it and work it with pace.
And this is such a hard track to memorize. For some of these guys, it's almost like a rally stage. You know, you have to deal with the turns in front of you. You may not necessarily, you might get yourself lost a little bit on the track. You know the big turns, obviously, Jake, but a lot of these smaller corners here, they pop up, and I mean, there's not a whole lot of substance to them, but they still could be very important. But your MX-5 front is really weaving together. Crown Racing has been able to close that gap, and now we got a 3-car battle for your lead in Mazdas.
Yeah, we do right now. You can see Drace Nice has lost the lead, and Fukuda goes defensive early on here. As you can see, looking at the back was Fiederman. You can see it all closes up again. Ruskola then to the back. Grieger then to the back of that one as well. Now it becomes a train of 6 and 7 as they head to the carousel right now. And you know that it's going to be very, very interesting to see once they get to the Dustin Jaho for the very first time in your category known as your Porsche 911s. It is pure Racing Team 200 out and away, and out and away by a pretty fair margin here. It's a lot more open than pretty much all the other categories as things we've currently stand. Car turned around though. That's Dado Opacap of the Jim Sorg Rennsport team then. Let's try and get a replay up on screen, see exactly how he's done that, and that is a very scary one, and he's done that all on his own, all out of shape there. Randy coming in, just clips the grass and then ends up having to do the 1,000,000-point turn.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of the incidents that you can have here at this section of the racetrack on the Nürburgring. Very, very bumpy, and looks like he has that car really trimmed out this day to Optatic, and he just caught a bump a little bit weird, and the back end just stepped out, and from there he was trying to save it. He actually did a good job getting it back underneath him, but he tried to keep it on the grass, off the grass on the left-hand side. Car kicked out again to the right, got on the grass, it spun around the other way, and like you said, the 1,000,000-point turn in that Mercedes, which on this narrow racetrack, it feels like that scene from Austin Powers sometimes, trying to get that car turned around.
Certainly is. Side by side then coming off the Dustin Jaho, Sentowski in the Hoytzenfeld engineering team. You got Juha Pekalami at the Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. The Vendaval Sim Racing Blue yields that one then, as you can see just behind that, the second of the MSP drivers' home cars looking to try and make themselves a way forward in this race. 3 wide almost. We're going to go in the middle of your Porsches though right now. You can see it is Crown Racing Porsche, Mats Grafson there, Lars Conrad in the Pure Racing Team 220, and also you have Tibar Prost, Virtual Drivers VLN number 1. It goes to 2 wide for the moment, Cisco. Very interesting here as they look to see this 4-lane car, just 4-lane track even, narrow into 2.
Yeah, and the Mazda's getting ready to get onto the 4-lane part of this circuit as well. They're coming up through the last final turns, and Jake, as they head up through the second carousel now, they're getting close, and that means all these guys are going to be within slipstream range. I mean, I'm looking right now, Fukuda in the Tornado Spin car, he's leading. You got Team Potatoes not too far back. Crown Racing first, probably in a bigger draft position. I'd throw Hop and Assault in there as well, GTN, and even RSO, they're kind of in range here. Actually, a lot of cars in range. I think this could end with that second RSO car. That's probably going to be the last car that you're going to see in this pack, but here we go, onto the straightaway.
Here we go, and the draft effect then coming into its own effect right now. Drace Nice will look to pull in Rio Fukuda, who moves hard to the right-hand side of the circuit. Then will look to try and maybe lean that one back left again to break the toe. Side by side, though, 4th and 5th. Ruskola then with Conor Greiger then in the GTN Racing going side by side. In front of that, Fiederman and Nice then will look to go side by side. And there's the effect coming in, as you can see here. Rio Fukuda has absolutely nothing. The difference in top speed, 3 miles an hour, doesn't seem like much, but it all just looks to bottle back up again. Fukuda holds it for the moment. Behind that, Geiger and Ruskola still going side by side. And now a change maybe for the MX-5 lead. And will it be given up here? It gets tight, but it's enough to say that for the first time then, as they go through, Rio Fukuda then holds on to things at the moment in your MX-5, Cisco.
Yeah, Fukuda did a great job there. They were going side by side. And Fetterman, he was able to get that second place spot, but that's what he was really looking for. But it almost looked like an IndyCar race there, Jake, because these guys are trying to weave all over the place, break that draft. You see our leader doing it right now in MX-5s. He's trying to sort that draft out, but Fetterman's still behind. Don't know if he's going to have anything for him here on the dive bomb. No, not going to happen. No, he is going to throw it down to the inside. He's going to let out of it there. Almost contact by the number 19. But Crown Racing going to back off and give Fukuda his space. Take that Tornado Racing MX-5 still in the lead.
Yeah, and he's very lucky there he didn't run into the back. Good bit of heads-up driving then overall. Then, as you can see, it's still trying to sort itself out as Geiger has Bastian Salmon then of the Bastian Salmon team just behind, trying to do some work. They're trying to make sure that that all ends out the way that they all would like it right now here as we are looking at this battle going on. You can see it all just stacks up in the early stages, Randy. You know, that draft effect does come into its own, and though there's lots of corners, especially on the Nordschleife, there are two key areas of slipstream effect that as long as you stay behind, that it will work. It's coming out of Bergwerk is one, and then of course coming onto the Dossenjaho will be the other.
Yeah, I mean, those are the two longest straights and flat-out areas out there on the racetrack, especially for these GT3 and Porsche cars. That's really where most of your drafting, most of your slipstream is going to happen. Expect to see a lot of side-by-side moments there. In the MX-5s, though, you can really draft pretty much anywhere up and down the racetrack. It's just, I mean, it's just Cisco, and as well as Jake, you have such a low top speed in that MX-5s that even the shorter, what are relatively short straights for these GT3 and Porsche Cup and the Porsche cars, the MX-5s you're doing like half the speed, so you spend 2 to 3 times the amount of time just behind your competition, slowly closing a gap.
Yeah, you certainly do here, and we're seeing these battles in the Porsche, midway down in the Porsche battles, team just driving VLN. They're holding a 3-car train at the moment. Daniel Quattrapani behind the wheel, Javier Di Diego there of Euphoria Racing, and then there's Luis Marco there in the Art Racing team as well. These three then heading themselves here through this series of left-handers, looking to try and get themselves then up this little hill, and it's so difficult here. There's a couple of areas of circuit here, Cisco, that pretty much look identical when you're coming in through. We talked about that memory factor early on. When you're dealing with this circuit, when you're trying to just find yourself a rhythm here, it's just so easy if you can just follow a car behind. When you're the car at the front and you feel a little bit a sense of no confidence, you could say, it is the worst time to be driving as they head into this very, very difficult left-hander down the hill.
Yeah, and the battle between your Porsches right now continues just to go on, but you mentioned just kind of that tunnel vision effect that some guys are going to get if they're not careful in this Porsche field. They have to make sure they're not following too close here because they might lose their own visual points. If the guy in front of you misses the turn, you're just along for the ride, Jake. You can't get that tunnel vision because otherwise you're kind of out of control of your car almost.
Yeah, you can't afford to do that, and well, you just have to try and work on your own resiliency, and then in that factor, I believe there will be a case for a driver change in this one. Not quite too sure on that, but you can see you're looking at everything that's happening here as the battle for P3 in Porsche now looking to hot up. That's Pure Racing Team 299 now under a lot of threat then from Kim Eriksson here. You can see now just how close everything is going on, this battle that's happening, and there's a car off there just ahead, and that's Dave Geelink of the Dave Geelink team then. So what has happened there? And that does not look a natural way to go off. He's just gone straight on then, clipped the grass and couldn't recover it. Randy, a big mistake from the car that qualified second in your Porsches.
Yeah, it just looks like you have that fast left-hander here that's I mean, very, very difficult to get right. I think he just put the right side tires onto the grass and back end kicked out, and that's it, puts him in the wall, and that's that number 1 machine. And Dave Geeling looks like out of this one as he's on pit lane right now getting repairs. He, of course, will have that quick repair to take advantage of, but he's going to be so far behind and so far out of cycle, probably going to cost him at least an extra pit stop to make it to the end on this one.
Yeah, and that is going to hurt him in terms of his time. He's got to wait for that toe to get himself there. Then if there's any damage, that's got to be repaired. And then he's got to get himself the get and go again. So for the moment, that one not the way that would have been like, though. Back into your MX-5s, though, this train still continues here, Cisco, right now. Rio Fukuda still at the front of this train, and they've just come through then that difficult down the hill left-hander of the West even right now, just heading themselves up the breach shelf and then up to Exmulha. Then this big right-hander up the hill, very similar, symbolizes halfway on the circuit, and especially when you're dealing with these up the hills. This is what's so difficult on the engines here. There's a lot of elevation change around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is something that people, sometimes don't give credit for. When you're putting that extra strain on the engine, sometimes you're going to be a little bit down on power compared to other circuits. So in terms of that, and in terms of the physical demand as well, it's so difficult for drivers.
It is so difficult, and what makes it worse is you see right now there's a Porsche going right through the field. That's the Thrustmaster Movano 911 right there. Luke Van Schaik is currently trying to work his way through the field right now. He's right behind Crown Racing MX-5. He just has nowhere to go. That track is black. That track is blocked in front of him. He can't. He's gonna get by now, and we're gonna. Oh, let's just forget that happened. But Crown Racing first is actually gonna jump to the inside there. They took advantage. And that's what can happen, Jake, with the traffic. Crown Racing just said, thank you very much. We're going to take that position. And they are now your new MX-5 leader, at least for the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are. You can see that's all going to close up Drace Nice. There has Miko Ruskola then looking, and Fukuda's not done with this one. Into the right hand they come along. Maybe has a look to the inside. Will have a look to the inside, but I don't think he's going to be quite close enough heading into this next right-hander on the circuit. No, not going to happen. Carousel then next up for these 6 in the train. Then right now, just off the back, then everything going on. What you're seeing this one then happening here, and when you've not got much power, you've got to work to try and make sure you get yourself into that situation. We're looking at these GT3 Randys as well, and you're seeing those gaps open up, and you see the battles do happen. So you are looking to try and just pick and choose, find your rival here right now, as you're seeing this battle. Blackadder Motorsports VLN 66, Robert L. Harris there behind Davin Nowakowski of the Triton Racing VLN, the Polish team right now doing a very good job of things. 8th position right now, they're up 2, and Blackadder up 3.
Yeah, both those guys doing a great job here. Those cars both look clean, and if you go down your GT3 field, there's actually some cars that you can tell have already made some contact in places, whether or not that's with other cars or maybe that would have been with the wall. But here at the Nürburgring, if you're able to keep yourself clean, even the few opening laps, you're gonna be able to pick yourself up some spots to work your way up the field. You talked about the fact that these battles are kind of ebbing and flowing though here, Jake. Top 3 right now, separated by 1.2 seconds on the racetrack.
1.2 seconds is all it is right now. That's Pure Racing Team, Vendaval Sim Racing White, and the MSP Drivers Home number 84. I just want to go into detail here about these teams, Randy, because Vendaval are coming off of a very impressive month here in the world of sim racing right now. They took a 12-hour victory at Bathurst, and then they went over and took yet another important victory at the 12-hour of Sebring. So, you know, Vendaval are certainly making a statement to become one of the biggest up-and-coming teams right now. They have surrendered the lead to Maximilian Beneke, but that's okay at this stage here. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and right now we're seeing Juani Lopez doing a very good job behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a big start of the year for this Vendaval Sim Racing team, and those are a good competitive group of guys, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to maintain this momentum throughout the rest of the year. So, I mean, you know, like you said, getting that big win at Bathurst, huge achievement. Getting the win at Sebring, arguably an even better one. I believe they have a car in that iRacing Blancpain World Championship GT Series that's starting up here in a few weeks. Going to be interesting to see how they're able to compete there. Might have ourselves another strong team, both not only for that event, but for any of these big endurance events that happen throughout the year.
Yeah, they certainly will right now, and that's going to be something that we're going to be salivating and licking our chops about. Your MX-5s are hitting the Dottinger Ho once again. Cisco, you're looking at this one, they're closer than ever, and now Dirk Fiederman will now be the bottleneck, and already Drace Nice wants to try and get himself through. Then he gets himself up to second position. Fukuda just falling backwards, has absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no, and he's now going to get blindsided by 2 more MX-5s as the battle for the lead's going to go. Nice has a huge run on Crown Racing. And are we going to see the 3 wide from now 3rd place in Hop and Assault? They're going to try and make a move. Yep, here we go. No, they're going to sort it out. It'll only be 2 wide here, but a quick change of the leaders. First it was Crown Racing, then it was Team Potato, and now Hope and Assault is now taking the lead as they head over the Bilstein Bridge. And right now, the 13 MX-5, he's going to have the lead. He's going to have the nose, but he's not going to have the inside line. The 07 had that for the moment. He backs out of it, though. And a little bit of an accordion effect behind. It's roadblocked for 3rd.
It is, and they're still side by side trying to sort each other out. And Fiederman, oh, bit of contact there between what was the Team RSO, Alex Sherney, and also Dirk Fiederman's Crown Racing MX-5 had the lead. Let's go 3 wide down the front straight right now. Connor Grieger there of GTN Racing now getting in on the action, as was Bastian Salmon. They all sort themselves out. Rio Fukuda then will look to go down the inside of Sherney, looking at turn number 1 on the brakes. And you can see here, everyone just getting themselves all locked in. And there's a big spin as well from your race leader there. Now they're going to go side by side. Drace Nice will let the position go to Ruskola. Doesn't want anything of that race lead. Big incident there, Cisco. Very lucky.
That was Patrick Lankow on the 398 there. He was able to hold on to it behind those guys. He's actually, yeah, he's got it back going right now. And Bastian Salmon makes more contact with the Crown Racing car, and they're smoke all over the place. Hold on to it, GTN Racing. Great job by the 360 there. He didn't do a 360. Able to hold on to that car. Still very intense battling for those MX-5s.
Yeah, and Dre Schneese's Team Potato came together with the Tornado Spin Racing, and all that battling has allowed the Hope and Asset team to just break away then in your MX-5s, and well, they certainly seem the closest together, and we're certainly seeing the best action right now. The 398 of Patrick Lankow is completely off of the back of that one, so at the moment, it's a train of 7 cars then at the front of your MX-5s as things currently stand. Randy, looking at these Porsches that's going on, you've found an interesting development.
I was actually watching that MX-5 field, so no, I didn't. Oh, you're talking about penalties. Oh, yes. So because of the fact that the Porsche is gridded behind the MX-5s, we might actually have some penalties that come down on these Porsche drivers for passing either too soon or on the wrong side of the racetrack.
Issues for Juha Pekalami as well. He's now behind Patrick Pichler, stuck and looking to try and get through. That's going to be a big issue then, as he looks to try and deal with getting through as quickly as he can, and he can't at the quickest point of the circuit, so that's going to be something that's going to be happening then. And Juha Pekalami was running up 7th, 8th, so we haven't caught that one on camera, so that's a big one. And again, he tries to go around the outside, and there's 2 tyres on the grass, and finally he'll get let go. So Patrick Pichler, desperate to try and get himself through. He's now up into 2nd position overall, as we saw with Dave Gielink's team, Dave Gielink, running into a bit of issues early on. But, you know, looking at these Porsches, they haven't actually fallen off as much as you would have thought here, Randy, in terms of dealing with the battles right now. And Juha Pekalami in all sorts of trouble and off.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to JP Lamy here going into the carousel. There's a bit of traffic, and that's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Juha Pekalami, he has made the switch this season over to Vendaval, and that is not the way that he would have wanted that one to have been going off for him. Let's just get this then up on screen on replay. I haven't quite seen it. There's a big damage there on the rear wing, and it is coming out of the carousel, and Pichler does knock into him, and that's not the way that he wanted that one to have gone. And in the end there, it's not the way, Cisco, that Juha Pekalami would have liked to see this race.
No, and I'm just taking a look at this. He did almost 3, I think he did 3 barrel rolls, rolling that R8 over the carousel there, and it's not how you want to take the carousel. That was spectacular to watch as we got to look on board the Porsche, the 299, and wow, I've never seen anything like that before.
Oh, well, you don't want to be in that situation. It's low speed, it's banked, it's one of only 2 bank corners on the circuit. It's a different tire, it's a different surface as well. Battle for your lead, though, in GT, very close. Juani Lopez all over the back then here, down the end of the Doskin for the battle against Maximilian Beneke, and Beneke unable to break away so far, and well, that's just showing you the pace of these front 3. They have broken away and managed to manifest about a 5-second gap then to the GC Ross team there in 4th position in the 88 machine. And Randy, I'll come to you with this one. Just what do you think you need to do here? Is it a case of a waiting game in terms of just being in that situation if you're the guy in 4th, the guy in 5th, just trying to put in laps? Because the front 3, they're split by just 1 second.
Sort of in a situation right now where, even though this is a 4-hour race, it is sort of, it almost feels like a bit of a sprint because there's so few laps that we're actually going to run here today. I think when it's all said and done, we're probably going to end up with somewhere in the realm of 45, 46 laps being put under the books here. But these top 3 right now, I think their mindset is, even though we talk about the fact that there's no real fuel strategy in terms of being able to go an extra lap, you know, potentially stretching an entire extra lap around this place is impossible. However, going down the Dr. Ho that time, I think that Juani Lopez, he could have definitely pulled up alongside Maximilian Beneke and tried to make a fight going into Hohenrain and coming back onto your front straightaway here. I actually think the Juani Lopez is playing a bit of a fuel game. He's letting Max just open a big gap in the air for him down these long straights, and you just lift off the throttle a little bit, and that's not going to be a huge advantage. But every single time you come down pit lane, if he's able to do that for stint after stint after stint, he's going to hit the pits. And if he's able to short fill that car just a little bit, he might be able to either close the gap to Maximilian Beneke, maybe even steal the lead depending on how much fuel he's able to save.
Yeah, certainly is battling the MX-5 for the lead. Mikko Riscola then under pressure in the Hope Asset team, then side by side with Rio Fukuda of the Tornado Spin Racing MX-5. He'll look to hold it around the outside. It's a dangerous place to try and do it around the outside. Don't go three wide. I don't think Alex Cherney can find himself a parting of the Red Sea to try and get himself through right now, and that's not going to be helping him right now. It's just there. Bastian Salmon wants a piece of the action then, as they're going to head into the bit where they have to maybe lift off a little bit. Big squeeze though from the leaders then in terms of the Hope and Asset team, but I don't think they're going to have the advantage into the right-hander. I think now Rio Fukuda has been trying to dominate this race from the front, and the front seems to be the safest place on this circuit right now. And you can see Cerny really trying, Cisco, to find a way through and can't.
Yeah, it's kind of like a Toge situation right now for these guys. They're going side by side up through the mountains, and they were able to hold on to it. Now as the Salmon's actually taking a look to the inside of Cerny, not going to happen though as they head up through Carousel right now, and Fukuda continues to lead. It looks like he's very good on most of the parts of the circuit, but once you get to the Danjiro, he just doesn't have the get up and go. Not sure if that's just because he's out in front, Jake, and kind of the case and scenario like what you would see almost at a Daytona in the Cup cars. You get too far in front of this field, they'll eat you up with the slipstream.
Yeah, just want to try and get on replay here what's happened between the JCL Sim Racing VLN car. You're also looking in this one, the Question Mark Motorsports 911, and also the MSP Drivers Home 40 battle in your Porsches. And it was three wide coming down into the Kazambing which left the MSP car all up over in the grass. Not exactly the way he would like to. He's got going again, but now he's behind the Shenway Trey car there. Tran behind the wheel of that one. So, you know, losing time here in certain places, Randy, it's not what you want to be doing early on. And here's the replay on screen there. It's just a small tap, you could say, but, you know, it costs you 5-10 seconds here and there, and you just don't want to be losing those 3-4 positions early on.
That's exactly right. You don't really have small mistakes that happen here at the Nürburgring, and that both goes for what happens with in terms of track limits and pushing yourself too hard. Put a couple of tires off the racetrack and you see yourself in the wall, and really because the track is so narrow and because there's so many different high-speed sectors, you don't have a small issue with traffic usually, especially in these Porsches. Not a lot of aerodynamics, very fast in a straight line though. Very, very easy to have a slight tap work into something bigger. Some ways they might have been lucky just to lose 5 to 10 seconds out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, they certainly will. I just want to look again at the Porsches, though, but I want to look at this battle for second, third, and now fourth, because Tom Valentini's Jim Sorg Rennsport Porsche is absolutely flying right now, Randy. He was 4 seconds quicker than Patrick Pichler last lap by 3 seconds quicker than Kim Eriksson. So he's now looking at the back of this thinking, I've got a great chance then to get myself in. But look at the gap that has manifested. Lauren Henrik is running about 7-8 seconds a lap quicker, and most of that down to the fact that we had ourselves a little bit of an issue with Juha Pekalami.
Yeah, I think that definitely played a part, but you're absolutely right. Lauren Heinrich in that Pure Racing Team number 200 car. I mean, he's got himself out to just under a 20-second lead already. We're only 4 laps into this one. Right now, this is really becoming just a race for second in this Porsche field.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that have to happen, but we just got to hope that he stays out and ahead and no incidents come to him. He's pretty much clear at the moment, but anything can happen here. And Cisco, you know, when you're dealing with this, we've got pit stop strategy come into play, not in the sense of maybe one lap to the other, but getting down onto the lane. I'm sure last year we had a big bottleneck that just completely jammed pit road, so, you know, anything's going to happen as the MX-5s now head themselves to the back straight.
They've been on the back straight, Jake, and they're going to go 3 wide here. Cerny to the inside, Fukuda in the middle, and hoping a suit on the outside, and Raskola is able to make the pass there. Great job, and once again, Fukuda gets the short end of the straw there, heading up through, but he's actually going to try and secure second place. Cerny, we've seen Alex Cerny the entirety of last season. Very consistent driver. He knows he doesn't want to get too early, get too aggressive with these cars. He's able to just stay behind, wait for these guys to figure it out. For the most part, once again, Fukuda loses first place again, and Hope in a Suit has the lead at the line.
Yeah, and they've managed to shed someone off the back. That's GTN Racing going, and you can see Team Potato, Dre's Niche, trying to come down on the inside, and too deep coming in, tap to the back bumper then for Rio Fukuda. He wasn't expecting that one to happen, but in the end, they keep themselves all nice and straight and together. No real big dramas then coming out of that one. And again, looking there at 6th position, Dirk Fiederman then having himself a little bit of a battle with Nice, but losing out in the end. This opening section is very difficult, Randy, in terms of the fact that it's open. It's pretty much a license to attack for the drivers, but by the same volition, though, you're still running those 1-2 lines that you see down the Nordschleife. You just get caught in that mentality of, you know, trying to be as conservative as possible. So when the track opens up, you know, it gives drivers a license to attack, and sometimes more incidents occur in this section.
You're absolutely right, because this part of the racetrack is the slowest part of the lap here at the entire Nürburgring, especially when you're running this Nordschleife circuit, turn 1 very, very tight, and through the Mercedes arena, and then through the shortcut that takes you back towards the second half of the GP circuit. Then you get onto the back straightaway. Once you get on the back straightaway, that's when it starts feeling a little bit more like the Nürburgring. Long straights, you got the right-hand kink followed by the very, very fast chicane. It's not often that we're talking that chicane isn't the slowest part on a racetrack, but here, this chicane, especially in these MX-5s, Jake, very, very quick. They're going through there at 85 miles an hour. Considering these cars don't have much for aero, relatively simple tires, that's moving awfully fast, and they're not coming down from a very high speed going into that chicane for the back straightaway anyways. It's more of just threading a needle than it is a corner, really.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're now starting to see here a few of the MX-5s getting lapped. Plaid Motorsports, then Benjamin Morton there, just getting himself lapped right now. And, well, Cisco, you know, it's very difficult when you're dealing here with these cars trying to get themselves around, as Cristobal J. Lopez will soon approach on Benjamin Morton. The difference in speed, about 40 miles an hour, and that's quite a bit. It doesn't sound like much, but it certainly is a lot. And, well, when we're looking at this, Cisco, you know, I've just been seeing him going down the straight, and, you know, the aerodynamic effects there, you just get absolutely swathed with it if you're in that MX-5, and it's so difficult when you've got cars so much quicker going through, disrupting your flow, and actually unsettling the car.
Yeah, absolutely, and Max Benecke right now is heading through 1 and 2 right now, and he's slowly catching the Mazdas just left the GP arena in total right now. That's kind of your first car, the Slothenam squad, number 40 there. That's kind of your first car of the pack. Then you got Joe Peak in the GSRC car. Those guys have kind of lost that front pack of the Mazdas. And you kind of have this medium 4-car pack between Supersport Racing and Crown Racing third.
Look at MX-5 field though here as they head into this next left-hander heading towards Arnage, and well, you can see they were pretty much too wide, too deep there. Cisco going down in onto the brakes and try and sort yourselves out. Bit of contact there. Alex Sherney then getting the back of it for the RSO team there from Drace Nice. It's all kicking off wherever you look in your MX-5s.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, these guys, because of the slipstream, they're able to stay so close together. This is what the MX field is going to look like for the next 3 hours or so. Depending on how pit stops go, it's a very good chance a lot of these guys will stay together for this entirety of the race.
Yeah, and they've just got to hope that they don't end up being the attrition factor moving forward, especially as cars look to try and get themselves to the lap here. Battling Porsches, then JCL Sim Racing looks to get past Question Marks Motorsports, then they're going to go side by side down to Dostinger Ho. Dimitri Damatos, we've seen how good he's been in the Proto GT series here, Randy. So, you know, he certainly is a driver with a lot of respect. Carl Becker behind Tuan Tran. We've seen him a lot in terms of Skip Barber, now proving in a Porsche that he can do some work. So this is binding together a lot of people, and they're chopping at the nose there for Question Mark Motorsports. They're very lucky to still have a car.
That's exactly how passing opportunities have to happen at the end of this Dr. Ho straightaway. You go from what is essentially 3 to potentially 4 wide down the straightaway, and it narrows up to just over 2 wide in most of these cars, and someone's got to be aggressive, someone has to play nice, and if neither party wants to, someone's going to have to try to slip ahead, otherwise you end up in the wall. Good move there by Dimitri Damatos to cut the nose off that Question Mark Motorsports number 911 and get himself up a spot. Lockup going into 1 there for Dimitri, and he comes up on some lap traffic of that Art Racing team. Actually, no, I take that back. That's for position.
Yeah, it is for position then, but I also want to take your attention because we've had the first lap traffic incident then between Benjamin Morton, Plaid Motorsports, and Juka Leskala there of the Matt Failure team. That was heading on to the start of the Nordschleife, and they didn't touch the walls, but they touched each other, and that cost themselves time then when all was said and done. Couldn't afford to have had that happen. You can see, though, Porsche's certainly kicking off right now. They all want to be in that battle here and there. Trainer 5, and at the back of that, that's Alexander Thieber, the MSP driver's home 40 right now, heading himself through the left-handers, and then this big, long right-hander then on circuit. That is, of course, the Bilstein curb right now as things stand, now heading up the hill, and that Trainer 5, Randy, certainly just wants to play and doesn't want to play ball with anyone else.
Sometimes when you're in a situation here where you have this amount of traffic out here on the racetrack and you can't really play nice with everyone, you sort of have to. It's sort of a situation where if your group is quicker, if your group needs to get through, you're going to have to be aggressive and able to do so if you want to try to maintain the gap. But at the same point, this is a 4-hour race. Sometimes you have to play nice with that traffic, and you have to know when discretion is the better part of valor.
You certainly do. Changing your MX-5 lead there, as we've seen there. That is going back through to the front there, and the Hope and Arsett team there. As you can see, Bastian Salmon now waiting on the back here as this pack looks to ensue. And, well, you're certainly seeing the MX-5s. They certainly are becoming the life here of this VLN. You can see again a little look, though, from Fukuba, and he's not quite close enough, and he doesn't do enough then to make the move when all was said and done. And, well, now it's a case of waiting then for the carousel, and now waiting for the Dottinger Ho that comes along later on. You know, you're picking and choosing a moment. Sometimes, you know, when it does get down to the nitty and gritty, Cisco, do you find an unorthodox place to try and make a move?
We've certainly seen it before out of these guys. I mean, it sticks out in my mind. The Zernies, at one point, both of them were in separate cars. They tried to pass the leaders, and it all went wrong for them that time. But you could do a pass at the end of the Danjo, at the beginning of it, or you could try it just on one of these corners in the mountains if you can get to that apex. These cars also very tricky when you hit those curbs. Sorry about that. And so you can see, I mean, how jostled these cars get. They look so unbalanced when they hit the curbs. The car bounces around all over the place, and you have to make sure you don't lose the rear end of that car. But right now, the 13 is being hounded by Fukuda in that Tornado Spin Racing car. I mean, it's like I said, it's almost like a Toge race out there, Jake.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, it's all about who can deal with themselves the best right now. Well, just looking at things here, looking at these groups just opening up a little bit here. Your GT3 category looks a little bit more spread out and open than what other people may have liked, though. The gap at the front for Maximilian Benecki, that's open to a second and a half, and even a little bit further right now here as Juani Lopez has lost the back of it. Lucas Jedsat, though, still waiting, has been the real workhorse here, Randy, for the MSP team over the years. And, well, you know, Lucas Jedsat, he has an eclectic turn of pace, and when he chooses to use it, you know, not many people can stand up to it.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. As he just hounds the back of that Vendaval sim racing machine. And it's going to be interesting to see how this race develops in terms of what drivers are going to come in. Are any of these guys going to try to go the full 4 hours here? Who's going to decide to get out of the car? Who's they going to decide to bring in? What are they going to do in terms of pit strategy? Do you maybe pit a lap early to try to get a quicker name into the car? Do you try to everyone just do even splits? It's going to be interesting to see how this race develops over time. I'm actually interested as well to see how these tires on these cars change and how these cars develop over the course of these long runs, and tire strategy as well. We saw some people doing some double stints and even thinking about triple stints at Sebring. I want to see if anyone pulls a double here at the ring.
Yeah, I think that might be a viable strategy, but with the new update, they've decided to make tire wear more of a thing, so that might not be the case. It will be a case of trying to work that. Of course, Blancpan coming along soon as well in terms of the iRacing itinerary. MX-5s on the Dottinger Ho once again. And we need to try and get a trend here for this going on, because it's going to happen throughout the first hour. And you can see now Rascola's going to lose the lead, and then here comes the run from Bastian Salmon. Then he'll look to get himself on the very, very outside right then, and he just doesn't have enough to make it going. Now they go 3 wide, and now it's a case of bringing himself back into it now as the Hope and Arsett. And here comes Sherney, and here comes Dre's knee. Cisco, absolutely beautiful. They passed the tourist fast in there on the right-hand side, and now it's a case of now they group up 5, now they group up 6, and now it's side by side. Still, Hope and Arsett look to try and hold on to it.
Yeah, Hope and Arsett, they have that inside line here for this first bend, but you have the right side, left, right, and then back to the left again, and on the outside going in. Great job by Rio Fukuda in that Tornado Spin Racing MX-5. He's going to have it there, but maybe not on the start-finish straight, because what a run out of that corner. Hope and Asutku, Miko Rascola, he's going to try the inside. Meanwhile, Bastian Salmon, he's been bride's groom, never the bride, and he's going to try and go to the outside here when they head to turn 1. He's matured so much in this series, Jake. He's come kind of in the middle, and you could tell the practice that he's done in this car and in this series is starting to pay off his contact between Team Potato there. They get sent, they're going to fall all the way back to the end of this pack.
Yeah, they certainly are, and well, that has happened. And well, we've got to look, though, at your top 3 as things stand here in terms of this one going on, in terms of your leading trayer right now, because they're going to come down to turn 1. Beneke's lost all that time and come back Juani Lopez. Jedstad now trying to have that little battle then in towards the Mercedes-Benz arena, and that's going to sort itself out, but now traffic more of a factor here. Black Star Racing Lukiki there will look to get out of the way as Mika Lukiki Liaki there, just getting out of the way on the inside. Then it's Space Invaders Racing Team, and well, Space Invaders, they are invaders in space, as Rafael Dorado then gets himself out of the way of these 3. They've all closed up, Randy, and that's exactly what we all want to see here. Everyone's looking to play that game, and they have to remember they're only 20 minutes off of going 1/4 race distance already. Time's flown.
Yeah, it really has, and that's what we've seen in this championship. We saw it all last season. I honestly think this championship, between what we saw on the GT field and the Kias at times, and week in and week out from the MX-5 field, I think this championship put on the best racing of the entire sim for the year, and that's a lot to say about this championship. Top 3, though, very, very close in your GT3 division, and here in probably about 30 seconds time, they will be on top of your MX-5.
Oh!
Max spins! Max spins around an MX-5 car coming onto the Nürburgring, and this is the big question mark for this number 111 driver, Max Beneke, in this pure racing team. We saw it all last season. Amazing pace. He just didn't have the patience in the traffic, didn't have the ability to get through the traffic, clipped the right front of an MX-5, spun himself around, and that is the shortcoming for Maximilian Beneke. You can have all the speed in the world, but if you don't have the racecraft to work with it, well, you find yourself in 3rd less than an hour into the race.
Yeah, I don't think that one's his fault. We saw the Team RSO 398. Patrick Lankow actually came off the curb into that corner. I thought there was enough space given. Beneke gets turned around. There's a second bit of contact, and Jedstad is left with nowhere to go. He has to take the hit as well as they all sort themselves out and try to get going again. So that one just ends a little bit the way that nobody really wanted that one to see. And it opens up this group quite a bit right now. Beneke's going on his way. He's 3rd in this one. Jedstad there in 2nd. But look who's taking the advantage, going around all the MX-5. Hello, Vendaval. They've got themselves a lifeline here as they pass the MX-5, Cisco.
And Lucas gets trapped.
Yeah, Lucas just got trapped behind him, Randy, and that was probably the greatest move there right now for Lopez, because Lopez, he doesn't have to worry about it, and here comes Jestad here on the inside of the MX-5. That's a pretty easy pass, and meanwhile, look at Beneke. Beneke's got to hope he gets all these MX-5s in one go.
Yeah, he certainly is, and now he's getting caught then as he heads into the compression, and again, there's a little bit of miscommunication. He just can't get going. The lights will flash, and the horns will honk as he tries to get himself through. Finally does here in this situation, but now question marks have to be asked here, Randy, about Maximilian Beneke. We saw it at Daytona when the cameras turned off. He got into an incident with his teammate in the 24-hour. Didn't have such an incident at Sebring, but here, you know, he's run into more issues in the VLN, and I just wonder if that's the big crux that is worrying him right now, and the fact that he can't get himself to deal with anyone else in terms of lap traffic and the like.
I honestly don't know. It's just one of those. It seems to be the big issue with Pure. They'll put themselves in position to win races. They'll be near the front of the field, but more often than not, they find a way to actually ruin their opportunity and end up facing the wrong way or end up in a wall than they will to be able to get a good result out of it in the end. We saw it all last season in VLN. We've seen it in some other championships as well as when we saw it at Sebring. So, I don't know. It really is the big issue with that team right now of Pure. They have all the talent. There's just something missing right now. They're missing that ability to get themselves to the end.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Cisco, look at these MX-5s here. They've just been chopped and changed. And you know that group of 6 is now looking less like a group of 6 than they were. Now looking more like a group of 3 and 3 right now. As you can see again, Alex Sherney gets out of the way there of David Nowakowski of the Triton Racing VLN. This is the problem when you have that traffic. It disrupts the flow of the drivers. You have to back out of things more. And you can see just how everyone is just trying to get themselves through. And you can see again just how it blocks up there. As you saw Bastian Salmon now lose all the momentum up the hill. Same for Miko Ruskola. Not going to really happen there for Rio Fukuda. So for these MX-5s, you know, driving in your rear view mirror, it's such a difficult challenge. It's a sixth sense, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to, I mean, the key is here to, you know, you want to let these GT3 drivers, they're expecting you to at least give them a little bit of space here. I mean, you don't technically have to, but I mean, it's an unwritten rule kind of in a way where these guys, you want to make sure you're not clogging up the road here for the GT3 cars because they're so much faster. We saw what happens when it all can go wrong here, but for the most part, that was really our only big incident so far that we've had of MX-5s and other classes having a little bit of contact. You can see the next group of GT3s not too far behind. That's 10th through 12th right now, and they're catching them. This is going to be interesting because 3 GT3s all together here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, I just want to go off on a tangent a little bit here, Randy, because looking at these Porsches and what's been happening between them, Patrick Pichler has actually lost the position in terms of that one against Tom Valentini then in the Jim Sorg Rennsport Porsche right now. They're now nose to tail in the battle for third, and they are allowing Kim Eriksson's Black Star Racing car to just break away and look to try and close down the Pure Racing Team car that is simply all dominant right now.
Yeah, I mean, right now, these guys in third and fourth, I just don't think they have the pace. And right now, Patrick Pichler, we saw this this Jim Sorg Rennsport Porsche of Tom Valentini slowly catching that 299 machine, and he definitely was able to get that job done. Now he's just trying to stretch that gap over Patrick Pichler. I don't think he has that much pace on Patrick, but going sideways like that, and Bergwerk certainly doesn't help as he starts to run back up the hill, and now they're going to be side by side. They need to try to get this figured out before they get to Mutt Curve.
Yeah, they certainly do. You can see Pichler just has to drop behind and will be looking for an avenue to open here, and all avenues seem to be closed right now. And well, Jim, everyone loves a bit of Jim, and Jim's doing good job then as the team is going right now. You can see they're just looking for a way through. You can see Pichler's just weaving around the circuit a little bit, trying to find an opening, not quite getting it here. You can see the aero push here. It's pretty much hill on one side and open with trees on the other. They get out of the way, they lap traffic there. And that was Patrick Lankow who caused that original incident. And that's another big problem here, Cisco. If you get into an incident early on in the lap, it's a whole lap to drag your wounded soul back to home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such the track length here. If your car is just a little bit of suspension damage, that's all it takes here, and it's such a long time to have to deal with that right now. But I mean, we go through your MX-5 field. Look at how much they've split up, Jake. I mean, there's not a pack there anymore. There was a lap ago, and now that's basically all in shambles.
Yeah, but you saw there, that was Rio Fukuda running incredibly wide then, heading through this very, very fast section, down the hill, and then flick it right. Then this is one of those sections of circuit where you just need to have confidence in the vehicle, as Max Benecke has made his way back past Lucas Jedstad, then back into second position in your GT3 category there, and needed to make that move as quickly as he can. Now that train comes back to 3, not as big as it was, but now it's back together again, and now we're going to see here Cisco, this mentality, almost like cycling. You've got a peloton and a chase group, and it's now up to the likes of Sherney and co to really close down the groups of Salmon, Riscola, and Rio Fukuda.
And if there's anyone who's going to lead that trailing pack to catch these guys up, it has to be Journey. He's shown both of them, both him and Tobias, have done so well in this series in the MX-5s. They're back for another round of it here, but up in the front, Salmon all over the back bumper of Riscola here. Here we go. Here comes the slipstream, and the 13 going to wait his maneuver. There it goes right there to the inside of the 3, and then Salmon here. Will he stab him in the back? Will he try and get it on his own? We're going to have to see. He still sticks behind the 13. He looks to he wants to step out, but I think he thinks he doesn't have enough of a run here. But here they go now, 3 wide. He's going to stick the nose in. 3 wide as they head under Bilstein.
Yeah, under the Bilstein Bridge, then they're going to come along, and you can see there, just move your man across, then comes along. Rio Fukuda's Tornado Spin is looking to take this from the front, and it's working again. You can see it all just tries to slow down. Then you hit the brakes, and then you get yourself single file. And well, thank you very much, Rio Fukuda. He holds on to it for the moment. 6 seconds, though. Vendaval hold the lead in terms of this one against Pure Racing Team. But Pure now on a charge here. They want to close that down on Benecke. You know, it's as if the switch has flicked here, Randy. He wants to get to the back of Juani Lopez, and Lopez now just needs to run consistency here. The hour coming in about 10 minutes. So next lap or the lap after, we are going to be starting to see those pit stops.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing pit stops here in relatively short time. In fact, I think Alex Zerny, we're already seeing them in your MX-5 field, and this to me is very, very interesting. Cisco, last season, and this is something I know these MX-5s can do. They have those 4 cylinders and they have relatively large tanks. These guys can do about a lap per gallon of fuel. They can do about 11 to 12 laps on a tank, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you factor in the lap time, they can spend better part of half the race out there. This is an early stop from the 397 machine.
He has a little bit of damage on that car, Randy. It's not enough that I think it would affect it too much here, so I'm wondering if he's gone immediately. So what I'm thinking, Randy, is these guys have a lot of experience from running this race last season. They might have the times figured out. Maybe they just want to get off sequence, get out of the traffic, so Alex can focus on hitting his marks.
Question is, though, is that you see that all these MX-5s around him, though, are drafting everywhere out there on the racetrack, and this is you compared it to Daytona a little bit earlier, Cisco. I'm going to again. If Zerny gets out there on the racetrack, I mean, these guys are trying to stay out of their own way, pretty much everyone on the racetrack except Darton Gerho, and they're getting the draft every single inch of this racetrack. Everywhere it's possible, these MX-5s are drafting one another. He might lose 3, 4, 5 seconds per lap just in lost draft.
He might, but see, he's caught up to the back bumper of the Sloth Nom Squad, number 40. This is kind of the tail end of the MX-5 field here for all the guys who haven't pitted, and I'm not really sure. I don't know what to tell you, Randy, because you're absolutely right. He won't have draft, but maybe to Zerny, being out of that traffic, he's going to gain more time on the rest of the circuit than he would have gained on the straightaway, perhaps.
Changing position then, I'm just going to cut in ahead there. It's a nice little debate then we have here coming towards the hour. Manuel Petri then in the 34 Vortex Sim Racing VLN car has got himself past Cristobal J. Lopez then in that one there of the GT Ross SST Orange machine there. So, you know, Emanuele Petri is certainly looking for that big boost to get himself forward. You know, he's only 6 seconds off of that MSP car. Did a 8:11 last time by 8:11 for Beneke, 8:05 for Juan E. Lopez. That was the difference in lap time. So, you know, in terms of actual race pace, 2 seconds a lap, that's quite a lot here, Andy. And, you know, you pick it up at a 10th here, a 10th there, a 100th. You know, it all adds up here. And, you know, you can be 6 inches off of a corner at times and lose half a second around here. That's just how much the challenge is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just, you can be 6 inches on the wrong side of a corner and you could have your race ended, nonetheless lose half of a second. So Max is definitely pushing as hard as he can right now. So important to note that 8:11 was after he got spun around, so that's going to be a slow lap time. Lucas just at 8:11 as well because of all the time he lost amongst those MX-5s. I actually think he got some damage somewhere out there on the racetrack because Max Beneke has just gapped that number 27 machine since getting by. But Max is definitely pushing hard. Juan E. Lopez, I think, maybe not so much. I have a feeling that gap's going to be somewhere down in the realm of 4 to maybe 3.5 when we come across this right.
4 to 3.5 will be a close of about a second or so. So that is going to be very interesting to look at right now. Looking again at your MX-5 battle here, and you can see it's closed back up again here, Cisco. We've got now a trainer 5 once again, and that must be the last thing then that the RSO machine would have wanted in this situation, although he's trying to deal with some Porsche traffic trying to get itself through. You know, when you got 5 cars all there, all ahead of you, all doing exactly what you want to do, 5 MX-5s even, you know, there's not much you can say against the Miatas here. For Kuda, Salmon, and even the likes of, say, a Drace Nieselco will have life pretty easy. But now, here comes the Porsche traffic. Kim Eriksson trying to find a way through.
Yeah, Eriksson now going to go the inside of Salmon there. He's going to look to the right side, maybe. No, he's going to go the left. He's looking back and forth to try and find a way past. He's going to get held up a little bit behind that 3 car. Waiting to make his move where he feels it's safe. There it is right there. Eriksson is now passed. But yeah, you mentioned it. I mean, these guys, I'm not really sure what the strategy is hoping a suit just got put in the wall right there by a Porsche. Maybe a little space not given and he's off.
Yeah, that was Tom Valentini, and that's just how it takes, and he will take the toe in terms of that one. That's a heavy, heavy touch, and you can see their miscommunication, one coming in, one coming out, and into the right-hander. You do not want to be going left. And for Miko Ruscola, who looked very, very promising in the opening hour, Randy, it ends in tears.
Yeah, it definitely does. I have to say that was pretty much Miko's fault, though. That Porsche was well alongside and a part of the racetrack you definitely can go side by side in, and Miko just kind of drove it across the track into him, I think, a little bit. Definitely not a huge error. in terms of, you know, it didn't result in a huge incident, but it's going to see the end of his race, then he's probably not going to be happy about that.
No, he certainly isn't there, as we just seen the replay then, maybe up on screen or not. Jan Sentowski then of the Team VLN engineering machine, all over the back now of GT Ross, SST Orange there, dropping back now, and dropping back at a rate of knots here. Sentowski now wants a piece of the action here and wants to be in a position where he can make the challenge. The gap was 5 seconds when they last crossed the line. That has come right down, and now all over the back as they head to the Dustin Jaho. Randy, that's exactly what VLN wants to do. They want to pick off drivers one by one.
Exactly, and that's what they've been doing pretty much all race long. Started 8th. They currently sit in 6th, so only a couple cars they picked up, but GTR Rose, a little bit of an issue through the second carousel, and look at that, Cristobal J. Lopez lets Johnson Kowski through. They come on the Dr. Ho, but the fight's not over yet. That Audi we know traditionally has the top speed advantage over that Mercedes AMG GT3 machine. Let's see whether or not that Audi can close the gap. I actually don't think so. Bit of damage on the rear of it, but I think that fight may be going back the way towards the Audi right now with the draft, but it's happening relatively deep down here, Dr. Ho. Cristobal should be closing up quicker than he is. I think Zenkowski has himself up a spot.
Wow, they're even on pace right now, 166 miles an hour. Now it's down to 64 for Sentowski, so now Cristobal J. Lopez gets the drop, and in the end, it just took him too long to get there. It might be a case of running a higher downforce setup. It might be a case of just that little bit of bodywork causing a little bit of an issues, and as you said, Pure Racing Team, they brought that gap down in the 111 to just 3.8 seconds, an 8-minute flat from Maximilian Benecke. He wants it, and he absolutely needs to want it right now, because that was just a 10th off his fastest lap of the race so far, barring that opening lap there, Cisco.
Yeah, absolutely. What a recovery right now. He's trying to do everything he can to get up to that lead. And I mean, he's catching him. He can see him now, and that just kind of fuels that fire, Jake. If he can see him, he knows he can catch him. And Benecke right now is doing everything he can, putting the power down to catch that Vendaval car right now to take over that lead again. We know that is a very angry driver behind the wheel of that Audi.
Yeah, it certainly can be. You need to make the push. GT Ross did come down onto the lane then to get that all sorted. Alex Arana now looking to get himself behind the wheel. The 27 and the 88 have come in. The MSP Drivers Home 84. That's Lucas Jedstad then from 3rd position. And yes, the 88 of the GTI's Ross team there coming in. Also, we've seen coming down in Lazarus Racing then down on the lane. So now we are starting to see people look to try and work themselves here, get that sort of work to come in. Dado Opakak of the Jim Sword team then looking to also get themselves on the lane. And there's also Team Potato down on the lane, and that has to come from an incident, and that's not the way that would have been liked. Randy.
Maybe. I don't see much damage. Actually, there is a bit of damage on the rear end, but I'm not sure. Is this a scheduled stop or is it
well,
not?
There's a new driver in that car, for one thing, for Team Potato. I'm rewinding the cameras to try and find out what happened. But they've been on pit road for quite a while, I will say that.
Well, that's not exactly what they would have wanted then as things look to progress. But now you look at the Dotting Jaho and look at how that gap has completely opened up the field here. And there has been a massive void in your MX-5s then, because look at now how this all stands. And with Tornado Spin Racing now, you know, they have themselves in a situation where they're pretty much alone here, where Bastian Salmon look to try and close in. They'll look to come down onto the lane this time by potentially Conor Geiger with the GTN Racing. So it's been a huge incident, and the 07 was done in by a Porsche, Cisco.
Yeah, that was the car we saw on pit road, and what happened was Virtual Drivers VLN hit the curb, bounced up into the 07, put the 07, he tried to hold onto it, and it just got run over there by the Crown Racing Porsche. And that was basically all it took. Team Potato had to pull that car off to the side of the road. They're also towing that car back to pit road.
Yeah, they certainly are. Now we're seeing some Porsches come in. Dimitri Dematos then trying to drop his car onto the lane. And again, Fukuda stays out. So he goes 2 laps. Shirley was looking for track position, then we could arguably say in this one. 3 wide, huge ass. The Road Bastards there in the 82. And also trying to get themselves in around the outside. That's Joe Peak in the GSRC. Turn 2 Motorsport. Shout out to our good friends then at GSRC, getting himself through there. Alex Albert then still looking to go side by side. Caused the squeeze squeeze here, Cisco, and he is trying to get the squeeze here on Sebastian Stolz, and for the moment, it seems that it's not going to be doing too much. Oh, hello. Just a bit of paint trading between the two. They hold it together.
Albert was weaving around a little bit right there as Alex Albert now going to be right on the back bumper of Joe Peak as they head up through the final corners here before they hit the start-finish straight. Albert looking to make his move. He was way back there, and look at the run he got on Peak. Peak going to go to the right side of the racetrack, Albert to the left side, and will we see Stills right down the middle? He's going to draft right up. Yes, he will. Now he's going to go draft Joe Peak, trying to get the slipstream here. They are battling way back in this MX-5 pack, but it's great battling nonetheless.
Oh, it certainly is, and well, you know, you can't get too much better than the MX-5 battling here this afternoon. And well, right now, we are in the middle of the pit stop cycle, shall we say. Look at, though, your Porsches right now. There's one car out and ahead. That's the Pure Racing Team 200. Lauren Heinrich there is just dominating here. He was, on average, I believe, 6 seconds faster than the car there. We're going to stay on that MX-5 battle there with the GSRC cars and co. right now here. This battle for 39, because they were almost 3 wide coming out of the Mercedes-Benz arena. Now they head to the Kazan Dunga here, this big right-hander then, and down the inside again comes the trial as they look to go through. Now traffic coming into play as well. That's Crown Racing Porsche, and also just behind that now getting into it is the IRJA GT4 team. That's Yuji Kurakawa behind the wheel there, and they all get themselves sorted here. And Randy, I'll come to you on this one. If you are in that middle of the pack and trying to get it through all over the everywhere, let's say all over the everywhere there, Sebastian Stolz all over the everywhere.
Yeah, all over the everywhere is what they are in terms of the lap battle. But man, this is just... The MX-5 is putting on such a good show up and down the entirety of the field, from the fronts down here right now, this fight now for the tail end of your top 5. But I mean, just people swerving left, people swerving right, Porsches coming through, sometimes GT3 cars, and then you get Alex Albert just drifting as they end their lap here on the GP track coming onto the north side.
Yeah, they certainly are, and where you are certainly seeing everyone going on, and there has been a catch then as Yuji Kurakawa is there, and Alex Sherney now on the back of that one, and will be looking to try and make that push as big as he possibly can here as he looks to continue on his merry way. Pete having a little bit of a little look then down the inside. That's not going to work, and look who's going to try and get the opportune move, and thank you very much. Sebastian Stolzer will get himself then straight through and down there, and for now, it just seems here that this battle is completely catching our attention. He tries down the inside, they touch, and somehow Alex Albert holds on to it. They all jump up, but that's a very rash move, Cisco.
Yeah, now Zerny's caught them right up here, and I think this is what he was trying to avoid by pitting, but he caught up another pack here. I mean, the good thing is he has a little bit of slipstream for when he goes on the straightaway, but he had been so fast on his own, didn't have to worry about any other cars. He has to worry about them now, still side by side. Go Peak on the right side of the track. And that's Alex Albert on the left side. He actually, Peak's going to go through here, but Albert right on the back bumper of the GSRC car, waiting to see when can he make that move. Cerny, meanwhile, is in the popcorn section, just waiting to see what happens between these two.
Yeah, and I just want to go to your GT3 lead. Now look how close Maximilian Benecke is to the back. He can almost taste slipstream right now. Benecke is looking to push harder than he ever has before, and that gap looks significantly less than 3.8 seconds that we saw at the start of the lap. Now that's come down in towards about 2 seconds. We are in the middle of the pit stop cycle, so maybe we will see strategy coming into play in your GT3 field right now, and we are looking at P3 overall being very, very close as well, as Vortex Sim Racing has themselves Hoytzenveld Engineering looking to try and make that push as well. That's something to look at then in terms of this one. You can see they are getting onto that Dottinger Ho, and now Randy, Petri has Sentowski for a lot of worries.
He definitely does. Let's see what that Mercedes is able to do here on this Dottinger Ho straightaway. That Sentowski car, that Mercedes looks very, very quick. He was able to outrun the GTRO's car once when the GTRO's car had the draft, and now in the draft, that Mercedes able to just run right by on the Dottinger Ho. That's going to be that tall gearing for you. The Mercedes very, very quick on the tall gear ratio. GT3 leaders on the pit lane, and I think Pure Racing Team actually got the better of Vendaval here coming onto pit road. Sentowski and Heitzenfeld gonna hang on. They come onto this front straightaway. Likely pit stops for them as well.
Bike is the answer then. I'll come down at the same time. We'll play a game of Battle of Pit Crews. Down in comes Sentowski. Down in then. comes Emanuele Petri, who loses the position. Remember, a few cars have come in earlier. Where will Lucas Jetsat's team come out in all of this? That's going to be the question. MSP Drivers Home looking to play, and now it's a case of Beneke versus Lopez, and they are down in at exactly the same time. So Beneke has made all that time up after that original mistake, and he will potentially look at changing drivers. Don't think he will. Remember, he has those issues then when, when you put yourself longer into a stint, when he gets more tired during a stint. We have noted that before, as we see MSP Drivers Home 85. Yasin Alpay comes down in. Christopher Berman comes down in, as we see now looking for more drivers trying to get themselves in. Jestat now down on the Dottinger Ho, passes the tourist entrance on the right-hand side. So now we are seeing here this battle. It's a minute here in the pit, Cisco. That's the big battle that happens.
Yeah, but it's going to be between those guys. Who's going to get off of pit road? Is it going to be Jan? Is he going to be able to get... It's going to be close nonetheless. These guys are going to leave pit road very similarly here. We're just waiting to see the fuels going in at this point. There goes the Mercedes right now. Jan is out of the pit road.
That's going to be no tires.
Yeah.
And there is the call for track position, and thank you very much. Beneke steals it from Juani Lopez off the lane. So now we see Maximilian Beneke's strategy come into play, but now Sentkowski is now starting to play this game early. Hoyksingveld Engineering want track position, and now that's going to play its own strategy. And there is MSP Drivers Home 84 as well. Jedstat not too far away, Randy.
No, definitely not. So a great pit stop cycle from Jedstat and that Mercedes MSP Drivers Home team. Big question mark though right now, what can Jan Sentkowski and Team Heinzfeld Engineering number 35 do on these old tires? Right now they seem to be the only car out there doing the double stint.
Yeah, that seems to be the place right now, as we are seeing a little bit of the merging of the lines right now. We see Porsches and also your GT3s coming together right now. Jim Sorg Rennsport there with Pure Racing Team, Jim Sorg Rennsport, Porsche, and Lazarus Racing as well, all together in the same piece of real estate right now. You can see Valentini, this is the battle for third right now, second and third even. And you can see, just pull yourself off to the side, and again, this is the problem that we've been seeing right now. Pichler has not been close enough to make that move, and he wants to make that move, and he just hasn't been able to here, Randy.
You're definitely right. I think there was probably a little bit of teamwork coming through with the two Jim cars, but maybe not. And Pichler's going to look back to the inside of the exit of one, but that puts you on the outside for two. Maybe a little bit of a touch there from Patrick Pichler. Maybe just overcorrecting, scared of the touch actually coming through, but Tom Valentini able to defend for now. But I still think that Valentini looks quicker at the moment, but we're still waiting on pit stops for these cars. And when these guys do come down pit road, that's what's going to be interesting to me. I've not seen these cars in an endurance format yet. I'm going to say that you probably can't double stint these tires, but we do know it is the long pit stop cycle that we see in the GT3 cars these days. Tires first, fuel first, tires second. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens indeed will be the key right now, as we are looking here again at your MX-5s then, shall we say. And well, looking at what is happening right now with the GSRC car, Joe Peak in front of this one. Then we got those road bastards there in the 82 machine. We'll try and make us say as many funny words as we can. Now traffic trying to get through here. Luke Van Schaik in the Frostmaster Movano VLN 911 car had a little bit of a late start, had to make his way through the traffic pretty early, gets himself around just about, and there you can see he'll try and get through. And now Sherney here has been stuck for a very long time, Cisco, and this is what's playing away from him right now as he looks to go side by side. More traffic here. Juha Pekalami back behind the wheel again, looking to try and get himself through. He's there 3 laps down, and for all intents and purposes, this may be just to try and unlap himself.
Yeah, it probably is the case here, but Lamy being very, very patient here, letting these guys, he knows this battle is for position. He's waiting to see when he can make that move safely. Here it comes. He's going to jump to the inside here. No, he's not going to have enough time, so he's going to end up splitting this battle. I thought he had enough time there. Wasn't the case, but now the get up and go from that Audi. He's by them now, and unfortunately, that puts Zerny out of this battle here because Alex Albert just took that position away from him.
Yes, but now they can work together here down the straight if they want to catch back up to Sebastian Stolzer then as they make their case. Joe Peak has managed to get away with that one in the O2, and he needed to make that run, and he's made some very, very good work then as we see Sentowski getting absolutely caught right now to the end of the earth then, you could say right now. Vendaval, White, and also here we're looking at Pure Racing Team even catching down the Hoiksingveld Engineering. Sentowski has absolutely nothing in this sort of sense right now, and his times aren't looking too healthy, Randy.
No, they're definitely not. The Pure Racing Team as well as Vendaval already at the back bumper of Jan Sentowski and the Team Heinzfeld Engineering number 35. This is somewhat to be expected of them going for the double stint here in the Mercedes. Mercedes, a big heavy car, doesn't really play nice with the tires. But the question is going to be if these guys can only take a single set, if they can go to basically the midway point of the race, take tires then. If they don't take tires after the first hour and after the third hour, they might still have a shot because that's pretty much a minute saved on the pit lane. Question is, will Pure and Vendaval try the same thing with tires at some point?
Yeah, that is going to be the key right now as we are seeing this battle then continue. And well, now we are looking at Juani Lopez then on the back of this one. Beneke looking to close it in on Sentowski. Will be trying here through this section of circuit, and for the moment just isn't happening just the way it won't happen right now. You can see, getting a little few tires on the grass then. Sentowski, he's trying to wrestle with luck here as Maximilian Beneke just sits behind. Let's get ourselves then for the first time then today RaceSpotTV fan immersion here. Let's go on with Vendaval Sim Racing White as they sit behind this battle for first and second. Here we go, 3 wide, let's try it then, down the Dottie Jahopia GT3 lead, and you can see Juani Lopez in the Vendaval car go all the way around the outside, and Beneke, for all his worries, may still be second when all is said and done. Down they go on the brakes, they're trying everything, they get close as you like, but Beneke seems to have held it for the moment. Let's continue side by side as we head to turn number 1 and start lap 10 of the event. Jenstat now on the back as well, and it's burst into life in your GT3 category. Welcome to this, your VLN here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. 4 drivers, 0.6 of a second, side by side into turn number 1. Jake Sperry, Randy Cheneth, Cisco Scaramuza, Randy side by side for third.
Fantastic racing 2x2 amongst the top 4 in your GT3 division. Right now, Lucas Jestat, through turn number 2, gets the spot on Jan Stankowski in the double stint. Automatically drops those guys back to 4th, but we're not interested in their pace now. Interested in the later. Maximilian Beneke, through the inside of the third part of the Mercedes arena, gets himself back to the race lead.
Yeah, he certainly is, and well, thank you very much. I was about to say, do you mind? I was getting my drink refilled, but that's not going to happen anymore here, because you're seeing this battle happen, and Vendaval pretty much have that second, and well, Maximilian Beneke back to familiar territory at the front of the field. Let's just hope there's no lap traffic in the future, and there is in the form of BAM Esport, Christophe Sillard then behind the wheel of that one. But now, you know, this has just kicked into life. We saw Stankowski there at Cisco. He took that tyre strategy, and in the end, you know, it didn't work out for him now. You see, he's fallen back off this train, and now we know that stint strategy does not work.
No, we can't double.
Yeah, we
Can't
can't.
double. Go. Just go.
We can't really say whether or not that's the case yet, because the question isn't whether or not they'll be quick now, because this is going to be a slow stint. The question's always going to be where they actually roll out towards the end. And actually Vendaval scary sideways through this part of the Nürburgring, and he drops back to 3rd and now into the grips of John Stankowski. I don't think Stankowski's gonna be able to get a move done, but still very scary there for Wani Lopez.
Oh, and they're now all taking risks. He just clipped the curb, and how close do you want to be? Let's go Tokyo style then, as we all head ourselves moving forward into this race. Oh, dear me. Juan E. Lopez just taking the biggest risk possible, and in the end, it all manages to sort itself out. Jedstad now into second, and Beneke a little bit held up then heading through the blue plat. So now GT3 has gone into life. Let's now just try and run through then your standings here as things currently work out. I believe still yet to come quite down onto pit road. Then have we seen all of Porsche come down onto pit road? I haven't quite seen yet here, Randy, but I'm not quite too sure.
I believe so. I've been so focused on this GT3 fight that I honestly can't say.
Honestly, can't say, but you know, this GT3 fight has been going well. Let's just try and run through then how things stand after 1/4 distance then, and a little bit more. Pure Racing Team then hold the lead in the 111 machine right now after a very hairy, scary moment. Lucas Jedstad then currently lies in second position for the MSP Drivers Home 84, and there is Vendaval Sim Racing White flirting with danger there in 3rd. 4th at the moment is Team Hoixingveld Engineering there on the no tyre call. We'll see whether that works out come the end of this one. 5th place then is GT Ross, SST Orange right now. They are 20 seconds off of this leading group. Alex Arana behind the wheel. Then we got Vortex Team Racing VLN 34. They're being hounded by Triton Racing here, the Polish team there. Dawid Nowakowski then behind the wheel, looking to try and force himself a little bit of a mistake of the car ahead. Christoph Berman there is in 8th position, with the MSP Drivers Home 85 in 9th. 10th position is now Matt Failure, with 11th going to the Positive Champs car. They're under threat from Motorsports for All AMG. Jim Sorg there lying next there in 44 with Lazarus Sim Racing and the GT Comedy team, with Alexei Azakin there behind the wheel of that one. And then it seems that gaps have just completely opened up in that one, and that will be all that she wrote then. The other cars then who are still trying to run are Black Adam Motorsports and Vendaval Sim Racing Blue. Randy, Porsches.
Porsches are looking good. Pure Racing Team number 200 and Lauren Heinrich is basically all on his own. Black Star Racing GTC 2nd. Jim Sorg in 3rd. 4th, we have Pure Racing Team number 299. Evolution Racing Australia round out your top 5. 6th, Virtual Drivers VLN. 7th is Team RSO. 8th is Euphoria Racing 96. 9th is MSP Drivers Home. And eWorks Racing, currently in the pit lane, rounds out your top 10, but that'll probably be a change of position. Actually, no, he's exiting the pit lane, so he should still be in that 10th spot.
Yeah, certainly is. And well, Cisco, you'd be looking at the MX-5s, which have opened out a little bit, shall we say.
Yeah, a little bit of a chance to relax for those guys. Tornado Spin Racing, Ryo Fukuda continues to lead that. Bastian Selman not too far behind, but a fair distance back than he was earlier. He's in 2nd. Third's going to go to Space Invaders Racing Team, who basically just, we haven't talked about them all day. They've just been kind of content just to ride themselves. GSRC is going to run 4th with Joe Peak behind the wheel. Alex Zerny's right behind him in 5th. That's going to be a battle when they head onto the straightaway. Then right behind him, well, not too far behind him, is Alex Albert in 6th. 7th's going to go to IRJA, the GT4 team. of Kurokawa. He's in 7th. 8th is going to go to Sloth Num Squad. 9th is going to go to Super Sport Racing. And right now showing 10th is the GTN Racing car, but he, I believe, is on pit road.
Yeah, you're certainly seeing here it's all opening up. Now, this is the interesting format. This is a 4-hour race if you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Normally, when we've seen in Blank Pan, we've seen 3 hours on pretty much every circuit we've been trying to go to. When we're looking at big 24-hour, 12-hour races, you look at this one, Joe Peak side by side right now here with the driver of Alex Cerny and the team RSO. They have completely dropped then the huge ass team and the IRJA4GT team right now. And Joe Peak will slot in behind there. Alex Cerny then will look to take dominance. Sherney's coming early and everyone else has not, so this might be a strategy call for him going forward. He maybe wanted track position and is trying an alternative strategy right now here, Cisco. But what we're looking at, though, is if these cars can do an hour 15, an hour 30 on a tank, you know, they are going to be looking for that splash and dash later on, and that might be the case here, where we are seeing this battle going on. Maybe that might come down into its own effects.
Yeah, the splash and dash really is going to be key here because it depends on how long these guys come down pit road because it's such a long pit road. I mean, I guess it's not really long considering the track that we're on, but it's still fairly long because you have to go all the way down. And remember what can happen. We've seen craziness happen on this pit road before, and it has the potential to break out again. But these guys right now that we're watching, Joe Peak and Alex Cerny, they're basically amongst themselves. They can just battle away, and Joe Peak actually, Alex Cerny went by Joe Peak here. So Cerny, I don't know. I mean, he got a slash and dash done almost in a way. So I think Cerny wanted clean track, so he knew he could just focus on himself and not the battle. That's the best thing I can take out of that. But Randy was right before. He doesn't have the straightaway draft.
Yeah, and you can see here as well, top 3 coming towards the Dottinger Hoyu GT3 category. You know, if you don't have the draft, you know, you need to be working with partners here and ones that won't sort of hold you up and back you up into different people right now. And you can see the gaps seem a little bit more evenly spread here between your top 4 right now. Senkowski starting to drop off the back a little bit, and he was there around the likes of your GT Rosses and also your Vortex Sim Racing. So, you know, that strategy, we'll see if that works out then later on. But you can see Jedstad 168 miles an hour, 164 from Beneke, 170 though from Juan Lopez, who gets the double toe. He'll close in, but nobody will make the move, Randy. That's crucial. Lap traffic as well at the worst possible time here also.
I think that's a good move by Juan Lopez. I don't think he quite had the speed to get to Lucas Jestat, but if he did, if he had the opportunity, I still don't think he would have gone for that move. I think right now he's setting his sights on Max in that number 111 machine. Jetstat's still setting good, very competitive pace. No point in trying to risk that side by side. Let Max stretch a second or two on you. Just stay behind in third for the moment. That car is not slowing you up too much. As you go into 1 right now, though, Juan looking a little bit to the inside, but I don't think not going for the move just yet.
Yeah, and you can see coming out of pit lane is Koichi Kitamura there of the IRJA GT4 team. That's coming down in for a scheduled stop at around an hour 20. So, you know, now everyone's starting to play the game of we need to make the stops now here in your MX-5. And now we are seeing here Jedstad then just having to dab the brakes 2-3 times there through the mid part of the corner, gets himself away, now has to worry behind because of the likes of Juan Lopez sitting there though. But 1.1 seconds split yourselves between the top 3 cars in your GT3 division. Absolutely sensational here to see this one all kicking off right now. We have seen here a few driver changes, but someone I haven't really been talking about here so far here, Randy, is that Evolution Racing Australia 42 Porsche right now. Blake Neck now behind the wheel doing a good job of things here. But Blake Neck here has Juuso Hietila right in front of him there at the Black Star Racing GTC. And for all intents and purposes, Pichler, just looking at what his lap times have been doing, he's yet to come in. So he'll be looking to come in this lap, I would assume, here on his lap 10, as we see the likes of Neck and Hietila right now just fallen back a bit because of their stops.
Okay, so if Patrick Pichler is able to do 10 laps on a tank and everyone else can only do 9, that is actually huge because you're talking about a lap of this circuit, Jake, somewhere in the realm probably for these Porsches, probably somewhere about 3 to 4 gallons of fuel, if not potentially more. I'm not exactly sure how much that car holds and what the burn rate is, but if Patrick's able to go a lap extra over everyone every single stint, that's not like going a lap longer at Sebring where you short fill by a gallon. You're talking at your last stop taking a 9-gallon shorter fill by the end of things. That is a lot for Patrick Pichler, and that might explain the gap to that number 200 machine. If Pichler's saving and Lauren Heinrich is not, this battle might be closer than it seems right now.
Yeah, just want to look, though, at the math failure machine right now, because that has heavy damage on the suspension and has done that one somewhere. Oh, no, that's a horrible place for you to do it there. Just heading up towards the second part, then, of what is that right-hander. You can see it was damaged already, but running into all sorts of trouble there. A 9:41 lap. Really not the way he would like to. He's now there on the lane, crabbing himself down that one. And, well, you know,
Jake, sorry to cut you off. Big problems for the GTN racing car. He just went over on his roof, the MX-5. That was problems with the Gecko Vortex car, and big incident right there.
Oh, that's not what you want, GTN. They've been all there, here, there, everywhere. And, well, they've run themselves into their own issues there. And that's a heavy, heavy contact. You know, he was trying to thread the needle there with that Vortex car. It was the lightest of taps. And, oh, just completely spearhead that tire barrier. And that's a concussion lawsuit if ever I've seen one there, Randy.
That was silly. I'm not sure what Vortex was thinking there, but they had a Miata on their right side, another one to the left, and they tried to split the gap going into one of the fastest parts of the racetrack. Very, very narrow line through Flugplatz, trying to force it through the middle there. Right now, Emmanuel Petri, I think that's just a silly mistake.
Yeah, and that's one that you can't afford to do here. And, well, you know, it does happen here and it does happen there. You know, you're trying to play games here. You're trying to get yourself into that situation where you are working and trying to get as much as you can out of the vehicles. And, well, it just seemed it didn't work out for him there. It was 3 wide, though, and they did try to leave as much space as possible. But, you know, miscommunication here, Cisco, it does happen.
GTN Racing already had not had a good... They hadn't had a good race already because they had to get towed back to the pits earlier for a receive throughput. So for him, for them, they were just trying to salvage a day, and it just went worse. So GTN Racing ready just to leave the Nürburgring at this point.
Yeah, and you can see now just how that's all affected this GT3 battle here. That's all closed up quite a bit here, and this is for 5th, 6th, and 7th right now here. GT Ross there, Alex Arana behind the wheel. There's the Vortex car that caused the issue, Emanuele Petri in the middle of that one. And then behind that, Dawid Nowakowski there of the Triton Racing VLN car, doing a very good job of things there behind. Triton Racing a little bit underrated in my opinion, Randy. They find themselves in 7th position, started 10th, doing a good job of things, sitting on the back of 2 very well-established teams in the iRacing service, and Triton don't get the respect that they duly need, mainly because they haven't managed to kick on to the next level.
Yeah, you're right. Those Triton guys are definitely competitive. They're not quite at the tip-top edge. They're not at the tip of the spear, but they're definitely not far off, and they're just lurking behind these Vortex and GTROs guys, and they're slowly just sort of closing the gap. They're playing it maybe a little bit safer in the traffic, and right now, Vortex and GTROs side by side as they go make the run up towards Mutt Curve.
Yeah, you can see now just trying to find themselves a bit of gap. Petri then gets himself down on the inside. They get close, and now lap traffic coming into its own effect. They have to line in single files to get past Gresham Wagner there in the Super Sport Racing car. They all get past, and well, you can see he's certainly not giving much room. And look who gets stuck then in the end. Nowakowski then has to lose all the time. Almost had a free run through, but in the end, it wouldn't work out the way he would have liked it in that battle. But you can see now, Beneke actually starting to pull away a little bit here, Cisco. And now you're looking at this, seeing as they get past Philip Schill there of the Sloth Knob Motorsports there. And now it's a case of run away for Beneke, which is what he is doing very, very well.
Yes, and he needs clean track in front of him here, and he's got it for the moment at least. So that car, that PRT Audi, he can just focus on hitting his lines here and expanding that gap. He's got a fair amount of track in front of him. The next car he's going to hit is Alex Albert in the MX-5, but apart from that, very spaced out right now for Beneke and the cars behind him as well. So this is going to come down to traffic is not going to be a factor here for a good amount of time. Beneke, all these guys can just focus on hitting their marks.
Yeah, certainly can be looking to try and hit their marks in this situation. Just a reminder that the iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series is finished from Sebring. We won't spoil the results for you in case you want to check them out for yourself, so you can find that one on the iRacing YouTube after this race as well, or during this race if you want to go and find out what exactly has happened now. But, you know, this is the case here for VLN. Everyone is looking to do it, and there is an MX-5 spinning here, and that's not exactly what we want. We're just checking that one out on camera, and it's Hugh Jass then who runs into issues, the 337 in all forms of issues. And well, let's see who they've collided with. And well, the answer is more GT3 traffic, and that's Lucas Jedstad. Randy.
Yeah, that was Lucas Jedstad. A bit of just a hip check there, and that was another one of these points. These GT3 cars, I think tonight, not being as patient as they need to be. Been a handful of close moments. This one wasn't as bad, but still, I think a little bit asking for a little bit too much there for Lucas Jedstad. I think Alex Albert usually his, I think, pretty much has the right of way to the line there, but still, Team Hugh Jass, he ended up spinning around, and luckily for him, not a big hit, so just probably about 8 to 9 seconds lost. I don't think a lot of damage on that car, though.
Yeah, not much damage then, so can keep themselves going, and it looks like the pace is back to normal there, so no real worries in terms of that one. Juani Lopez, you know, was leading this race at the start of this one, then got the pole, lost it to Beneke, won it back again, and got about 5 seconds here, and it was contact with another driver. Then Alex Sherney gets out of the way right now, but, you know, now they fall back into third, and now they're looking to battle with Jedstad then over second position, but the crucial factor is they're dropping time, and they're dropping a lot of time here. That gap is now 2.4 seconds down to the inside, but he looks too deep on the brakes, and he has to check up and lock up, and Jedstad will take a second and a half, Cisco.
And that was a big miss by Juani Lopez. Just got too into it there, just completely just blew the corner to pieces. And Lopez now back to third, and that gives Jedstad a chance here. He got that position back. Now he can try and track down that Audi using that Mercedes-AMG power of that V8 here. That's still one of the best sounding engines in the sim right now. I mean, we have to agree.
Yeah, I have to agree as well. It's a very, very beautiful sounding engine. Well, actually, something else I want to point out there, it was almost like Looney Tunes, you could say, you know, when you see the pitfall trap of a cartoon and where you know that someone's going to be going down it. And that was basically what we saw there from Vendevals, the 34 and the 88 then, looking to go into a battle. That's Vortex Sim Racing VLN, and there is GT Ross SST Orange. They've lost the position of GT Ross, so now they're into the struggle stage then of their stint as they're looking to go forward. They're a very, very easy move then when all was said and done then for that machine going forward. And well, that one was done pretty much into turn number 1 as well. A lovely dive down the inside there, Randy.
Yeah, great move indeed, and getting themselves up that spot now. Emmanuel Petri in that Vortex car, just working themselves, trying to maintain this gap. They're going to have some traffic here very soon, though. They have Alex Zerny coming back on the over here. They'll be there relatively short.
Yeah, and well, now you can see here just how everyone is looking forward for it. And something a little bit interesting then maybe going on right now, especially in your Porsches here. Because I'm just looking at Evolution Racing Australia, you know, this one has thinned out quite a bit here in your Porsche category. We saw early on, at the very, very beginning of the race, they had to make their ways past the MX-5s, and they did. But now it's opened up, and now these gaps here, they're just starting to just remain a little bit open. Pichler did manage 10 laps on the fuel. He did get himself going there, Randy, and he's there out ahead again. And he's out ahead by a fair distance over Black Star Racing, who now have Evolution Racing Australia, Blake Neck behind the wheel, right behind them. So now it's a completely different story as the Team RS01 car has just come back in again. They're on a completely different strategy to everyone else.
Yeah, they're doing some crazy stuff. I'm not sure what it is they're up to. Philip Schallenberg, the first couple laps for him didn't actually register a lap time, so I don't know. Were they one of the cars that got a black flag due to the MX-5s?
That might be the case, and they've had to come down in and serve, so this would be a complete out of sync pit stop then, shall we say, but this might work into their favor actually here, Randy, when they're coming down in all of it, because we are looking at those stints, looking at about a minute, an hour 15, an hour 20. So, you know, if they can make it here and they get that extra gap, then maybe they can save effectively to only need to do, after this, maybe one more stop before the end of the race.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be really, really close. I'm not going to say one way or the other because the time almost looks like it might just line up the way, but it's tight. It's going to be tight for them if that's going to be what they try to do. But I think you're right. In terms of just to be competitive, I think that's all they can really try to make happen.
Yeah, and well, we are starting to see here just how this is playing here. RSO then just get themselves then in their own little bubble, and they have a lot of track to work with. They're still ahead of Black Star and Evolution Racing Australia, so Black Star have run into quite a few issues then in their last stop, as they now have fallen a ways off then, shall we say, of Patrick Pichler right now. So that's going to start to play itself into its own role. But looking again, though, at your MX-5s, you know, now it looks a little bit more different again here. So we see Tornado Spin Racing. They hold the lead of things as things stand. And, well, behind them is a very long gap to the Bastian Salmon team. And they've opened that one up very, very well in the space of a very short time here, Cisco.
Yeah, and the 666, I mean, just doing a great job here today of keeping that car, for the most part, pretty clean. He's got a little bit of right side damage, but, I mean, we've seen worse out of some of the cars in the field today. So, Salmon, I think, has to be pretty happy with the run here. I mean, just done a great job all last season, just improving, and then once again showing up and improving even more. Right now, they're second on the podium in that class, doing a great job. And Alex Zerny, despite the fact he came in earlier, is once again third.
Yeah, and that's showing here just how much work's coming in. We do have a battle going on in your MX-5s. This is Brian Strottbeck there for the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car, looking to get past Sebastian Stolzer in the road bastards, because I am not going to be goaded into that. And they run all over the curbs there coming out of that corner, so they know exactly how to use all their road tax, shall we say here, Cisco. They want to use the extremes of the circuit here, and that's a dangerous little line you play. Maybe you give an inch more around this circuit compared to any others. This isn't like your Herman Tilke tracks where you have an acre and a half of runoff. Oh no, you got about 4 inches of runoff here, and you can't afford to eat into any one of them.
Yeah, and the GSRC car looking to maybe hit the inside. They both hit the curb and get shot to the other side of the track right here. The Strodeback right now looking for a way past that car in front of him. And Stolz is just trying to use all the track he can here. We'll just have to see, Jake. It looks like we actually have a change of position right now. Vendavel and MSP might have just switched positions.
And they have, so Juani Lopez has had enough, and he wants to try and make a chase over to Maximilian Benecke, who is using all of the free track. And a little bit more then to his advantage here as he looks to try and set some good lap times. The difference in times, an 8:03 for Benecke last time by, an 8:046 for Juani Lopez, an 8:046 for Lucas Jedstad. So, you know, the times are falling away a little bit right now, and Pure, if they keep their noses clean here, Randy, they're pretty much home and dry.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a pretty sizable advantage. Team Heisfeld Engineering, that tire strategy I don't think is really working out. They're about 8 to 9 seconds off the pace they would need to have to be anywhere remotely competitive. Pretty much just going to be Pure as well as MSP and Vendaval, I think, to the end. But Pure, that 2.5 second advantage, going to come down to maybe some pit stop strategy. It'll be interesting to see what they're able to make work.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how they make things work, and I think when you're looking at these battles going on, you know, you are looking to try and use as much as you can to your advantage, and, well, if the time is falling away, then you can take it to a learning experience. Someone had to push the boat out in this one, and, well, Cisco, I'll say this now, if someone had to push the boat out, you know, Hoixingveld Engineering, they were in as good as a position as any to try and make that happen. They can be in a position, though, where they could decide to stop a little bit earlier and try and run the numbers and try and work that strategy to their advantage. But right now, they are in the rift between themselves and Vortex Sim Racing, who are closing them down hand over fist. No doubts about it.
Oh, that's absolutely the case here, Jake. And the problem is, if you play that strategy game and you get it wrong, you're doomed. You can't come in like... It's not a 3-minute lap time where you'll be able to come in, you know, and kind of save that fuel stint. No, if you get it wrong out here on the ring, you're doomed. If you're caught out by, like, Carousel and you're out of gas, you're getting the tow truck back to pit road.
Yeah, and that seems to be the key here. You don't want to be taking that tow truck because at the end of the day, it costs you a lot more time to go and get your car on the truck doing 50 mile an hour down the country bumpkin lanes than it does to get yourself inside of that vehicle, hitting yourself at 150 miles an hour down the Doskin Jaho. That's just a simple case of one's going to be quicker than the other. So, you know, it's all about how you work out. But I just want to talk about a different point right now here. And for both of you, this opens up. The love for the Kia is gone. It's gone from this series here, and it's been replaced with the Porsche. Good decision, bad decision, and what you would feel was the right decision?
This one was the right decision. Would bueno. Kia put on some good races last season, but it was always just struggled in terms of popularity. There's only about 6 to 7 of them per split. Porsche comes out, and look what we get in our first race. We get basically an even split all the way up and down. currently watching the fight on second place out there on the racetrack right now. I'd love to see if iRacing can get their hands on a front-wheel drive touring car of some sort, maybe a British touring car, maybe a global touring car, maybe a TCR car, because TCR cars actually run in the VLN series. I think it'd be fantastic. The Kia, though, just didn't have the popularity, couldn't really quite stick it here in the VLN Championship. The Porsche as well, also a better real-world car to include, because these Porsche 911 Cup cars run in this championship a lot. I think this is a good decision by iRacing.
Bisco?
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I mean, the Porsches just sort of, or not the Porsches, the Kias sort of struggled in this race here, and this has given iRacing opportunity to have a three different competitive series or classes in this series now, because Kia's it was a very interesting strategy, but we kind of joked Alvin would cover those, and kind of after the first hour and a half or so, Alvin would kind of run out of things to talk about because it'd be so spaced out. While the Porsches, they are spaced out right now, it's not quite to the distance that the Kias were, and the Porsches also are putting up, obviously a little bit different of a speed variance. You don't really have two slow cars and one fast car in this, and have all sorts of different cases. The MX-5 still very slow pace considered to the Porsche and the GT3, but it's a little bit different of a dynamic between the Porsches and the GT3 cars.
I think the other thing that's nice is that with the Porsche as opposed to the Kia, we're not having this situation where we're seeing Kias pit every 4 laps.
That's true. That's absolutely true.
Well, in that case, then, I'm just going to say the last rights, then, to the Kias in this one. Thank you, Kias. It's been nice. It's been well. But unfortunately, it just seems that your time has passed in this one. We do see a Porsche battle, though, going out right now. It's Team Just Driving VLN, the 08 machine there, with Question Mark Motorsports 911 just ahead of that in the 911 machine. How very, very apt. Carl Becker, then, against Marcello C. Vegega, then. And now you see this one happen. You can see there's a difference in effect here, and this is the difference that we've been seeing. We've seen in RaceSpotTV's race day here today, we've seen the two different sides here. We see the endurance side of a Porsche, and we see a sprint side of a Porsche, Randy. And this is the endurance side that's coming into play right now here. We've got Team Just Driving now all over the back of it, just looking to try and get themselves staying within that little range for the Dottinger Ho. And now we are seeing these battles going. This is further down in your field, shall we say here. We're looking at about P28 going on.
Yeah, we're looking about 28th overall. This is probably for about 10th here on the racetrack. But yeah, this is something that's really interesting to me, watching these Porsches in a longer format. How do the tires react? How do the cars actually drive? How do they deal with traffic? Carl Becker right now using all the road and then some on the right-hand side. That car is looking a little bit loose, and I love the sprint race formats and the Porsche Super Cup cars and those series. They put on some great shows, but here it's a lot of fun watching these Super Cup cars, especially considering that in terms of lap time, they're not far off those GT3 cars, so it makes for some fantastic situations in terms of traffic.
Yeah, it certainly does, and well, we are seeing driver changes as well here in your MX-5s. Here, Cisco, we're seeing Taiki Yamaguchi then get behind the wheel of the Tornado Spin Racing MX-5. Incredibly quick driver from what my racing experience has told me in the one race that I've done against him. Bastian Salmen still behind the wheel of the Bastian Salmen car in the second position. Rafael Dorado stays there in the Space Invaders racing team and has done a very good job of things, actually, to get himself into third. Very understated work then that the Space Invaders team has done, as we have seen the RSO car as well of Alex Sherney in this one as well, and now currently scored, I believe, ahead of everyone.
How did they do that?
It must...
I mean, this literally happens every time we come here to VLN. Journey will just pass everyone, either if it's based on strategy, or he'll do it while we're not looking at the cameras. I have to take a look. Was it just because of the pit stop stints that he was able to get ahead of everyone? I think that's how he did it. Nonetheless, Alex Journey once again leads this field, and he did it without any of us realizing, like he usually does.
Yeah, just silent, and I believe everyone else is on outlaps right now here, so we know that stint certainly can go a very long way then, and RSO looking to play that to her advantage. We're not going to call the Fan Boost fan out there just yet, but now...
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the pit stops.
Yeah.
Hugo's pointing out to us now. Ernie's on his 6th lap. He'll complete his 6th lap here. Everyone else, like you mentioned, Jake, is on outlaps.
Yeah, because everyone's on outlaps and he came in so early, he was looking to try and play that pit stop strategy. He came in very early for what he needed to do, and in the end, it is working out in his favor, and he now has the lead of this race in terms of track position. But now the case then comes into case and point here. Randy, I'll come to you on strategy on this one. You know, has he now pitted early enough to play that strategy card into his advantage, and can he run the similar amounts of stints to the end in terms of the same amount of pit stops?
I think that here in these cars, he can definitely get it to the end on the same amount of stops. I just think the question is whether or not that strategy is going to be optimal and it's going to be quicker. Because I know it's sort of weird. Our MX-5 field has just sort of strung itself out over the past handful of stints over the last hour or so. We saw basically through the first 30 minutes, it was just bumper to bumper. And I don't know. It's just... I think the main thing right now, honestly, Jake, in this series, I think just the way that the cars actually work, I almost think I always in the MX-5 would value track position over strategy, just based on the fact that everyone pretty much only has to do a one-stopper in these cars.
Yeah, and, well, everyone now looking at this thinking, you know, the advantage is certainly going to be there, and, well, now they're starting to get that breakaway that they so very desperately needed here in this situation right now. We're looking at this battle between the 44 and the 51. That is Jim Sorg, Rennsport then, Sebastian Dunkel, and behind him, Rick Heiss there in the Motorsports for All AMG there. This is the battle in your GT3s right now. We've just seen Jim Sorg go through there, and this is the battle for 10th overall. Jim Sorg have dropped down the order. Motorsports for All AMG, Randy, they've gained up the order. So what we have been seeing here is Motorsports for All doing a very good job of things right now here, and they're certainly looking to try and make that push as well. But you know, Sebastian Dunkel's a very quick driver, understated for his quickness, and you can see just how the car gets a little bit unsettled through that very, very bumpy section there as they are heading themselves up and over towards the likes of the Stefan Beloff S then. And, you know, this is the toughest section of the circuit because it's fast-paced. It's left and right, then left and right, and you're pretty much like a boxer weaving between punches through that corner. It takes so much out of you.
Yeah, this is pretty much, I think this, I've always heard it and considered it the back nine here of this Nürburgring circuit, and I honestly agree with you. I think it's the most intense part of the lap. A lot of things happen very quickly. You see Sebastian Dunkel, little mistake there through the second carousel. That brings Rick Heiss in the Motorsport for All AMG GT3 a little bit back into it, but you're right. This Jim Sorg Rennsport machine as well as Sebastian Dunkel, very, very quick. Question is, will they be quick enough to not be run down by Rick Heiss working the draft down the Dr. Ho? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Side by side, though, Manuel Petri and Jan Senkowski. Senkowski has been caught then by this second group then in your GT3 field here, Cisco. We're seeing that strategy is not paying off for them. These are the drivers that he was looking to try and get out and away from. But fair credit to him, it has taken them about half an hour to close back down that gap. Manuel Petri now still looking for a way through the Kazambingdung, this right-hander down the hill to set up then the run towards it. Dives down the inside. Oh, they touch, and round goes Senkowski, and that was a very rash move from Petri. He tried to send one down the inside, but Senkowski was having absolutely none of it.
I don't agree with that move at all, and I mean, that's the second time I think today that Vortex car has had issues, and Randy, I'll go to you on this one, but that one looked to be way too rash.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was nowhere nearly alongside here. He was just way, he wasn't alongside by the time he got on the brakes. He obviously looked to the inside and I would consider, if I was Senkowski in that Mercedes, I would consider that Emmanuel was probably just harassing the mirrors going into that corner, but Emmanuel decided he wanted to try to close that gap. That's a gap that's always going to close. He's always earlier we saw him put that Miata in the wall for pretty much no reason. Now he spins around John Senkowski. We normally say Forza Movano, but today it's been Forza Vortex.
Seemingly it has been that. Of course, no instant limit around here, so there's no one going to say, misdemeanor, get off the circuit, you're causing too many incidents. One fast repair only. Maybe Senkowski hasn't got too much damage coming out of that one. Maybe a little bit shaken, but let's hopefully hope that he is not stirred in that machine right now. And, well, you know, you're looking forward at this. This is official series racing here. You can score safety rating. You can score iRacing off of it. You are looking to hope, and you can hopefully hope in this situation, as I get reminded. And, well, you are seeing here battles going on, and it's a test here and some people may call out drivers after the flag, and there might be some very, very angry people behind some very, very fast cars in the next few moments, Cisco.
I think that Heisenfeld engineering car, they have not had the day they wanted. They could still bring it back with a little bit of strategy, but for the most part, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with these guys.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, now it's a case of trying to play games here and there, and you're all looking to try and work with each other, work against each other. Now you're looking at everyone going through, and well, now here we're looking at this one, Randy, right now, and you are seeing here cars just having to deal with traffic here and there, and just talking about gaps here going on. The Space Invaders racing team here are starting to try and close in on Bastian Salmon a little bit here. That gap looks significantly closer from when I last looked right now. So the 22 actually doing a really good job of things in fourth.
Yeah, he definitely is. So, I mean, yeah, the Space Invaders guys trying to reel in Bastian Salmon here to go and run down your Dongerho. It is a pretty sizable gap here, and it's probably, I don't know, in about the realm of about half a mile or so is the gap as you see a Porsche just cruising on through. That's Mad Gravesen in the Crown Racing Porsche. But yeah, Rafael Dorado and the Space Invaders racing team doing a good job trying to reel in that 666.
Yeah, he certainly is, and we've been talking about how that MX-5 category has just been opening up then in terms of this one here, but we also need to talk about GT3 still, because Jedstad here, Cisco, has refused to get off of the back of Juani Lopez here. They're both losing time to the leader in terms of Maximilian Benecke. That gap opens up now to about 5.5 seconds, looking towards 6 years. They're looking to get past the JCL Sim Racing VLN machine right now. Lap traffic Porsche in the middle of the road. Now moving to the left-hand side of the circuit is that driver of Juani Lopez. He will get by without too many issues then, shall we say. But, you know, now here comes the issues for everyone. Now everyone's trying to work things through forward. And I'm just going to ask you this simple question here. Does Lucas Jedstad feel that he just wants to sit and wait behind here on the driver of Juani Lopez, or do you feel that maybe that he'll want to get himself in front and get that track position so that no real issue comes to him?
I think he may be content to ride right now, Jake, but for the most part, just I think he's just going to sit behind, wait to make his move. He's going to have an opportunity to do it on the Donjero. I think he should just wait until then, because then he's going to get the draft. That's almost a guaranteed pass at that point.
Yeah, it seemingly seems to be the way here, as I seemingly keep saying everything there right now. Randy just pointing out the whole fact that it seems a little bit more like a Chevy sort of livery we can see right now on the more than a GT3 livery we are seeing here. And Randy, you know, we are seeing these battles. We are seeing Benecke pull away a little bit here in your GT3 category. Not to the same extent as your Porsches, though, because that pure racing team car of Laurin Heinrich, you know, he's managed to pull himself about a minute.
I mean, you're right. It's pretty crazy what we're seeing the lead cars in this field be able to do. Of course, Max only a 5-second advantage, so he can't consider himself out of the woods just yet. Vendaval and MSP are definitely there in terms of striking distance, and it's not out of the realm of possibilities that one of them maybe try to work a tire call. But pure racing team number 200, Laurin Heinrich, unless he puts it in the wall, that's pretty much good win.
Yeah, it does seem to be that sort of philosophy we're seeing right now, and even in terms of the battle between second and third, that gap has opened up to about 45 seconds between Pure Racing Team 299 and the RSO number 31 machine there. That difference there is certainly striking that one, but they've got a 5-second gap to Black Star there sitting in fourth, and they've got themselves a 4-second gap to Evolution Racing Australia. In the middle of that is Anti-Turho there of the math failure team, and well, let's hopefully see that they don't have math failure in terms of their pit stop strategy, because their math has been pretty much thrown out of the window in terms of this one. We saw him very, very damaged with right rear problems, Randy.
Yeah, we definitely did, and you know, it's going to be a struggle for those guys now getting to the end. Way down the order, they're essentially, if you were to actually put them and line them up, they would be running 5th in the Porsches right now. He's got the Black Star car just in front of him, so he's going to start working himself through, but it's a 4-minute gap from him to Maximilian Benecke in that 111 Pure Racing Team car, and really it's about a 2-minute gap from him to last place, really, in the GT3 fields that haven't been started to lose positions to the Porsches. So definitely not a great run tonight for math failure and Anti-Turho, but still should be a good learning experience. You come out, get yourself in the top split of the VLN race, you see what the competition is like, you maybe get some new ideas on the strategy, you see how you can deal with the traffic. Just take all that information, figure out, prepare for the next one.
Yeah, exactly, but the thing you have to remember here is not going to be completely all set up every single race at 4 hours. We're looking here at the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car. Brian Strodebeck looking to send one down the inside in the O2 on the 82 machine. Then behind the wheel of that 82 is Sebastian Stolzer still, and Stolzer's going to have to relinquish the position then as they head through. Might try and get himself back through again as they head to Arnberg, and at the moment that's not going to happen then as they head themselves down onto the brakes. Close. Not close enough then as they head through the right-hander. Cisco, we've been seeing these guys trade places lap after lap after lap. This is the battle going on here for 39th and 40th on road in class. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th on the road right now. These two have been trading all day long.
Yeah, they've been back and forth, and Stoll's looking to try and get to the left side corner of the O2 there. Not going to happen, so GSRC for the moment still going to hold on to that position. But I heard a growl behind them, and that's the Question Mark Motorsports, the 911 right there of Carl Becker. He's looking for a way past these guys. This might be the opportunity for the 82 to make a move if he can time it right. No, a little bit of Porsche traffic, but not much he can do with that. So, oh well.
Oh, well, is going to be the case for that one. And, well, he might be looking for a little bit more Porsche traffic, but that's seemingly not going to be the case here in this situation. You know, traffic now is just spreading out between everyone, and now we are starting to get to that situation where even now everyone's looking to try and get themselves into some form of battle right now. We've seen Triton's Darren Nowakowski then run into issues right now, and actually we are seeing drivers coming in. Hoitzingveld have decided to bite the bullet down onto the lane. Christian Kiewit then down there, and GT Ross as well coming down in a little bit early there, Randy. So, you know, they've got one more stop to go in this one. They couldn't do it any further.
It is actually a little bit on the other side. We saw Jensen Kowski, pit stop for him, actually came in on the the end of lap 8, starting lap 9. This is now the beginning of lap number 15, so a very, very short stint working those double stinted tires. He just got himself to the 2-hour mark. I think that's probably a good call. Have your guy do a long stint, then a short stint to get yourself to the hour, bring in a driver swap, and you know, maybe we see Christian Hewlett here in the Heinzman Engineering number 35 work a tire strategy here in the second 2 hours of this race.
Yeah, that might be the key here because, you know, tyre strategies are always going to be the call here. 4 hours racing, it's a little bit of an anomaly, you could say, here in terms of endurance racing, because you find yourself looking at 3 hours you've been pretty much drilled into your mind, or 6 hours at the likes of Watkins Glen and co, and then you're looking at 12 hours drilling in, 24 hours drilling in. In terms of 4 hours, not many people think about the 4 hour. They always think about the 3 hours. So to try and change that mindset, Cisco, that's something that, you know, is very difficult to get out of, and it takes some astute brains to get behind it and really work out the calls.
Yeah, and it's going to take hopefully it's all going to work out for these guys. They've done the math about 15,000 times, so they should know what they can do here. As Stolz is actually continuing this battle with Strodebeck right now. They're now side by side. That battle is continuing to just get more and more intense, but P2 overall is also close as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing that one for a while right now here. Vendaval Sim Racing White trying to deal with Lucas Jedstad just behind as they look to try and make their pushes going on. But the difference is being Maximilian Beneke is just simply on another planet. Another 8-minute low for him has just meant that he's pulled out another 2-3 seconds. That gap now up open at 8 seconds, and well, we've seen it before, and we've seen a little taster early on, the warning shot being fired in terms of dealing with the lap traffic that's been around here. Maximilian Beneke has been known to have that little bit of an issue here and there, and he doesn't want to be involved in that. He will have a driver change at some stage, so that will alleviate some of the pressures, you could say, and not make it all dependent on him, as he has really been, Randy, the linchpin of Pure.
Yeah, he is really kind of the ace up their sleeve, especially in this VLN series. He's got a lot of actual talent on that team, though, and Jonas Wollmeyer is a driver that's currently logged in with that number 111 machine, but we saw Max a couple times last season just do these 4-hour races by himself. Maybe Jonas just on and spotting or just crew chiefing a little bit for him, keeping an eye on the other strategies. But yeah, Max right now, he's got himself a nice, comfortable 8-second lead, doesn't really need to take any big risks, and most importantly, the cars behind him for position are fighting one another, and that's going to make the gap for him to stretch every little bit. If any time that Lucas tries to make a move on Juani Lopez just right up in front, that's going to give that pure car 1 or 2 second advantage because of it. Right now, if your Max just cruise, all you maybe need to worry about is if they stay in this 10 to 15 second or so window and coming to that final pit stop if they decide to double stint tires.
Yeah, that might be the key here, and we've seen the double stint try and happen, and it hasn't really quite worked out the way that people would have liked, so it might just have to be a case of gamble on it, knowing that it might not work, but, you know, they are in a situation where the podium is pretty much safe and secure right now. They've got themselves about 25 seconds to the Vortex Sim Racing car, who's heading himself now towards that right-hander at the end of this very long section of circuit. That corner is the one known as Steel Strecker. So now everyone's just trying to find their rhythm, trying to work out who they are battling along and against. And actually something a little bit further back down that we have been seeing here. It was close over the line between the GT Comedy team and the Positive Champs, but the Positive Champs have come in for a stop. Ricardo Jimenez behind the wheel of that one, so I want to turn my attention then to a very spaced out, shall we say, battles in your Porsche category here. Team Just Driving and Question Mark Motorsports here are the cars too close to actually, as we say that. Marcelo Vergega then into pit road here, Cisco.
Yeah, and he's going to come in, so another stop for the Porsches here. And a couple have come down pit road, but I'm waiting to see when everyone's going to make that stop. The eWorks racing car is going to go past the pit road here. But you look at the stints everyone's on in your Porsche category. PRT's on 5.5, and we're actually going to jump to the battle between the 23 and the 31.
23 and the 21 here. Luke Van Schaik, Thrustmaster Movano then just has our racing team in front of them there in Luis Marco then just got themselves past Koichi Kitamura and needed to get past Kitamura as much as he possibly could. Van Schaik now looks to get that toe, doesn't get the best run in the world coming out of that corner. Advantage Art then as they head themselves onto the straight there. 150 miles an hour they now hit them down this straight. 160 for Louis Marco. Well, those German engines then seem to have the out of the way gets Thomas Ellison there with the huge RAS team. They've had a few issues here today. Van Schaik now here, Randy, is looking to try and get himself closer than ever. And again, not quite close enough, maybe lifting out.
I think that's exactly what's happening because he was quicker, and then about when you get to that point where the straightaway starts going uphill just before you go onto the bridge, the pace just equalized. So I think right now Luke Van Schaik not really interested in trying to push and make a move. There's not really a lot of cars in terms of striking distance in front of him, even if we were trying to get that move done. I think right now his main goal is to fight Luis Marco. He's trying to outthink Marco in terms of the strategy here, maybe trying to save a bit of gas.
Yeah, maybe will be. We do have a few retirements then coming out of this one. Dave Geelink was the first one coming out of second position, the likes of Plaid Motorsports, Crown Racing third, Inception Motorsports. They've stayed quiet. Same for Fuel Automech Momo TTR as we look at the 02 and the 82. That is GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports then, who've got themselves back through against Road Bastards. They're in the 82 machine right now. This has been going on all hour long, and that's been very exciting. Other issues that have happened for Black Star Racing, Leoki, Hopper Nasta, they were there up at the front there of your MX-5s, likes of Blackadder Motorsports. Team Potato have run into a few issues, as has Pure Racing Team and GTN Racing as well. So, you know, we've seen a lot of drivers go, but we still have, if memory serves me correct, 47 cars still circulating, Cisco.
Yeah, and interesting strategy here. MSP drivers home, number 84, or the 27 car rather. They're on pit road right now, Jake, so they decide to come in. Meanwhile, Max and Juan have still stayed out here, so strategy here from Lucas Yestat in that MSP car.
Again, it's not the first time they've done it either. They've come in and decided to come in early the first time by, so now they're looking to try and play the hour mark game. That's going to be key here. It means that their time on pit road is going to be very similar, but if you're looking at someone like a Pure or a Vendaval, they're looking to come in later on their pit stops, and now will look to try and work it in so that their time on pit road is significantly shorter come that final stop, and that's how they think that they can get themselves out of the way. Randy, I want to see your call on this. Would you go to the hour in this situation or go for the tank?
I always like going for the tank in these races. It's just, you're talking about a relatively low lap count. Yeah, the tires are going to get worn out. You're going to be a little bit slower over that last lap, but I still like getting that tank of fuel filled up to the brim every single time. And the thing is that you actually don't really need to fill it up to the brim, because it is sort of the situation where, let's say you need 4 gallons to get the car around. If you have 3 gallons in the tank, you have to come down pit road anyway, so you can essentially just fill, except for that 3 gallons. You can essentially constantly leave that. Let's say you have a 30-gallon tank, only have to fill to 27 to go to the same distance. But I like getting that maximum maximum stint distance if I can, especially in these endurance races. Also, right now, look out for a driver swap in at least one of the Vendaval cars. Matty Kaitasoja logged on to the server, and I wouldn't be surprised this is going to be the Vendaval white team. No, actually, that's going to be Robin Sundqvist if a driver swap comes in there.
Yeah, and that's going to be key here, because there are still going to be teams that need to do the driver swap. Lucas Jetsat is certainly one of them, as he is stuck behind Motorsports for All AMG coming up the hill into the chicane. Lets the man go and says, oh, I'm not going to fight you any harder than I need to. Thank you very much. The battle for 8th position then, 7th position even, changes hands the way that MSP would have liked in that scenario. So now you are starting to see here pit stop strategy come into play again. But the one strategy here that we have been looking at here very, very heavily, Cisco, is that one of Alex Cerny in the Team RSO 397. Hasn't had too many issues with Tornado Spin Racing here, and looking at the times here that have been going on, Cerny has not been the quicker driver though. He's been dropping about 2-3 seconds every lap to Yamaguchi, who's doing a very good job on 4 laps younger tires, shall we say.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's probably going to be the big difference right now between Tornado and RSO. Cerny's been out there on old tires. Also, keep in mind, Tornado has a little bit of a cleaner car than what we see out of that RSO car. So, I mean, I don't know. It's probably going to come down to tire degradation, how the stints work out. Right now, though, RSO sitting in a decent position here. We'll have to see how the pit stops are going to fall, though, for that team.
Yeah, we certainly are, because, you know, they're on 2 different strategies, and there's RSO on one strategy and everyone else on the other, it seems, and that's going to be something that is playing. We should see, shall we say, GT3s coming down onto the lane potentially this lap by. So now that's going to be the case. Maximilian Benecke, let's focus on him, the 1-1-1 machine. And well, if you want to try and say that you want to win this race, well, what better than say you want to win it with 3 1s on your vehicle right now. They're looking to break away from the 9, and that gap has stabilized just a little bit here. They're just now trying to get past here, as Juani Lopez now will try and get past this battle between GSRC and the Road Bastards as they go side by side down this section. That's not what Juani Lopez will want right now, as he will Muller himself completely close, and now we'll have to check up, hit the brakes through the middle. Thank you very much, but that's not what I wanted to do. Timer will tick away on that one, and Randy, good heads-up driving between everyone, showing Vortex Sim Racing how it's done.
Yeah, that I think with a I caught that just after you said it. That was definitely a good move by Juan there. And it's the fact that he went for the 3 wide move, but he didn't just keep his foot flat to the floor and just try to barrel on through. He lifted out of it. He actually got on the brakes. He waited until he had a good straight bit of road, and one car was fully on the right, the other one fully on the left, managed to slip himself through. And while that was happening, Brian Strodbeck able to defend over Sebastian Stoisy, but right now as they go into the carousel, they drop down into the bowl, and Strodbeck still with Stoisy full in his mirror right now as they work themselves through the second half of the circuit.
Oh, lovely drift coming out of the carousel there for Stolzer, but, you know, the problem is that's not the quickest way to go through that corner, so timer will go away for him. He will manage to try and
make that. It is the fun way, though.
It is the fun way, though. Everyone likes a little bit of tail, and I have to say that MX-5 has been a little bit more tail-happy, shall we say, as we see that Strodbeck getting a bit of a wiggle through the mid part of that corner, trying to deal with all of that. But, you know, it's now a case here of dealing with traffic one car after the other. It's not a case of one car and dealing with 3, 4, 5 at a time here that we saw in the early stages. Traffic is heavy at one stage, but now Maximilian Beneke and the likes will just have to deal with this, Cisco, just one way or another. It's not going to be a case of dealing with it just as a massive pack and having to slow yourself down by 15, 20 seconds a lap.
No, you can see the headlights already flashing for Beneke, and that, of course, is the international sign for I'm faster, you have to get out of my way. Huge contact.
Oh my word!
Goodness.
Oh my word! And that is Space Invaders from fourth position, then getting absolutely tanked out of the way. A bit of miscommunication there, and that was with the Thrustmaster Movano 911 Luke Van Schaik getting himself all into the back. And well, it's a difficult corner there, Randy, because you're coming down the hill, you're a little bit blindsided, and that's maybe where the lack of communication happened. Fortunately enough, it means that Beneke holds on to it, but that gap, that's come significantly down to Vendaval.
Yeah, and that was actually good heads-up driving by Max to not just plow into that incident, good avoiding driving. But right there is Rafael Dorado. I'm not sure, he kind of just broke the first rule of multi-class racing. If you're the slower car, hold your line. He had Lewis Marco in the iRacing team come through on his left-hand side, and then he had Luke Van Schaik as well as Max Beneke very close behind. You saw Rafael just basically went to the left side of the track right in front of that Porsche of Luke Van Schaik, and well, Rafael Dorado pretty much signed his own death warrant on that one.
Yeah, he certainly did, and well, there isn't going to be really another 25 cents to play again for the Space Invaders team, but you know, they'll have to try again, and that's going to just change the landscape a little bit in your battles going on in your MX-5 category, Cisco. Not what was wanted, but what has happened is what was the effect for a couple of teams further down was one they wanted to be desired to get themselves up another position. Not the way we would have liked to. Beneke in.
Yeah, Beneke's in here, so the pit strategy going to go this way in the way of GT3, and Wani Lopez right behind him, getting everything he can on the pit road, access road. So battle of pit crews once again going to happen here on the pit road they go.
And it's a minute here we're looking at on the lane. We'll see if anyone will take the no tyre call. I doubt that we'll see that one this time by, but next time we potentially will right now. So we are seeing a few cars on the lane in trouble here. Math Failure have failed again with their mathematics. They're down and there is no bonnet there on the front of that one. Space Invaders also in a little bit of issues. Also down onto the lane was BAM Esports, and they've been there for a very long time, just finally getting themselves out and away again. So now Jonas Vollmeyer comes into the car for the Pure Racing team, and that's something that they wanted here. Juani Lopez seems to be staying in the car for the moment, and I don't think there has been a change of damage right now. The 34 as well. We have just seen a little bit of damage on them as well, and that is a rear spoiler damage there for Emanuele Petri. That's not exactly the effect that he would have desired to have, and that's going to have to be buffed out at some stage during that. And well,
it happened on that last lap somewhere.
Yeah,
that
it
damage
did.
on Vortex.
Yeah, it did. So we'll have to look at that at some stage. And Jedstat now coming off the Dotsing Jaho. This is, Randy, where this is all going to come into play.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's all sort of kicked off, especially in your GT3 field. I mean, with Pure getting held up as much as they did, that was a nearly 10-second gap, now down to 2.8.
Exactly, and now here is Jedstat looking to get away, and they are going to get away here, and it will be Pure first, and Vendaval now going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Here comes Lucas Jedstat, and we're all back all square again. We're all in the same piece of real estate. Jedstat jumps the man, and he's up into second, and now in his sight is the driver of Jonas Vollmeyer, new to the car, needs to understand it. Now's the perfect time to pounce Cisco.
And this is an outlap for all these guys, whereas Yestad has those tires warmed up already, so he's good to go here. So Yestad trying to get everything he can, and he's trying to catch Jonas Vollmeyer here. The question is, can he catch him? Does he have enough time, and does he have enough tire under that car to catch what has been one of the fastest cars on the speedway?
Yeah, and that's the key here. Jedstat's been in the car the entirety of the stint. So has the driver of Juani Lopez right now. They'll need to make their driver change at their next stop to accommodate for the fair share rule that's going on. So actually, no, they don't. Min drivers 1, max drivers 4. So you can run this event solely on your own. So that is the key, but it is classed as team racing if you want to switch. So Jonas Vollmeyer will come into the car. That's a very key fact here, Randy, when you're looking at it. Some drivers will look to do 4 hours on their own, and that's completely fine for them to do it. Others will look to do a different amount of stints, and that's also fine in that situation. But tiredness becomes a very key factor for those trying to do it all on their own.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is one of those races where I've done endurance races where I've done 4.5 pushing 5-hour stints before. Here at the Nürburgring, a 2-hour stint feels as hard as actually the pure racing team. In the wall, Jonas Vollmeyer, you said it, fresh into the car, gets into an incident with a Porsche. That's the iRacing team of Alberto Rodriguez Garcia. Let's see what happened here. Was it an aggressive move or was it just a mistake?
Oh, he's trying to go around the outside, and that's all the Porsche, in my opinion. He comes off the curb and into the innocent bystander and Vollmeyer. It changes the landscape of VLN again, and for the second time in this race, Pure get tangled in back markers, and you have to say, it is the way that it seems to go, and that looks incredibly damaged for Jonas Vollmeyer, and that is not the way that he would have wanted to end his event like that. Not what Pure Racing would have wanted to end the event like that. It now means there is a changing in the guard right now, as now it's MSP who hold the key to the castle then, Cisco.
Wow. I mean, it wasn't PRT's fault there. The car came off the curb, but they just can't win in these races. Something just always seems to go wrong for PRT, and this one was completely out of their control. So they, once again, just wrong place, wrong time for PRT. And once again, one of the fastest cars in this race is getting towed back to pit road.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you didn't want to see. And well, I think it's even less than that. I think they've called that one day done. They were in the lead, and Vollmeyer has completely gone then. And that will be the last that we see of that Pure Racing Team 111 machine. Heavily damaged in that one, but not the way that we would have liked to have seen it. We would have loved to have seen a 3-car fight to the end, but now it's a different battle altogether, because it will be Vendaval versus MSP for the crowns of the first VLN race right now. And actually, we are still seeing some battles going on. Porsches especially are looking at those battles right now. Crown Racing Porsche have just come in for a stop, and they've come out Mads Grafson then behind Carl Becker there. That gap about 0.6 of a second here, Randy. Very close.
Yeah, there's a lot of close fights up here right now. And actually, look, just thinking about the GT3 field, this incident brings someone else into play potentially, and that might be Christian Cluett in that Heinz Engineering 35. We saw him go for the tire double stint. They're a little ways down the order now, maybe a little bit too far back in terms of time, but they might just be in it in terms of a long shot here if they can make the strategy work coming up in that final stop in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, and well, we can see right now we're going to get ourselves on board then with that Crown Racing Porsche right now. For the second time this afternoon, let's take ourselves RaceSpotTV fan immersion. back then, ladies and gentlemen. We've just seen the Crown Porsche do a beautiful boxing maneuver there on the 911 machine, but we have to go away from that because as things stand right now, we've lost Pure Racing Team after an incident just coming onto the Nordschleife. A second time it's happened, but their day is now done. But now it's a two-car battle, and now they are within 2/10 of each other after 2 hours and 20 minutes of action right now. It's the MSP Drivers Home 84 in the lead. Lucas Jedstadt behind the wheel of that one. Behind him, Juan E. Lopez of the Vendaval Sim Racing white team there, sitting in second position. Third currently is the GT Ross SST orange machine, with Hoixingveld Engineering now in fourth. Fifth position right now, looking further back through, is team Christoph Berman right now, as he's in a fantastic little scrap here with the other MSP Drivers Home car, the 85, who looks down the inside and might have a chance to make that one go side by side for the moment. He'll try and go around the outside here too. Try and go around the outside.
Lopez just slow down.
And Juani Lopez then, oh dear me, let's see what's happened there as well. And that seems a little bit out of the ordinary. Slowdown penalty might be the only port of call for that. And that was very, very out of the blue. He's back up to pace again, but that gap has
gotten the slowdown.
Yeah,
that's he didn't get a slowdown.
That is really, really, really weird then for your second place car right now, and that gap opens up to about 10 seconds. So, you know, everything changes in the blink of an eye here. Even if we don't know what's going on sometimes, we'll manufacture a reason at some stage to say that we will. But now, MSP Drivers Home now with a massive advantage here. Randy, go on, let's talk about some Porsches.
I'm talking about the Porsche. The only thing I can think is that Juan got that slowdown in the going through the chicane. But I don't know. But talking about the Porsches, well, the Pure Racing Team number 200, what can you say? 19-second advantage. Actually, it's more than that.
A lot more than that, certainly is right now, and well, that seems to be the case. RSO number 1 also in the play. Felix Schallenberg.
Actually, let me edit that. It's a 19-second advantage after Laura and Pitt and the cars behind haven't.
Well, that certainly does say a lot then, as they're looking to come into their strategy call. So if they get that strategy call, which they have already, now looking, no, Schallenberg won't come onto the lane. Let's see that gap then here in your Porsche's category right now. Now crosses the stripe, and that's not too big there. That's 18 seconds as far as 16 seconds even as things happen. The 23 and the 259 going at it right now. Oh, Racing Team turn around. Oh, dear me. And that's right in front of Vendaval. No, in front of Hoixingveld even. Hoixingveld Engineering got right into it there with the JCL Sim Racing VLN. So a big issue for Porsches there, Cisco.
And that was ART again. Remember, they had issues. That was, I believe, the car that was involved with PRT earlier.
Yes.
And wasn't this the exact same part of the track where that happened?
No, this was further down.
A little bit further down, but similar corner entry. But yeah, just ACL just hello rear bumper.
It seems, yeah, it certainly does. And well, I'll say my point now. I'll come to you, Randy, with it. Art seeming to leave their art all over the Armco and the track rather than leave their art in terms of their livery design and overall ability here right now, because they are finding themselves in a few bits of trouble here. And Randy, when you are in those Porsches, you are getting into instances. We talked about red mist descending, and there it was their fault for taking out Pure, you could argue. But here, you know, you can't argue that that's their fault.
Yeah, that's definitely not on Art. That's 100% on Jawad Karuni and the JCL Sim Racing VLN machine. I mean, that's an easy part of the racetrack to do it. That left-hander, it looks like you can take that left-hander quicker than you can, but the way that hit the corner press at the apex, you actually do have to slow down quite a bit. Jawad Karuni, either he slowed down too much, or actually another thing that may have happened, Arbro Rodriguez, I think, slowed down more than he probably needed to. He may have actually been trying to let Jawad go around him, and Jawad may not have realized it. That may have just been an awkward miscommunication there, where the Art car got off the throttle to just give the spot up, and Jawad Karuni went to the racing line at the same time, and they met in the same place and sees both of the cars damaged and one in the wall.
Yeah, that's not the way we like to see it, but Cisco, you know, I mean, we'd be seeing here Porsche's Black Star Racing in third, fourth place at Evolution Racing Australia, Virtual Drivers VLN fifth, and the 299 Pure Racing Team car is dropping like a fly now down into sixth position in that class. Let's talk about then your MX-5s, because there is a game of strategy going on. Alex Sherney behind the wheel holds that one at the moment. And he had a 9:49 that last time by, but he was matched by Taiki Yamaguchi in a Tornado Spin Racing MX-5. That's something that's coming into play then in terms of your MX-5 category.
It's about a 19-second gap, I believe, right now between those two cars. And Ernie's been able to open up that gap a little bit more, I think, because Yamaguchi was a little bit closer about half an hour ago, but Zerny's been able to open that gap up just a little bit, and now we're actually going to jump to the battle with the 5 and the 40. That's Sloth, Nom Squad, and Super Sport Racing. They're going at it right now. The 5 just got a little piece of the curb there. The 40's closing in on him here, Jake.
Yeah, that's John Vitrano behind the wheel then, trying to close down on Gresham Wagner then at the moment. Just isn't close enough just yet, but that gap has opened up a little bit. It seems their last lap times both in the 10-minute category. A 10-minute 7 from Vitrano, who's taken over from Philip Schill. And for Gresham Wagner, he hasn't actually been in a situation where he's switched with drivers right now. We are over halfway then in this event here. 4 hours of time will be on the clock once that runs out. First one to the line and takes the checkered flag. So, you know, now we are seeing here these battles go on, and now Black Star Racing's Porsche will now try and get themselves through this one. It disrupts itself a little bit here, Cisco, and well, that gap was opened up a little bit, makes life a little bit easier right now, but when you're stopping and starting and always looking in your rearview mirror, you know, you are more liable to get yourself into a few incidents here and there. We have seen a couple of incidents with a few MX-5s, and there's a big block on the straight, lack of communication there. Hitala gets completely held up by Gresham Wagner.
Yeah, and Hitala has had to go through the MX-5 field multiple different times. He always seems to catch a good chunk of them. He caught kind of that lead back earlier on in the race and caught a couple cars right there battling on, but at Black Star Racing GTC back through again, and they have had a pretty decent day for all the stuff they've had to go through. They're third right now on your Porsche field. So decent day from Black Star Racing overall. They're still behind RSO and PRT though.
Yeah, they certainly are right now, and well, something else that's starting to play into effect, Randy, is how this track has rubbered in over these 2 hours. You see it on the circuit here, certain corners where there are darker spots compared to others. We talk about it as a bit of a hill, as we see at Nürburgring all the time. You got a rising grip, and then you get that declining grip when there's too much rubber on the circuit, making the circuit very greasy and slippery and not the way that you would like. Now we're starting to hit that stage where it's starting to fall away again. The marbles are building up around the circuit.
Yeah, it's the track's slippery. Track's going to be heating up, and everyone's going to be. There's a lot of damaged cars out there as well, which is part of the reason we're seeing so many of these incidents, I think. And a lot of the battles, though, just slowly getting themselves spread out, fight for the lead due to that weird, the weird slowdown from Vendaval is up to 6 seconds, which still doesn't make much sense to me. Still not quite sure what happened, but yeah, it definitely is an interesting position. Right now, close fight, P5 overall. That's team Christoph Berman and MSP Drivers Home, number 85.
Down Christoph Berman then will be looking to try and get past Tobias Huvela then. Right now, not close enough. Traffic in Sherney as well. They're going to have to navigate that one. They all have to check up really close. And that's going to just allow here whoever can get that best run out of the corner to make the move. And he's going to try and force the way down the inside. He does. And you can see now Christoph Berman is not going to have anything of it. Into the pits, though, comes your leader in your MX-5s here, Cisco. Alex Sherney then down onto the lane. And now it's a case of, has he got enough to get himself from here to the end of the race? It's an hour and a half. I think he can.
Yeah, he got about 10 laps here, and they get about 9:49 a lap. That's his quickest lap there, is Zerny's. So I think there's a pretty good chance that he's going to be able to make that gap here. It's going to be very close, but I think RSO timed this out perfectly. And if Tornado has to stop one more time, which according to my numbers they will, RSO may just have this in the bag.
But RSO played the strategy game early here, and they might have just gotten one over on the rest of the field. They pitted early, got themselves out of the harm's way, out of the traffic, and made sure that they could work themselves then to get themselves further forward in the field, and did exactly what they needed to do in that situation to make sure that they had themselves that gap that they needed. And they've done a very good job of things there, Randy, to get themselves in that situation. Talking about RSO, again, another very underrated team. You look at the RSO Porsche right now. They're in second right now in their strategy. So, you know, they're doing things here around this Nürburgring that no other team are doing. And arguably, they're the team to watch.
RSO and the Zernies were pretty much one of the best teams last season.
Hello. VLN Engineering is sounding like it is stuttering quite a bit. That looks like maybe fuel's becoming a bit of an issue there, Randy. I want to have you have a hear at it.
It's only been 4 laps, so I'm gonna say that he's probably just running a super high TC rating, because when the traction control kicks in, it kicks in a very awkward way, and it does sound rather weird. But it's only been 4 laps for Christian Q80. Should only be about halfway through the stint, so no, he should be fine on gas.
No, I think it may be fine on gas, but you know that's not the healthiest sounding VLN Engineering machine I've seen right now. Listen in.
Sounds fine to me.
Yeah, sounds fine to me.
Yeah, sorts itself out just then, but you know, it's been a little bit of a weird thing. It might just be me here, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop imagining things, Jake.
Oh, well, there's a unicorn down at Arnberg, so I'm going to be fine about that. But, you know, we're seeing these things going on. Anyway, you can't take any chances here, ladies and gentlemen. When you see a car run into a few issues here and there, you know, you have to look at it and think, you know, is there any more that can go on? We are down to just 11 GT3s right now here on terms of the leading lap right now, so that is something that is going to be playing into a few drivers' mind. We're also looking here at this gap in the Porsches that is opening up more and more, and that's Lauren Heinrich again here, Randy, just doing a beautiful job.
Yeah, Lauren's just been in a class of his own today. I mean, 25-second advantage over Philip Schallenberg, and Philip owes us at least one more stop. There is the question, Joe, is if Philip can make it to the end. Just on that final stop, he's probably going to have to come down the pit lane here in let's see, he pit on lap 12, so it's going to be a couple laps. That'll put him somewhere around 2 hours 50. That's going to be really tight in terms of making it to the end. I actually do not think he'll be able to. But I think regardless, even if he could just make it to the end on one stop, Pure Racing Team only has to make one more stop as well, and I think the gap is too much, even if cutting out that pit stop for the number 31 machine.
Yeah, that could be the key here, and you know, we're looking at people trying to cut out stops, trying to do something that gets themselves out of the general cycle right now. Here we are seeing down into pit road the virtual driver's car, we are seeing down onto pit road the Evolution Racing Australia 42 car, so Porsches are certainly in. We've seen iRacing Team run into their own issues, mass failure, RSO 398, not the leaders of the 397, they've run into a few issues here and there, and you are now starting to see here these gaps as it traditionally does here in racing. We're not talking about a matter of side-by-side, we're now talking about a matter of gaps and whether those gaps will start to close in and compared to other drivers here. Matti Kaidasoja is now behind the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car right now, and he's 3 laps down here in this event. 3 laps doesn't sound like much here, Cisco, but what it is, it's a lot right now. So he now
it's a half hour.
It's a half hour. It's a half hour. It's a half hour, and they're looking to try and get points. And now they're actually fighting for positions with some of your MX-5s.
No, that's absolutely the case here, Jake. And it's a case of that multi-class kind of battle coming in as well. You know, they have to get out of this traffic and just focus on hitting their marks so they can keep up with the times and not fall too far behind. And he just has to get through this traffic.
Yeah, he certainly does, and well, you know, being 3 laps down, he will take advantages on a couple other cars, but for the moment, you know, they're not in too much of a bad position. The Vortex Sim Racing 34, though, they are pretty much gone and out, and they were running pretty high up in terms of this event, ladies and gentlemen. So that one leaves itself a little bit then to be desired by that matter of effect. So now actually looking at these Porsches again here, Randy, we have seen Evolution Racing Australia and the virtual drivers come in at around the same time. That gap is about a second and a half, shall we say, right now. between Thibaut Prost and also Blake Neck here. So, you know, these two going at it, and Evolution Racing Australia, you know, they're a team who have some incredibly quick drivers here. And, you know, Blake Neck, you know, is one of them who maybe might not be F1 quick, but he certainly is GT and Porsche quick.
Yeah, Evolution Racing Australia is one of the better endurance Australian teams. In fact, maybe even the best. You see them not only do the races in these Porsches and in these GT cars, but they do, of course, the endurance stuff in the V8s. And one of our other commentators, Jake Blackhall, actually one of the drivers over there. So, yes, a very accomplished team. Jake, in fact, actually won the Roar before the 24 earlier this year. So, yeah, that's another team that's been having another strong year, Jake, is that, yeah, Jake, who won the big, basically, season-opening endurance event, and if memory serves right, the Evolution guys actually picked up some drivers and some sponsorship coming into this championship. That's a team that I think could be very, very good this coming year as well.
Yeah, they certainly can. Their Logitech sponsorship will certainly be helping them out then in terms of getting themselves to where they want to be in terms of sim racing's elite. This is what makes sim racing so good, is that you could have some teams here who don't represent themselves here, but represent themselves somewhere else and really show what they're all about. This is the platform to make people shine on a beautiful basis, and well, now everyone is showing themselves what they can do right now. I just want to check again on your GT3 lead to see whether that gap will come.
I was about to say, what has happened?
And well, what's happened is Vendaval Sim Racing White have fallen off of a cliff, it seems right now, because that gap was 6 seconds the last time we crossed, and now they're going to come down in onto pit road again. So this is huge. Juani Lopez has had an incident somewhere on this lap, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what I think? Dick, I'm going to cut you off here, but I just had an idea. What if we're having pedal problems with Juani Lopez?
That might be a case.
Because I didn't think they cut the course there, so the only thing that I'm thinking, as I voice crack once again, is that maybe Juan is having a little bit of pedal problems. We'll have to see if they do a driver swap here, if Juan, if he's on his own, is going to try and get that sorted out. Yeah, they're doing a driver swap. I think that might have been what it was.
Oh, right. Pedal issues, though. That is something that, you know, you don't normally account for. And, well, that is the worst time to have it happen here. And, you know, it's almost the case of having an engine go. You know, it's the slow sputter before the Lewis Hamilton "oh no" speech that you hear played on repeat a lot of times here, Randy. And that is something that you cannot account for. Robin Sundqvist now behind the wheel, and I don't think they can go to the end from here. It's an hour.
Oh no, Matty did have a spin. Matty had a spin coming out of Bergwerk.
Masikai de Souza was
or, excuse me, Juan Lopez had a spin. Lopez had a spin.
So Lopez had a spin. They come down in. They sort it all out because it's not working out. But an hour 25. I don't think they can do an hour 25. No. An hour 15, I think they could do. Sundqvist will have to play fuel-saving aficionado and be a fuel whisperer if he is to get that car to the end. But he is still in third position, I want to say. No, fifth position right now.
Yeah, he's still in fifth spot is where he would have cycled down. But, yeah, Robin Sundqvist in that Vendaval car. I mean, the problem is they're going to be running fifth now, and they're going to have to do a splash probably for at least 2 laps of fuel towards the end, and that's going to see him drop down a lot because all the cars in front of them, they're going to take their final stop with an hour to go. And, yeah, I mean, that's just really tough luck for Vendaval. I'm still really not sure what happened because that spin that Juan had, it was just that. It was just a spin. He tapped the wall a little bit, but there was no big contact. I think that Cisco's probably right because the slowdown that he got was weird. Just the way he slowed down, where he did, the way he did, the amount of time he lost, and the fact that they have that weird little spin, and then he comes down pit lane. I definitely think there's a hardware problem. I've actually been on the receiving end of this. Nürburgring 24 I did last year. One of my teammates coming on to in the first stint, he actually had his desk break and he did an entire lap of the Nordschleife with his wheel in his lap. It is it's definitely an awkward situation here for all these guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, well, you know, Vendaval, you're very welcome to jump into the booth and have a bit of an interview so we can finally clarify what's going on. The offer's there on the table for any of the teams to come in and have a little talk with us. We don't mind here at RaceSpotTV. We're very open. We're very friendly over everything right now. So Lucas Jedstad now has a major advantage over the field, and he's seen his rivals drop off one by one. One incident, one issue, And now it's somehow GT Ross SST Orange then that finds themselves second in the GT category here. The 88 Alvaro Ramiro behind the wheel of that, and that brings Hoitzingveld Engineering back into play. But the lap times, an 8:08 last time by, compare that to the 8:03, that is still 5 seconds a lap slower than GT Ross. So Hoitzingveld Engineering, I said I didn't like the way it was sounding earlier on, and I might look like a bit of a muppet, but their times certainly aren't as quick as they should be. Here, Cisco.
I'm wondering, and Randy, do you think they might be using a little bit of a different fuel map? Could that might have been a little bit of a different engine noise, or they're playing with the clutch or something?
It could be. The only thing I can think is the TC, or I honestly don't know what it could be. Car sounds fine to me, but I mean the pace definitely isn't there. You can't look at the you kind of can't disregard the numbers there. It could just be Christian Kaiwit may not just have the pace of Johnson Kowski.
Yeah, that might be the case then. Black Star Racing then heading themselves in through the final corner then and back forward. Then I believe they have just come in for a pit stop back out, and again we'll see the time as they come through, and I believe they're going to find themselves now in 4th position overall right now. Yep, half a minute behind the Pure Racing Team 299, which heads itself now towards the Kazan being done. These Porsches certainly coming into their own effect, but now we're going to talk again a little bit about these MX-5s here, because we are looking at these battles going on. They are spreading out more and more, and what we are seeing here is just a fantastic pace from Alex Sherney right now, who finds himself in 3rd position on the road. He's got himself away from Brian Strodbeck right now in the GSRC car, and if they can make it to the end here, it's going to be a fantastic strategy that all the MX-5 guys will need to look at here, Cisco.
And the biggest thing is they have to make sure they're on the correct lap for when this ends, because if they're behind the leader when the leader takes the white flag, or if they're ahead of the leader when the leader takes the checker, something they might have to do an extra lap here. It's going to be very close for RSO, so they have to make sure they're on the right side of that equation.
Yeah, they certainly have to be, and that's going to be something that will be playing in a few drivers' minds here as they continue on their little battles, on their merry ways. So, you know, that is going to be one of the things, and one of the things that we do see sometimes in racing here, Randy, is that formation finish here. Everyone wants to join up with all their teammates. We might see people slow down if the gaps are big enough, and what we are seeing here is a situation where, you know, the pace is there and people are getting results, and they might put all their eggs in one basket come the end of it, as you see, you know, say, for example, MSP, the 85 might run into issues at some stage. They're still battling with Christoph Berman behind, but that gap opens up to about half a second right now here, Randy. So, you know, we are seeing still battles going on, but formation finishes, they're not uncommon in endurance.
No, they're definitely not, especially when you have so many different team cars out there. And I know for a fact that if the 27 and the 8 machine are anywhere near each other, I'm sure they would probably just form up if they could. I think chances are, though, just with the way this race is, I mean, the gap's only about a minute. You're talking about a 10-minute lap to the MSP driver's home 85 car. I'd rather come away from this race saying that you and your teammates got a top 5 finish, and, well, you and your team car both finish in the top 5. What do you see, Cisco?
And Juan has just come into the comment section to explain what happens. It was a hard drive freeze. The whole 3 stints, the whole 3 laps he did in that stint, that was the problem. So it was a hardware issue, and that's what took Juan Lopez and that team out of this race.
And that has got to hurt Van der Waal, who have been a breath of fresh air in terms of the racing so far. So that's not exactly what you wanted to see come the end of it. They have managed to salvage it, though, with Robin Sundqvist behind the wheel. Robin, certainly a very quick driver, but it did seem to me that it was a case of if anything should happen, well, hopes be resting right now. So now you are starting to see here everyone looking to try and get this through. And actually looking at this right now, Dado Opakak not too far behind from Robin Sundqvist right now. Could take advantage here, Randy.
Yeah, he definitely could. I think it's gonna be a situation where for Van der Waal Sim Racing White, they're just gonna be really bummed about this. The fact that just that hardware failure is basically taking them out of contention for the win. And I honestly think they probably really won't be in it for the top 5 either, because we know that there's almost no way that Robin can make it to the end here. And it's either going to be on the white flag lap or a lap or two before he's going to have to come down pit road. And all those drivers behind, depending on what the gaps are, we'll get a decent idea of where he actually is once he slots through here on this lap here in a couple minutes. But I don't know, it's really just a bummer for them, especially for the way this year started for them. Still, they should come away with the heads held high, win at Bathurst, win at Sebring, leading potential to win at VLN, but something out of your control takes it out of your clutches. 42 on the 11 though, fighting in the Porsche field, Evolution Racing Australia, and Virtual Drivers VLN number 1.
Yeah, they certainly are, and the number 1 car of the virtual drivers, VLN, here in the number 11 machine, just sitting behind. Thibaut Probst has closed that gap right down there as they head then into this next left-hander as they look to enter the mountain section then of this circuit right now, looking around Kallenhard and the Spiegel curve then as the next few corners that they will have to challenge then on this circuit right now. The gap in your GT3 field opens to 40 seconds overall right now, and you look here in this battle going on here in terms of your Porsche category that is happening right now. That gap is now 30 seconds in terms of racing, and actually running wide there through the corner there was the driver of Blake Neck when all was said and done. He gets lucky though that he didn't leave the door any wider there, Randy, any wider, and there might have been a nose there from the virtual driver's car to have a little bit of an attack up the hill then at the halfway stage of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, if that door had been open anymore, Thibaut Probst may have had an opportunity to go through. So Blake Neck going to be happy that that little mistake wasn't able to get capitalized on by the number 11 machine behind. But still, it's never a good sign, Jake, when you got about an hour and 10 minutes left of racing at the Nürburgring. You're fighting with a car right behind you, and you're already starting to make mistakes. You look at that time, and you're like, oh no, I can barely do it now. How can I keep this up for the next hour?
Well, you got to dig down deep and find some reserves and some mental resiliency then, potentially for Blake Neck. And while there will be expectations put on them by Evolution Racing Australia as things continue on, traffic ahead of them as well, and that is going to be Sebastian Stolzer then, who gets out of the way in the 82 machine, gets himself past right now. So, you know, everyone is still battling here, and it's about who can really push it and who can find themselves at that level of resiliency that other people don't. You can see just how they both try and go to the edges of the track there. There's a little bit of curb you can work with, and again, looking very, very frisky coming out of the corners is that Evolution Racing Australia car, Randy. So you've got to be careful in this situation. They have the potential to throw away what is still an incredibly great result from where they started.
You're definitely right, and you see right now the GSRC car kind of getting in the middle of this fight. That's Brian Strodbeck in the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car, and they come away through the carousel, and the gap grows out a little bit in favor of Blake Neck, but Thibaut Probst did a good job to maintain that gap. He only lost maybe about half a second or so. Definitely still manageable as they work themselves up through about the halfway point of the lap here. This is the highest part of the racing circuit. From here, you're falling all the way back down pretty much. A couple little rises, but from here to about the Dr. Ho, it's mostly downhill.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're coming up on the leaders in the MX-5 category right now. RSO, then Bastian Salmon, then Tornado Spin Racing. So, you know, they are dealing with not too many issues going on forward here. They might catch Sherney by the Dottinger Ho and maybe Salmon a little bit more Yamaguchi, but you know, we are looking here, Cisco, towards that pit stop window here for those drivers who are looking to make that main sort of play. So now we're seeing here whether Sherney had enough in the tank, and maybe we're seeing Tornado really put it into everyone that they can be up there, they can be fighting. But RSO, you know, for all they did in qualifying here, the difference in time being a difference of about 1.6 seconds, qualifying means nothing. It's about how you strategize during the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And a battle is starting to form between the GT3 cars, the number 8 and the number 17. As Christoph Berman, and the Porsche goes into the wall. Oh, big incident.
Big incident then, and that is not what we wanted to see there. So a Porsche in the wall, and that's coming off of Christoph Merman, and that's Thrustmaster Movano VLN, Luke Van Schaik getting absolutely mullered there, and there was not a gap, and he takes a toll, he takes a barrel roll, and he takes himself a parked car, and then you know, you can see the frustration just puts it back into the wall and says, thank you very much, I'll take a tow. And my day isn't as good as he really wanted it to be. But, you know, that's the mistake that we see there. There was maybe not as much of a gap as possible. Maybe he could have moved over a little bit to the right there, Randy. But, you know, by the same volition, you know, could Christoph Berman have waited a little bit and not been so desperate behind the MSP driver's home car?
Probably. I actually think the gap was there, so I don't think that Luke Von Schaik did anything wrong. I think Christoph Berman, Berman had room to be on the left side of the track. I honestly think he either shouldn't have gone for that move or he should have put himself more to the left. He was kind of, I mean, where Christoph Berman put himself was about the midway point of the racetrack, leaning more so towards the left. And really, if you're going to go side by side here, you can really, when you're racing here at the Nürburgring, you can more or less divide the track into 2 lanes. It's so narrow. You have the left lane and you have the right lane. If you're going to make a pass, you have to be cleanly in one of those lanes almost always. Berman, I don't think was. He pretty much just ran over Luke Van Schaik in the Thrustmaster Porsche.
Yeah, you have the left lane and you have the lane which causes an incident, and nobody wants to be in a lane that causes an incident right now. Still seeing here some beautiful action then around this circuit. Lucas Jedstad then, as we've said, holds the lead of this one right now as he's heading himself through various sections, and still close though is that 42 and that 11 that we have kept seeing here. This Porsche battle continuing on its merry way. You can see a little pop of the brakes there from Blake Neck then as he now heads himself out of the Mercedes-Benz arena, looking for that Kazan being done then in the right-hander. And we've seen a couple of dives into that corner. We've seen some that haven't really worked well, Cisco. But in terms of these Porsches, you know, they're pushing, but this battle's still going on. This is for 4th and 5th in class.
Yeah, absolutely. And Virtual Drivers VLN #1 is looking their chance to get by Evo Racing. And Evolution, they've missed a couple apexes here, but they've been able to recover and stay in front of this car so far. So Blake Knack doing an excellent job behind the wheel of that Porsche. As they come up towards the Schumacher S right now, it's going to be, no, wrong part of the track.
NGK, shall we say?
NGK. You're right, but they're going to actually catch Sebastian Salmon there in the 666, and Evo's going to have to go on the outside here. They're going to get it sorted close there to the 666, but got that lap traffic dealt with, and now they're onto the Dorncheck.
Yeah, almost very eerily similar to the Maximilian Benecke crash we saw earlier on, around 40 minutes in this race that we had done. So Bastian Salmon there doing a very good job of things in that traffic, but Thibaut Prost, you know, he's biding his time, he's waiting, he doesn't have to make the move, and maybe you get a little bit frustrated as he runs a little bit wide coming out of that corner there as they now head themselves through the rights and lefts, which you just wait to put the power on, a little bit of a semi-go. But actually what we're now starting to see here, Randy, is we're seeing the dirt being kicked up all over the circuit as well. I mean, it was very noticeable, shall we say, coming out of Bilstein. And, well, you are seeing here that the more that the track gets dirty and greasy, you know, it's a little bit more difficult for drivers to know where to place the car down. The track's always evolving, and that's a beautiful fact of life.
Yeah, the track is definitely evolving with all the dust that gets kicked up onto the circuit and some of the debris and the marbles. This track gets much dirtier. We're going to have to whip out the 410 sprint car, put Shane Stewart in the thing, and run a World of Outlaws event around here.
Well, World of Outlaws will certainly be something very good. And of course, dirt coming soon on the iRacing.
Dirt confirmed.
Dirt is confirmed, and well, we'll hope to try and confirm that even closer later on towards the date. And now you're seeing here maybe a lot of things that can happen here for everyone. Everyone's looking around them right now, and you know those battles are going on. You've got the likes of Christoph Berman right now all over the back of MSP Drivers Home 85. Tobias Huvela then will hold on to it as things stand then as they come out of the Dottinger Ho. Now heading through these rights and lefts, of course, just trying to use as much of the circuit as you can without finding yourself in the barrier. And that gap again opens up to about half a second coming off the corner. So it just seems to me here, Cisco, that Tobias Huvela just has a better ability just to get himself there back onto the power.
Yeah, and Berman, I mean, he has a fast car. Even after that incident, was able to catch him up. Hello, MX-5 just gets blasted by. And that's Erlikon, the other RSO entry, the 398. That's a less successful car here today for RSO in the MX-5 field, but not having too bad of a day. Those guys, this battle continues. Berman just seems fast, but I just don't know if he can pass that car in front of him.
I mean, we even saw there going down into turn number 1. He's following the man very, very religiously, even to the brake marker then, as they both just ran it in deep there, and there was an opportunity for Berman to make that move happen, but in the end it didn't. And Randy, you know, when you are following someone and you are trying to follow their lines and try and keep on pace with them, it is very easy just to fall into that same little pitfall of using the same braking marker.
I mean, definitely, it's one of those situations where you almost get tunnel vision while following a car behind you, where you get almost just ingrained. You almost get into a bit of a trance in some ways, and you're not really thinking about how you're driving the car. You're just driving, you're just reacting to things. Sometimes when you get into that mindset, you just kind of do what the car in front of you does, and that's sometimes when you can see those sort of awkward 2-3 cars making the same mistake in the same corner at the same time.
Yeah, and that does seem to happen from time to time, and that's not what you can really deal with right now, as we are looking here at cars trying to get past other cars. Vendaval Sim Racing Blue trying to get around a little bit of traffic here in MB Motorsports. Doesn't have to let the position go, but does in the end, because the car is quicker ahead. But you have to remember, Vendaval a few laps down, lost half an hour almost in terms of losing 3 laps then as things were said and done, and we'll be looking to try and close in on the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car further down the road. That will be for position when all is said and done in that one. But, you know, we are seeing the gaps open up again here, Cisco, in your MX-5s, and, well, while we are playing that strategy game and seeing whether RSO do have what it takes when all is said and done, you know, it does come down to the fact of, you know, Yamaguchi will be pushing with his 950 lap time. Sherney's doing 951s. In the end, you know, he's got to be doing like 948s if he wants to go in and win this race.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see what the gap's going to be when these cars cross the line. And for Yamaguchi, he basically could choose. I think he's going to wait as long as he has to and take the least amount of fuel so he doesn't have to be on pit road for very long. Try and shorten that gap that he's going to be on pit road so he can use that. And you may want to take tires, or if you're Yamaguchi, if it's going to be close enough where you may lose that lead, you even gamble and say, hey, we only have, like, I don't know, 45 minutes left in the race. Let's try it on old tires. You know, there's many different ways you can go with it. I don't think old tires would be the best strategy here, but if you really need that track position, that time to make up, might be an option.
It certainly will, and well, you've seen GT3 leader is certainly looking to try and come in pretty soon as we're heading towards the hour mark then here in this event. Taiki Yamaguchi, though, just going to talk to him a little bit. Heard something, a little bit of contact somewhere there in what I've been hearing in my ears, but nothing really coming of it. But now you are starting to see here, oh my word, that's Yamaguchi. That's an engine. That's an engine from Yamaguchi, so that is pretty big there. No pace at all left for Taichi Yamaguchi, and his day is done with a blown engine. Unbelievable, Cisco.
Wow. I'm speechless. I have no idea what happened with them. Prior damage, obviously, to that car, and wow, what heartbreak for that whole
Or he
team.
missed a shift.
Or he missed a shift. It could have been the simple case of that Mazda. I still don't think that car has a limiter on it, and they might have just blown it up on the shift.
Yeah, that might be the case, and well, that really will hurt them, and it is a missed shift that we saw, and well, it is so easy to do, and he's just revved up the car too much then, and it's gone, nope, thank you very much, my day is done. So that takes them out of the equation. So is it now a case of we are seeing RSO in the advantage? Their only real challenger then will be the Bastian Salmon team here, who are heading themselves then towards the Dottinger Ho in a few moments time, but you can see that gap is coming down by the moment. So you know now it's a case of keep yourself out of trouble, Alex Sherney, and that could be the case here, Randy, where they've got themselves the MX-5 victory.
Yeah, you're pretty much absolutely right, but it's still, I think this is going to be a close fight. Another Porsche coming through, Alex Zerny right now on that left-hand side, but I think this is going to be a bit of a nail-biter to the end. I still give the edge to the RSO team, but I don't think it's over quite yet. We've seen a lot of cars wrecked from the lead of these classes today.
Yeah, we certainly have, and well, you know, it's a case of survival and who can survive the best, and well, Lucas Jedstat certainly doing that right now. He heads through the Stefan Beloff S then as he looks to make his little run then towards the Dottinger Ho. Maybe he will come down in onto pit road this time. this time by here, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, as he now has to deal with 2 types of lap car traffic here. He has to get around Brian Strutebeck there of the GSRC machine there, just plants himself in the middle of the road, now gets himself past, and then has to get past Kim Eriksson here in the Black Star Racing GTC, who has completely fallen down the order in this one there. Maybe came down in for an earlier pit stop when all was said and done, but now you can see here Jetstat just very calmly here, Cisco very coolly just going to sit behind, very easily make that move. The difference in pace, not too much here, but enough to say that that gap can be closed down.
Yeah, that gap can be closed down, and yes, he has a little bit fresher tires than that car right behind, than the G-Tross car trying to track him down, so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we certainly will right now. You can see he moves to the right-hand side, and there is going to be here the lap car of Alex Sherney then getting himself out of the way. They're not going to have any real worries then down the Dottinger Ho. You can see just how much difference there is, the little wiggle there from the driver of Ericsson right now. And will Jetsat come down onto the lane this time by? No, he won't. He'll take the pass. Next time then we're expecting Randy.
That's been his first. It's actually relatively interesting. Their first stint was a 7-lapper. Their middle stint was an 8-lapper, and this is going to be an 8-lapper as well. There's a bit of a discussion on the chat talking about the fuel consumption between the Audi and the Merc. People thinking the Audi might have a bit of an advantage in that respect, but I think that Lucas Jestat and these MSP drivers home guys should be able to get it to the end on this final tank of gas. But I think this is the first time we've really seen it today, the top end of the Porsche compared to these GT3 cars. We saw Jestat behind Kim Eriksson all the way down the Dr. Ho. Jestat with the draft still couldn't pass that Porsche going into Tiergarten and Hohenrain.
GT Ross then will come down onto the lane, and that is very interesting to see. Actually, you do have to remember that Porsche 911 is branded as a GT3 vehicle, and Ramiro had to incredibly slow down there. Maybe he sped himself down onto pit road, and that would hurt him incredibly if that were to be the case. So, you know, eyes on that to see if they're staying in longer than what they would desire, because that was a very, very heavy break there, Cisco, if you saw.
Yeah, that was a very heavy break. I was actually a little distracted because it looked like Kim Eriksson might have fallen out of the server, but he got it back. But he was gone for a little bit of time here. But we'll take a. I mean, we saw it on replay there, just exactly what happened, Jake, and that was a very late break.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'm just trying to get this one down in on the slow-mo. The yellow cones is the third line going in, and he gets himself down to 38, 39, and then he hits the brakes again, not confident, down to 19 miles an hour before getting himself onto the lane. I think he's safe by that margin there. 1 mile out, I think he's just about safe, but you can't be too sure. And Cristobal J. Lopez then taking a lot of gambles there. The MSP 85 and Hoytsingveld Engineering then through into pit lane from 3rd and 5th respective there, Randy.
Yeah, pretty much everyone coming on to pit lane. Looking at the speeds, the pit stop limiter speed here is 37 miles an hour, so I do think Cristobal Lopez, even though he's on the higher end of that, he should have been fine. You don't have to be right exactly at 37 at the cones. There is a bit of a leeway in terms of how much over you could potentially be. One car goes around again. That's Rick Keith in a Motorsports for All AMG, and Chris Lopez pretty much right on cue, rolls out. Doesn't look like any speeding penalty for them.
Doesn't look like any speeding penalty. Cisco, MX-5s, Rio Fukuda back behind the wheel of Tornado Spin Racing MX-5. This is where that one fast repair has certainly come into its own effect, because normally a blown engine, end of the day. The fast repair, it's come and saved them, because they are still out in 3rd position right now and still have a podium despite the misshift.
Yes, and they should be able to make it from, yeah, they will actually be able to make it from here. So all to go is they take a little bit of the grass there, but they're actually involved in they got a little bit of a slowdown penalty for those guys. So not exactly how they wanted their PP arena to go to fare, but they're actually in a little bit of a battle right now with Thomas Elson right now, who's right in front of him. That's for position.
Oh, look behind them as well. Amjad Yamin there for the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car sat pretty much plumply on the rear by about a second behind right now, 7/10, as they head themselves then onto the Nordschleife. So, you know, Ryo Fukuda, you know, we saw him do the opening couple of stints there, and it was Taichi Yamaguchi there who caused the issues for them. But, you know, still pushing it on, and we've still seen a few more cars then drop themselves off of this one. Triton Racing have lost themselves in place. We still have, I believe, 41 cars still circulating the circuit right now, and that's still, you know, it's 1/3 of the field there or thereabouts, but 1/3 in 3 hours. That's a pretty good attrition rate for a series which, you know, on a circuit that's incredibly tight as this, and the speed differences that we are seeing right now, you know, it's difficult, Randy, when you're dealing with it, but I'd say that's still a very good attrition rate.
Yeah, the attrition rate, I mean, people have played relatively nice today. We've seen a couple silly moves put on by some people. We saw the couple incidents, of course, from Vortex and a couple other strange incidents that have happened today. But overall, race has been relatively clean. But right now, I think the big fight is between Ahmad Yama and between Ryo Fukuda. Ahmad, a Neo Endurance GT champion from that first season of that championship, very accomplished driver. But we know that Fukuda is very, very quick as well. Gonna be interesting to see how this plays out over the course of this stint.
Yeah, Amjad Yaman, also a very accomplished cameraman as well, so he knows his way around it the same way that Hugo Luis does, the 2011 iRacing.com Grand Prix World Championship Series champion. So,
you know what I want to see? I want to see a fight between Ahmad and Higo. We have two cameramen, two producers for two different production companies that are champions in various series. We need to figure out which one is better.
Well, there is always going to be that event that you put on, Randy.
Yeah, but there's two of the numbskulls in that race, like me and like Cisco, to actually have that.
Oh, throw me into this. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, have that be a valued judgment. But yeah, maybe we need to have some Ahmed versus Hugo.
You remember what happened last time Hugo tried to run in one of those races? The All-Star race. Hugo got taken out turn 1, lap 1, the road course race.
This is true. This is very true.
It certainly is, and while you are seeing here traffic trying to get itself through, that is Rick Haas there of the Motorsports for All AMG just getting himself through then in the goings right now. We are seeing here this scenario play itself out right now. Again, we will look forward then in this event. We got ourselves also going on at exactly the same time right now. We do have ourselves on RaceSpotTV some more endurance action for you. Make sure you join Paul Smith, Rachel Whiteford, and Alvin Nieves as well for that one. That's on the RaceSpotTV YouTube as well. So, you know, some brilliant action here. It's been a very busy day for us commentators as well. And Cisco, you know, you're putting in the effort here. It's 3 hours, 4 hours here. Sometimes we've been seeing 6 hour, 12 hour stints. I mean, you've got to give a shout out to Will Vincent as well for the 12 hours he put in at the 12 hours of Sebring. You know, everyone's doing their part here and everyone's seeing this racing, and you know, the racing has been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it has across all the different platforms we've seen here on RaceSpot, LSR, all of iRacingLive for that matter. And for the most part, even in this race, just these guys, it's a 4-hour race, but something very different. And no, Randy, we're not going to do that. But nonetheless, just a great race overall here for these guys. And we're looking to see, we got about less than an hour to go here in VLN, and it's wrapping up to be a very interesting race. Maybe not for the lead in a couple of these classes, but throughout the classes, there's some interesting battles coming in terms of strategy.
Yeah, there certainly is, and well, that's going to be playing its role here as we're looking at the MSP Drivers Home 84 expected to pit in this time by on the Dottinger Ho. There you can see the markings written all across the circuit. It's one of the unique things about this circuit compared to anywhere else. They still have those markings here, a memoir of the people who have been and gone, the history that this place has had, and what everyone looks to win and will and perceive as the future holds on as well. Looking at Jedstad still though, halfway done, 2/3 done. Bilstein Bridge underneath there, concrete there, all built to perfection. Now down the hill, lefts and rights coming along as the track narrows up. You can see just dancing, effortless. You can see as he heads himself now onto the brakes, 61 miles an hour before getting himself back onto the power, down to the brakes. Hang on a minute, I've just seen something that we don't normally get to see right now, and that is someone going into the wrong pits, and that's Matti Kaiser Soja, Benderval Sim Racing Blue, a repeat of last year. Randy,
did it really happen again?
it has really just happened again.
Oh, no.
How?
How? He's gone through the cones, and, well, just to say a point, he's stopped for fuel in by the side. So that's not the right way, shall we say, to get that one sorted. But, you know, nice stop, and the fans can smile, and the fans can wave, and, you know, Kaido Soja, maybe he's just having a joke.
Yeah, I think that's what that is, considering he's at the fuel pump and he just... I think he has it on limiter right now. It's been a rough race for those guys. That is the car that we saw Pakalame put on its lid earlier, so really not. I mean, they're like 4 laps down with an hour left in the Nürburgring. It'd be hard work for them to catch Bastian Salm and nonetheless get themselves even through the Porsche field.
Are they just trying to blow it up? Is he just leaving it on rev? Oh. Yeah, no, I think he's just trying to blow it up right now.
So driver swap for the leaders. Greg Tansen getting in for the final stint.
Gregory Tansen in for the final stint for the MSP Drivers Home 84. And, well, anything happens then in VLN. And, well, we have a nice good laugh. Also in is the Jim Sorg RaceSport Porsche. And bam goes the engine. And that will be all she wrote then. Christoph Berman will also come down in onto the lane. So it's all happening right now as everyone looking to play. Vendaval Sim Racing right. Robin Sundqvist then will look to come in down onto the lane as well. That's something of a bit of an admission. They couldn't get themselves to the end of this one, so they will look to try and do that final little stop then from 6th position overall.
Yeah, I think this is probably a smart move from them. I have a feeling when Robin got in the car, they wouldn't have done a tire swap. They probably would have just gotten him in and just filled it to the brim. So here, I'm expecting probably tires and just fuel, pretty much standard stop to the end.
Yeah, you can see Sundqvist hits his box, hits his markers, looking to try and do a good enough stop as things stand. And, well, for the moment, Rick Haas will also come down in the 51 machine then. So this is the final chance then for stops. Here comes Cristobal J. Lopez down the front straightaway. He'll look to get himself down towards turn number 1, and he'll have no worries at all then, shall we say, here to do with Christoph Berman here. Berman gets himself then out and away, and in relative space, shall we say. Has he gone for the no tire call? I believe he has here, Cisco.
Wow, what an interesting call by those guys. I wasn't necessarily expecting that, but hey, you got to make time one way or the other, so they're going to try and do it with no tires. I don't know, Randy, you like the call?
I mean, you might as well, right? Try to pick yourself up and get yourself a good, strong finish towards the end. YOLO it.
And, well, actually, something else we're seeing here, Vendaval right on the back then of MSP Drivers Home 85. So this is certainly not over and done with in the battle for your top 4 as things currently stand. So Vendaval still could get something out of this. Technical difficulties, shall we say, puts a little bit of a dent in it. MSP Drivers Home finding themselves in a situation where they are out and ahead right now, and they're out and ahead by a fairly long distance, shall we say here, Randy. The 7 and the 53, though, they're going to be going at it right now. The 7 machine is the Shenmue Trey car, because that's Tuan Tran behind the wheel. Behind that, eWorks Racing, Sam Rosalar.
Yeah, good fight here. Your GT3 field, especially fight for the lead. Bit of a slide there from Mr. Tuan Tran going through the right-hander and now quick right into the quick left. And Sam Rosler, he would have seen that little half spin, and that's going to be something he's going to want to try to take advantage of. Okay, the guy in front of me making mistakes, pushing hard. Maybe I can try to close up that gap, make him make some more here in the final 45 minutes of this motor race.
Yeah, and, well, hashtag Skippy style, shall we say. Let's try and get that one trending around there. That was a major drift then that we've just seen from Tuan Tran. And, well, he holds on to it, and he holds the gap at the moment from eWorks right now. And that gap seems to be opening up, though, still. That was a slow lap last time for the eWorks team. And that's exactly what they wanted to play, how they wanted to play, when they wanted to play. So, you know, everything's still holding in their favor right now. But something that I think is looking more done and dusted here, Cisco, is that battle for your MX-5s here, because RSO have basically the run from Flugplatz to Arenberg in difference between them and Bastian Salmon. So Salmon needs to still make a stop. RSO, we expect, doesn't need to make a stop. They are in great shape right now to take the victory.
Yeah, the next people that Zerny has to worry about is GSRC, and they just came out of the GP circuit, and wow, that is a huge gap to Zerny. I think Zerny's feeling pretty good, but hey, we're coming up now, 45 minutes and change to go, or a little less than in change, but we're coming up to the last stage of this race here.
Yeah, we certainly are, and while there are still battles on the circuit, there are still people fighting for what they need to get for crucial points when all is said and done. This isn't a one-and-done series. This will happen all through the year in different variants of hours put in to work and try and race and try and get yourself to the very top. And right now you're seeing here Robin Sundqvist try and get that push, the 8 and the 9 in that battle right now. Here we are looking at Vendaval Sim Racing White and that MSP Drivers Home 85 here, the number 8 machine here in that fantastic little scrap, then heading themselves through the slower parts of the corners. And right now here, Randy, you have to say Vendaval need to be drivers on a mission.
You're absolutely right. I mean, they're fighting with an MSP Drivers Home at Mercedes. The problem for them is it's the wrong MSP Drivers Home Mercedes here as they make the way down through the left-hander and into this tricky part of the circuit. You're calling hard Spiel curve and getting ready for the run down towards Dreifach Rex, and it's been a good run for Vendaval. They shouldn't really be happy, of course, about the issues that Juan had, but at the end of the day, nothing on their end that they can really do about it. They should just come away with this, heads held high, carry on to the next one.
Yeah, certainly you will be, and well, for the moment, we're going to step aside for the final time then this afternoon in terms of the racing going on. We're going to take a fan immersion here, and you're going to watch it on board then from the Vendaval Sim Racing White number 9 machine. Don't go away. See here the final few stages then going on. That's Robin Sundqvist then in the Vendaval Sim Racing White machine chasing down MSP Driver Home 85 Tobias Hoover there behind the wheel of that one, but it's not the MSP driver's home car that they would want to chase when all is said and done. We are in the final stages here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive. As you can see, Sundqvist now looking to make the move to the outside of the Dottinger Ho, and he's got the overspeed, and now they pass the tourist entrance, and now they need the push, and now they've got their car length back ducked in underneath. Then is that driver there behind the wheel trying to go to the outside, turns to the inside. Tobias Huvela, he'll have to give that one up then, as all is said and done. An interesting day that we have seen here around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, a game of try and pick and choose who and where and what you are trying to fight and play for, and everyone trying to fight and play for everything, as we see Jan Setkowski on the back of that one. But the day of this, though, it's MSP Drivers Home 84, though. They hold the advantage by almost a minute now as things stand. As back to the inside, he tries down it on the brakes. Oh, it was deep, and now trying to get the run. Here comes Hoixenveld. Let's go 3 wide, shall we, into the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Absolutely beautiful. Completely ruins my point, but oh well, who cares? Randy, brilliant.
Fantastic move attempt there by MSP. That was really deep on the brakes, borderline dive bomb. But the way they set it up was actually perfect, because they pushed so wide on the exit of 1 there, Jake, that they set themselves up for the inside of corner number 2, which is normally the big problem passing here at the Nürburgring. If you can't get the move done on the inside, you're generally on the outside for turn 2. They just decided to take the inside on both parts of both corners. Still, move wasn't able to stick. They still fall back into that 5th spot.
Yeah, they do. Well, it was a good effort there in the end. That's all it was, an effort. It's MSP Drivers Home 84 that hold the lead then overall. GT Ross Orange in second. Well, GT Ross SST Orange then in second. It's Team Christoph Berman then on a strategy call in third. And that all looks to try and close up then potentially when all is said and done between the likes of, say, these 3 here. Vendaval Sim Racing White, MSP Drivers Home 85, Hoixenveld Engineering there in 6th position, a little bit further back. Jim Saul, Brensport, Sebastian Dunkel trying to make the work here. Motorsports for All in 8th, 9th position right now. Is currently standing to the GT Comedy team. Lazarus Racing then is down now in 12th position, with 11th being the Positive Sim Racing champs. Pure Racing team are on the lane then in terms of your Porsche category, which you can take away right now, Randy.
Yeah, Pure Racing Team number 200 in that first spot, with Pure Racing Team number 299 in second, RSO in third, Evolution Racing Australia 4th, Virtual Drivers VLN in 5th, Crown Racing 6th, Euphoria Racing 7th, MSP Drivers Home number 48th, 9th is just Team Just Drive Racing VLN, with MB Motorsports rounding out your top 10. All up to you now, Cisco.
Yeah, and then for your MX5 field right now, RSO has retaken the lead. Tornado Spin has come down to pit road, as has Bastian Salman now. So RSO leads your field right now. Then Bastian Salman is now second. Tornado Spin Racing just took over third. Fourth is going to be GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports. Road Bastards is going to finish right now in 5th. Hugh Gas is going to be 6th. 7th going to be Rensford Online. 8th is going to go to IRJA GT4 team. 9th is going to go to Slathnam Squad. And Crown Racing MX5 is going to round out your top 10 and is the last MX5 out there racing right now. Everyone else behind the wall. And yeah, Jake, back to you.
That's a linguistic landmine there, that MX5 field, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
They're trying everything they can to throw us off, but we'll have none of it at RaceSpot. As we see it right now here going on, we have lost 2 more cars, the Art Racing team and the Supersport Racing team, who were P number 5 in your MX5 division. They have dropped themselves behind the wall and said day's done, unfortunately for that. Inside 40 minutes then left to go. It's the go home stage, or the go big and go home stage. We're going to focus though on this 3-car train though in your GT3 field right now, with Jansen Kowski now trying to make pressure on Tobias Huvela on the MSP Drivers Home 85. It's the German outlet of MSP against the likes of Hoixenveld Engineering here, trying to work their magic in this situation. And I find it really confusing, Randy, to have a Hoixenveld Engineering car and a Hoixenveld sponsored Core Motorsports car, although not in the same race here today. You know, you shout Hoixenveld and you go, which one?
Well, Heinzenfeld's one of those teams that is, or excuse me, one of those companies that they've sort of gone the Derek Spear design route. They just sort of throw their name onto everything anymore. See Heinzfeld Core, there's Team Heinzfeld Engineering, which I'm not actually sure if that's run by the company or the person who produces the pedals. I'm not sure what the story is there. And then there, I think on several other teams, I think they even have their stickers on the or on the Coanda cars these days.
Yeah, they certainly do. And well, you know, it just proves just how efficient their pedals are and their equipment is, that everyone wants to be running it and everyone wants to see it on their vehicle. So, you know, fair play to them in terms of that respect. But now you can see that gap opens up and Sundqvist just running away right now. And there's still a podium on the sniff here. A 9:08 last time by. Just want to see Christoph Bowman's lap time though. That was a 9:03. So, you know, they still got the pace here. Yeah, and they are still running some very good laps. And side by side, Zenkowski now trying to go here and turn it down to the inside. And they will get themselves the parabola, and they will get themselves the position. Great work, but they slide wide, a little bit on the grass. And here comes the cutback. Oh, that was almost brilliant there from the MSP driver's home car. They stay behind, Cisco.
Yeah, and the MSP drivers, they're heading up towards the carousel. The right-hander right before them. They're going to head up the hill into carousel, and Tobias now is going to have to just drop in behind. He's not going to be able to do anything right here. They head into the carousel here, going to close that gap, though. Or MSP's going to try. No, actually, they're going to kind of get stuck on the outside of the carousel corner there, outside of that concrete. They lose a ton of time right there.
They certainly do. They were straddling the banking and not the banking, and that's the only issue with that corner, and it just meant they were grounding that bottom end, that flap that you could see there, and it just doesn't work for them. And well, for them, it's now a case of they've dropped themselves about 2 seconds then, that they could pretty much ill afford to do that gap as quickly as it appeared. Well, sorry lads, it's disappeared again. So, you know, it's time to go find ourselves some more stories to look at here. And well, RS01 have certainly been a team that has been proving themselves well, and actually right now they have the Pure Racing Team 299 just behind them right now, in the form of Patrick Pichler, who's been there from the drop of the flag, shall we say, here at this event, and so has Philip Schallenberg. So these two certainly proving that there is a lot of weight here, Randy, in these Porsches.
Definitely is, and this is actually a relatively recent change of position here. Patrick Pichler was scored in the second spot when they started this lap, and well, Team RSO1 and Philip Schallenberg comes away with the position here about a third of the way around here. So we got multiple scraps here heating up in 2 or 3 year classes here in the last 30 or so minutes left of this race. I'm still not done watching this battle in the GT3 field though. I think Vendaval isn't quite out of the woods yet when it comes to both MSP as well as Team Heinzfeld Engineering. Matter of fact, a little bit of traffic now. Jen Zenkowski all over the back of Robin Sundqvist.
Yeah, and he's done a brilliant job to get back, because that is 2 seconds just eaten up, and now there's more traffic ahead. E-Works Racing then starting to come into play right now in the form of Sam Roslar. So now there's going to be a little bit of slipstream to play with, and we know that it's not a case of you can get past in these GT3 categories, because that Porsche 911 has equally as much grunt, but not as much to make the turns and make the overtakes. And now you are starting to see Hoiksingval close, but look at that draft. It's not going to be close enough here, Cisco, with just about 35 minutes left.
He's getting a heck of a run, but yeah, I think you're right. I don't think it's going to be enough for him to get him here. He might, though, be able to get something done on the start-finish straight. We've seen passes be made there, and we've also seen drivers miss the corner there. So that's going to be the case. Can they get it done? Maybe on the start-finish straight. Either way, Santowski right on the back bumper now, and they're going to have Porsche traffic they're going to have to deal with here in the final corner.
Yeah, you can see now it's a waiting game. Who can get the power down the earliest? And well, now it's a case of trying to use it. And now, you know, there's a little bit of miscommunication. Did he come down to the lane? No, he didn't. So now, here we go. Drag race between a Porsche and two of your MX-5, not MX-5s, your GC3s getting out of the way. Zenkowski now trying to go down to the inside. Sends the dummy to the outside. He tries around the outside of one. It's Brave. And you know what? He's going to get the power down earliest, but he can't get the power down enough. Zenkowski waits behind for the moment, Randy, but that was a good effort there. He tried as much as he could.
Great defensive driving there from Robin Sundqvist, using that Porsche any way that he could down the front straightaway. He got a little bit of a draft off of it as they came out for that final corner, and then going into one, he did a very awkward maneuver, as some might say, but I think it worked out perfectly. He didn't quite get to the apex of one, but he knew that Jen Zenkowski would never be able to. He positioned that car so that it would be on the outside of the exit of one, so that Heinzfeld Engineering 35 couldn't possibly try to use the outside, try to momentum their way around to the inside of corner number 2. Very smart car positioning there from the number 9 machine to hold on to that spot.
Yeah, it certainly is. By my maths, though, from the MSP Drivers Home 84, there's 5 laps to go, and they were 3 seconds quicker than Christoph Berman that time by, and the gap is about 15 seconds. So if they don't battle here, Cisco, this could come down to a fight for the podium. That is something that I am licking my chops over, because this is certainly not done with.
No, it's not done with in any case here in Sentowski, right on the back bumper of that R8, and it's going to come down to these two, probably going to battle it out here. The leader a little too far away for them to be able to do anything. Yuri Tansen continuing to lead here, but this battle is going to come down to the end of it. This is for 4th place overall in GT3.
Yeah, it certainly is right now. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that we do have DGFX World Endurance Championship action going on. Round 3 from Suzuka. 3 hours of that one. Joined Paul Smith in the streaming booth, and in the booth, Rachel Whiteford and Alvin Nieves Rosario as well. They're going to be taking you through the action of that one. You can also watch that one after this is done as well, because that will still be continuing on as things currently stand. Now, the interesting thing here, Cisco, as we look at Bastian Salmon in the 666, is when he will come down onto the lane. We expect him to come down once more and RSO to take advantage here, but at the moment it just doesn't seem that they're in a position to do what they want with right now, as we also look at this battle for 3rd and 4th here, as Amjad Yamin is now starting to fall away here a little bit here from the Tornado Spin Racing MX-5.
Yeah, they are, and Tornado kind of falling back. Remember, they're in the position where they came down pit road. They're actually on some of the older tires. The guys they're battling with right now, as I take a look at that number 3 car right now, Yamin, who's right behind them, they're basically on the same strategy. They came down to pit road at the same time, so this is going to be a battle between Yamin and Tornado Spin Racing here, a battle royale to end it all here. Bastian Salmon up the road a little bit. He came down 2 laps is the difference for them, but the bigger gap is the distance between them, about 30 seconds. Then it's 30 seconds also up the road to RSO, so big space out for 1 and 2, but 3rd spot on the podium, the last spot on the podium, could be decided between these two.
Yeah, and you have to remember it was a fight for the lead earlier on with Rio Fukuda's team of Tornado Spin Racing. A missed shift from Taichi Yamaguchi meant that the engine went boom, a tow had to be taken, and in the end of all of that happened, you know, Tornado Spin Racing ended in a situation where they had to be looking at themselves thinking, you know, there was an opportunity to win this race. It's gone away from them, and now Amjad Yamin, they're right onto the back, and then a little bit of dummying there. Will I go to the lane? Will I not go onto the lane? Also, look ahead, this is the battle for 2nd position going on as well in your Porsche category there, Randy, here, because we're looking at this. Patrick Pichler's not going away from Schallenberg, and Schallenberg now under a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, he definitely is here, and it's going to be interesting to see. 30 minutes left on the play clock pretty much, and how will Schallenberg be able to deal with the pressure being put on by Patrick Pichler, and maybe not well through the Mercedes arena. Runs wide a little bit, does Schallenberg, and here comes Patrick Pichler on the undercut to the inside here at the shortcut here that'll take you to the top of the Michael Schumacher S and move Patrick Pichler into the 2nd spot. That puts Pure Racing Team 1 and 2 in your Porsche class.
Thank you very much at the Kazan being done, but it's not over yet. Schallenberg wants to try it around the outside. It's too difficult to do it there, and now he's playing the game of setup here. He's going to try and set the man up again through Bilstein curve, and now set it up towards NGK, and he does get a good run. Now he tucks into the toe. Now he wants a little bit of the action again to Schallenberg. He looks to the inside of the right-hander. He won't have it. Running a little bit wide there was the driver of Pichler, and Pichler's no slouch, but he will take the position then down onto the brakes. But is he trying to set up the run coming out of the corner? Is Schallenberg? The answer to that one is no, as they head themselves onto the Nordschleife. A good effort there, Randy, but not good enough.
Definitely good car placement there by Schallenberg, trying to make a pass happen. And there was a slight window where he maybe could have gotten the overspeed, but instead Patrick Pichler, very good car placement, made it so Schallenberg had to give up the momentum coming out of that chicane, so no way to be able to try to make a pass there coming back onto the Nordschleife. So Patrick Pichler now moves up to that spot, up into that 2nd place at the beginning of the Nordschleife. How is this going to play through on the Dart and Gaho? Because for these Porsche Cup cars, not a lot of places to pass until you get to the end of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, that's going to be the key then as we look at that one. Also got to keep our eyes peeled here on Robin Sundqvist's Vendaval Sim Racing white car, because they still have Jan Senkowski just waiting in the wings here. A little bit of traffic ahead as well to deal with here as they're heading through the series of rights and lefts towards the end of the lap. That's Tuan Tran in the Shenmue Trey car. And, well, you know, you're looking to try and find a way through. And again, they're being held up and they can't afford it, because they will be losing time to the podium man in Christoph Berman here for Team Christoph Berman. And, well, for the moment, that 17 holding everything off, holding everyone away. And at the moment, Sundqvist and Senkowski, they need a clean run here. They need to do 803s, 802s, which we know they can do right now, because Berman even is doing 809s the last time by, and needs to find that pace here to bring it back in come the end of the race here, Cisco.
Yeah, they do, and Schonberg continues to be all over the back bumper of Pichler here, and Pichler is looking any way he can to try and block that track, not let Schonberg by, but that RSO Porsche, he kind of backed off a little bit. I think he's waiting to see if Pichler maybe overshoots the apex or something like that, but either way, he's waiting to see what Pichler does and when he can make that move to get that position back.
It's a game of snap, you should say. Every little move is matched, and now it's a case of looking in the mirror like one of the Mark sketches that you normally saw in the bygone era. But now we are looking here at everything that does happen between these two. And at the moment, it just seems to be that waiting game that we normally do see here. Onto the Dottinger Ho then comes Sundqvist and Senkowski. And Senkowski is in draft range, Randy. He has that chance in the 35 to make that move back in onto the number 9. And I think he might have a great opportunity here to really close that gap down. You can see 170 miles an hour he's trying to hit. He doesn't hit, but that's still 5 miles an hour more. He'll now move to the inside, heading himself towards the end of the lap.
Senkowski moves to the left-hand side. The Mercedes has a really good tall gear ratio here down the Dottinger Ho. He comfortably moves himself back up into that fourth position here now. Hard on the brakes for the last part of the lap. Bring yourself back onto the front straightaway. Exit of the Nordschleife pits on the right. Then the regular pit stops on the right-hand side as well. Down the front straightaway here, and look at the gap that Robin Sundqvist allowed to form up here. He's got about a second and a half he needs to try to close up now to that number 35 machine by the time they get to the straight next time around.
Yeah, he certainly does. And also look at that gap, though. An 804 from Senkowski, an 8045, an 8075 from Berman. That gap comes down then to 12 seconds on circuit then. So that's going to close down. And with 4 laps to go, you have a feeling that might be caught down the Dottinger Ho. I don't know about anybody else. Senkowski now needs to find the laps of his life here to really close down Berman, who's been in that car from the get-go. Sundqvist hasn't, nor has the driver of Jan Senkowski. I don't think he's just come back in after that first stint. Christian Kluit then came into the car there. So Cisco, you know, Jan Senkowski, he's had an hour's break. He can go back and he can do it again.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's eating that gap up right now. Is that 35? And he's just trying to pull away. He's trying to get the gap up a little bit closer. He's trying to track down Berman. It's probably not going to happen. But Sundqvist, meanwhile, is trying to close up, but he just can't. Dowski is just driving away.
Yeah, he certainly is. Into the pits then has already come Bastian Salmon. So Team RSO have the dominant factor now in your MX-5 category. They hold it here as things stand. But, you know, Cisco, we're looking at Amjad Yamin again here. This battle for the final step on the podium. It's not done, shall we say. It's not done, but it's looking like it's opening out a little bit. The 299 and the 31, though. They seem to be in a fantastic little scrap of their own right now.
Yeah, that's second place here in the Porsche is still fighting hard. Team RSO won and Philip Schallenberg, of course, losing that spot at the beginning of this lap, but he is all over the back of Patrick Pichler if they come now about 3/4 of the way through the lap. Only about a minute and a half away from the Dottinger Ho, and who knows who's going to be in that spot once we get to the end of this lap.
Yeah, exactly. And what about the end of the race? They're not playing for that victory. They've lost a minute in time to the 200 of Laurin Heinrich, who has been all-conquering, and nobody can even get close to him in a Porsche around the Nordschleife right now. The question now remains, can RSO make the comeback and stop the 1-2 of the Pure Racing team? They could have had 2 victories in a second today. That doesn't look like it's going to happen anymore after what happened between Walmart and the iRacing team car. But now it just stands to show that Pure Racing team, their dominance isn't all conquering here. Schallenberg is proving a resilient defense here, Randy.
Yeah, he definitely is, and right now as they come up towards the second carousel, the mini carousel, there is an MX-5 in the way. That's actually your MX-5 leader of Alex Zerny, so chances are he's going to play a little bit nicer with the RSO Porsche than he does the Pure Racing Team car, and in fact, Schallenberg gets a little bit of an advantage, and he looks to the right, to the corner before the Dr. Ho straightaway, not right, no, he doesn't go for it yet though, through the double right-hander, through Goblin's-Korf, and then now onto the long Dr. Ho straightaway. Schallenberg, not a great exit, but you work so much draft, it doesn't even matter. Actually, I take that back. A very good exit there for Schallenberg. Does maybe Pichler give it to him a little bit early to try to work the draft and try to repass Schallenberg going into the end?
That's going to be the question here. He now ducks back into the toe, and you can see instantly to the left-hand side, and all racing is off then. You can see he now starts to move over to the right a little bit, into the second lane. Third lane then goes the driver of Patrick Pichler, who now wants to take it around the outside. Was this a game of mind games that we're going to see? They get close, and hello, side by side, let's go down onto the brakes, and you can see Schallenberg's not going to give that one up too easily, and nor will Pichler, as they remain side by side. It will be Pichler who holds on to it for the moment. Great work there, Cisco.
Yeah, great job by Pichler here, but now the straightaway. Does Schallenberg have the draft? He's going to jump to the outside. This ain't over yet. And here comes Schallenberg. He's going to try and get that outside line, see if he can maybe pinch Pichler down to the apex of this corner. Here they come, breaking battle here. 299 is going to cut the corner early. Is Schallenberg going to try and get the double apex? Not going to happen, though. Pichler firmly in control out of that corner.
Yeah, certainly did. Ran a little bit wide there and couldn't afford to really do too much about it. Didn't want to cause himself a bit of an incident. So in the end, you know, RSO, they end up in a little bit of trouble then, and they fall behind for the moment. Now the case is going to be, can they hold on to the back of them, as Pichler will be looking to try. They tried it last time and they held themselves pretty close. The question of can they do it again will be another one that they will be trying to play in all of this one. The Black Star Racing Machine then is out of the event, the GTC 76, and that's a real shame for a car that was doing so well in your Porsche category. Just want to check in again on Robin Sundqvist right now as things stand, and you can see, look who hasn't gone off the back though of this little train here. You got Sankowski ahead, Sundqvist behind, Huvela is there waiting, and it hasn't completely gone from this one. And you know, it's not over and done with. There's actually, Huvela runs incredibly wide at the carousel, not the conventional line there, Randy.
That's the second time I think we've seen him do that, where it's one of those situations where if you're in the bowl of the carousel, it's very, very quick. However, if you're sort of in a situation where you kind of jump over the top of the brim, you basically high center the car, and you basically have the left side trying to work the banking and the right side on the flat ground, and you basically can't just get the car to rotate. It's sort of the opposite of the oval racing situation, where sometimes at some oval tracks, particularly the flatter ones, think of a circuit like Phoenix, maybe Richmond, and Sundqvist gets very, very loose there for a moment. You might hook the apron to try to help the car rotate, because the geometry is the opposite from what you normally see as an oval, because you actually are basically would put the left side deeper into the banking. It works the other way around, and you just simply get understeer as opposed to oversteer.
Yeah, you certainly do right now. We do have a driver sitting here for an interview right now. Cisco will take this one. Standing by with him is the team principal of Hugh Jazz. It's Alex Albert.
Yeah, I've caught up with Alex Albert right now. Alex, you guys are running 6 right now. Thomas Ellison's behind the wheel of your Mazda MX-5, but you guys having an interesting race here tonight. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I made a couple mistakes the first stint. Raphael got in the back of me right before carousel, and I jumped the carousel and got in the Armco, and then we lost a little bit of speed through the rest of the first stint. Had another close call when the GT3s were coming through right before Fluke Platz. There was a big wreck. The Miatas were too wide, and the GT3s were trying to wiggle through, and I think we took out a couple of the leaders, but I luckily avoided that. And then the next couple laps were pretty uneventful, but on my in lap I got sideswiped by a GT3, ended up doing a couple 360s in the middle of the road, just before mini carousel and didn't hit anything. Able to pit, take the fast repair, and get Tom in the car, and he's done a great job since.
Yeah, we saw you kind of pull a 360 out of nowhere and keep going. It was a great save by you, but talk about kind of the speed differential that you guys as MX-5 drivers have versus everyone else in the field. I mean, we talked about kind of similar speeds out of both the Porsches and the GT3s. As the MX-5, you guys are vastly different compared to that.
Yeah, it's not too bad in the corners, but anytime that we're on power, they have a huge advantage on us. But the little Miata will it corners pretty well, and we're able to hold our own in the slow corners. But yeah, you definitely have to keep your eye on the mirror because they run right up on you.
Well, you guys run 6 right now. Are you guys going to be able to catch anyone else in front of you, the 82 or even GSRC, or are you guys pretty content with where you are right now?
Oh, we'd like to get a top 5. I think we definitely could have if I wouldn't have made the mistakes early in the race. But, you know, it's possible. I think we're creeping up on them slowly. So, there's definitely a chance.
All right. Well, that's Alex Albert, team principal for that number 337 car, guys. Great run so far. Hope it wish you the best of luck for the last 15 minutes or so.
Thanks. Yeah, we were just running this as a warm-up for tonight's race. We were having a little grudge match against some teammates. So me and Tom wanted to get a little bit of time in the car. We're not big on testing, so this is a little bit of forced testing. And yeah, the huge-ass stick insider Miata is doing pretty well.
All right. Jake?
Yeah, throw it over to me when you got nothing else to say. Thank you very much. Well, you are certainly seeing here something very interesting in your GT3 category. Not for first, not for second, for the final spot on the podium. That gap now, with 3 laps to go, we think at the end of this one, that gap is coming down at exactly 3 seconds a lap. That gap now, 8.8 seconds with 3 laps to go, and another 3 seconds taken out of it. This one is going to come down here, Randy, to an absolute grudge match and a slog for all at the Dottinger Ho.
Yeah, I definitely think you're right. It's going to be very, very close. Honestly, what might be the big deciding factor is the kind of traffic that Christoph Berman is able to hit here, to whether or not the gap will be there by the time they get in to the Dottinger Ho or afterwards. Because right now, I honestly think that Berman has had the better luck of the traffic than likes of Senkowski as well as Sundqvist. Also, the fact that Berman's able to run by himself, the likes of Senkowski and Sundqvist, they're fighting with each other at the same time, which is costing them laps. But looking out ahead, there's actually not a lot of cars in front of Christoph Berman here. Going to be mostly, I think, clean space to the end. A couple MX-5s and the Porsches that are there, the lap time they're so similar, they may only get to one of them, if that.
Yeah, and that's going to be so crucial when it comes down to the end of it. You know, how close are they going to be? Also, keep an eye on your Porsche category here, because Cisco, we're looking at it, Schallenberg has not gone away here. He could still use the slipstream to his advantage here, heading towards the Dottinger Ho soon, still looking towards that Stefan Belloff S in just a few minutes' time. You know, Patrick Pichler's not done. There's still a battle for the final spots on the podium in your Porsche category.
Yeah, absolutely. And RSO has not had a lot of luck with their non-MX-5 teams thus far in this series' history. But it's working out right now. Their Porsche team doing very well and trying to go for one more, get that second step on the podium. I'm sure Schallenberg and that whole RSO team would be very satisfied with bringing home a second place on the podium. But right now, as they're sitting in third, great run regardless for that whole team, and it's really a run that team needed after last season having the struggles they did in the GT3 field.
Yeah, maybe this is a change of fortunes. Then you can see again gets another great run coming out of that carousel. They've got that on point right now, and there's not much that Pichler can do. They take contrasting lines a little bit here through this section of the track, and again you see Pichler very slow coming out to the corner and starting to play a few mind games again. Maybe now RSO just sit and wait here. They don't have to make the move instantly, and they do wait now. They are starting to play games here. They're slowing each other up, and now there's the move. They have the time to do it. They got a minute either side to play with, and now the move is made, and now here comes Pichler again onto the back. Then they're going to pass the tourist entrance there on the right hand side. That's for your 1 lap paces, and again you can see Pichler now trying everything, trying to haul the engine at 172 miles an hour back to the inside. He tries, and again they get close, but this time there's going to be no chance for Pichler here, Randy.
Well done by Rensport Online. Well done by Philip Schallenberg. He knew that last time around that Patrick Pichler was going to do that slow exit and then try to undercut him again with the draft. This time he just stood and waited, and really the go time seems to be about a third away down the straightaway. That's where you can get back on the throttle, get around that number 299, and he doesn't have enough time to get around you, but looks to the inside in turn number 1 does Patrick Pichler. Bit of a defensive move by the RSO car into corner number 1, and later apex of Patrick Pichler gets the power down. Good traction on the exit to the outside of turn 2. I don't think he's going to be able to slot it up the inside just yet. Maybe a bit of a brave move on the inside into 3. That's what it's going to be. He looks for it, but no, the RSO car decides to defend. He actually gets there at the apex, but he's on the outside for corner number 4, and because of that, RSO holds on to the spot for now, but Pichler has the undercut. Can he get to the inside into 5? I think he's going to.
I think he can. He tries to go down to the inside. The room is given then, so they are going to continue to battle then. And you can see Schallenberg on the outside. He'll lose the position, so Pichler comes back at it with his own. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And he gets it back again. Lifeline saved with his 3 laps left to go. Unbelievable little battle then between Pichler and also the driver of Philip Schallenberg. This is a masterclass here that we are seeing right now here, Cisco. Absolutely beautiful.
And the clock just crossed 11 minutes to go in this race, so time running out for these guys. And Schallenberg, I think, you know, considering what we've seen happen before in this race, in that particular corner, Schallenberg gave him plenty of room because he wanted to make sure nothing happened there. Nothing did happen, so Schallenberg can now make this a race, but we are running out of time.
Yeah, and look at that GT3 battle here for the podium. Berman's lost a lot of time, and he's had traffic to deal with in Sebastian Stolzer there. So now, Sundqvist and Senkowski, they stand on the precipice of maybe a podium little scrap going on. And you know, Sundqvist isn't out of it here. He's been sitting there playing possum for a while. Senkowski's had the pace, but he hasn't lost the man. That's been crucial from Sundqvist, who took 4/10 out of the man last time by to bring that gap to half a second. Now Berman sits about 4 seconds adrift right now, and that looks like that will come down to a battle, Randy.
Yes, it definitely seems that way, and with the fact that the gap's coming down by about 3 seconds per lap, we were thinking it might come down to a fight just on the Dartinger Ho. Last corner, very last lap. This time, the likes of Senkowski and Sundqvist, they should get there about a lap early due to the time lost in the traffic for Christoph Berman. So he's not only going to have 2 or 3 corners he has to defend, it's going to be about 170 corners he has to try to find and defend. Here, though, for Gregory Tansen, he crosses the stripe, 10 minutes left in the race. Due to his lap times, 2 laps left to go.
2 laps to go then, and that's going to be Christoph Berman then in a little bit of trouble then, because if they do close that gap down, it might come down to about 1 second, if not nothing, with a lap to go in this race then for these guys. So now it's a case of, can Christoph Berman hold on to
Schallenberg? Schallenberg made a mistake. He went off in the dirt into Bergwerk. He's 8-9 seconds off now.
Oh, unbelievable. So now your Porsches start to make mistakes, and they all feel it then as they go through the field. Schallenberg runs out of talent, and it ends up with him losing out to Pichler, and Pure's hierarchy is restored again. Their one redeeming factor from a race of like this caliber is going to be that they are going to have Porsche pretty much dominated as things currently stand. Watch for Berman's time as he comes across the line. 8:08 he's been managing that time by. No, that's slower. That's an 8:10.1. That's not what you want. The gap as they cross the line is now down to about 2.6 seconds, and it is not done yet. We got 2 laps to go, and hold your seats here, Cisco. This is beautiful.
I think Robin and Jan are currently playing Jaws theme right over the in race radio if they had the ability to, because they are slowly closing here, and this is going to be an all-out brawl to the end of this. We've seen these guys, all these drivers have had their own sets of problems happen to their car. They've got it fixed though, and at the end of this thing, it's going to be a battle for that last step on the podium.
Yeah, it certainly is, and well, it's a shame that MSP Drivers Home 85 is falling away from that one then. So in terms of the strategy, we saw Berman was fighting with the 85. The 85 has gone away from that. Tobias Huvela not going to be close enough, nor will the Jim Sorg Rensport car there, not doing enough in that respect. But now You can see them. They're on the same piece of real estate here. Senkowski, VLN Engineering. They tried a strategy early on, Randy. It didn't work for them. They came in, they cut their losses, but they still could get a podium out of this one here. This is who they've been fighting with. It could have been second, but no, they're fighting for third.
I definitely liked the strategy call earlier on in the race, though, just to see if that would work out. And just due to the number of the cars, it didn't really took them out of contention for the win. Sure, however, they were never really in contention for the win if that strategy didn't work out. They tried something that may have been competitive, but even if it wasn't, they didn't really lose much. And now they're in it for the fight for the final step on the podium, closing on Christoph Berman. Last time around, 7 seconds is what Jan Senkowski took out of that number 17 machine. Here, they can work through the first part of your Nürburgring. Quick right, quick left, and Jan Senkowski, that car looks hooked up. I think they're going to get to Berman before they even get to the Donkerhoe.
And that will be the advantage, but the problem they've got, though, is they've got some baggage there in Robin Sundqvist. And Vendaval didn't want to be in this situation either, Cisco. They found themselves in a situation where there were issues in terms of technical ability, which meant they had to do an unscheduled stop, one they didn't want to do, and now they fight for the podium. They were there with the MSP Drivers Home 84, and without that, they could have been challenging for the win.
Juan Lopez definitely watching intensely from the spectator stand right now. It didn't go well for them, but regardless, Robin trying to put Vendaval back on the podium here, at least so they could salvage something from this race, but sliding right now is VLN Engineering through the couple bit of pebbles that were through that part of the track right there, and Heisenfeld, they're taking the wheels off this car right now, driving it as intensely as they can.
Whoever said that endurance racing was boring was an absolute liar. This is absolutely entertaining and enthralling stuff as they come in through. But again, that gap doesn't look like it's closed in enough at this stage to really attack the Dossinger Ho. That comes down to about a second now. Just over, you could say right now. Senkowski can feel the draft. He can know it's close, but he also knows that he is stuck in a sandwich right now that he can't really deal with. RSO, in the end, are now in a situation where they've dropped themselves a lot of time. We saw that earlier on. 5 minutes 20 on the clock. So what we are going to see then from the driver of what is our leader right now in the MSP Drivers Home 84 is that we will have one more lap after this one. They can't slow down enough to allow the GT Ross car to get us get over the line before the GT Ross car actually closes in. So now we're in a real situation.
Traffic for Berman here. They're going to come in to MX-5, the GSRC car, as well as Raya Fukuda, and those two are fighting, and now your GT3 gap is down to nothing. MX-5 on the left-hand side, they come over the bridge. Quick left-hander and Sundqvist able to get to the apex, and now Jan Senkowski all over the back of Christoph Berman. If he had a sniff of draft before, he has a good, clean breath of it now.
And also Amjad Yamin now over the back of Rio Fukuda as well here, Cisco. So now you can see there is an MX-5 battle going on, and it's all happening.
Yeah, it's all happening. Back up to the GT3. Senkowski looking for anything he can get here. Oh, the spin. A little bit of a spin from Vendaval, able to hold on to it. They lost a ton of time right there. Meanwhile, back in the MX-5, still GSRC considering the Hound. As you see the MSP Drivers Home car go by, they're out of this at this point. They want to see the other three GT3 cars hit a little bit of traffic, and with 4 minutes to go, it's all kicking off.
It certainly is, and Sundqvist will hope that he's going to be held up. Senkowski can't do much. Hold the middle of the road, Berman, and he will hold off everyone in this situation. Again, there is nowhere to go for Senkowski. He needs to find himself a little opening, just one opening here, one chance he needs to try and get himself through, and he may be home clear, but Sundqvist is still there and is still sniffing around the edges here, and if he can close that gap in, he's going to be there. 3 minutes 30 on the clock, so it's not over and done with, not by any stretch of the imagination here. And Randy, this is a grandstand finish, one we all wanted to see.
Yeah, it's going to be a three-way fight. Vendaval, after that little mistake, managed to bring the gap back down. Jan Senkowski is definitely quicker than Berman, as well as Robin Sundqvist. And because he's stuck behind him in this such a narrow part of the racetrack, he can't try to make a move. He harasses Demirs, though, as Berman misses an apex. Now, highest point onto the racetrack at Hedwig. So down to Whipperman and X-Block is the next part of the circuit they're going to be going through. But what are we watching for? We want to see them in about 4 or 5 miles time when they get in the Dartinger Ho for the final, or second to final time.
Yeah, and this is all about mental resiliency. Who can hold off? Can Berman just use the strategy of the draft to his advantage here? He just needs to hold on to it for one more lap. He's done well for half of a lap, and he needs to hold on for a lap after this as well. And you can see Robin Sundqvist then back onto the back into this as a factor. Runs wide through the corner though. Senkowski with a half chance then. He'll have to do it around the outside at the next corner here. And I don't think he can. No, he can't. So he has to wait and set up the car again here. And now he's got a little bit more of a chance. He'll try and have a look, but there's no way through this section here, Cisco. No way at all.
No way, and over the hill, though, into the fast right-hander. Right on the back bumper is that Heisenfeld Engineering AMG Mercedes. They come through. Another jump right here, down. This is where we saw that incident earlier on. Blind corners right here. You can't see through that Onco barrier corner. Right, left. Another right-hander coming up, and they're closing in on that mini carousel jig.
And
when
an
they
MX-5.
get there,
MX-5.
yeah, and there's going to be traffic.
Yeah, P4 and P5 also battling in the Porsches. We'll get to that one as well. It's Bastian Salmon there, and he will want to get out of the way as quickly as he can, and he does get out of the way there. So that helps everyone. Now it's about draft. Now it's about the run here, coming out of this right-hander, coming up on the circuit. This right-hander, you got to get it out of Galgenkopf and then onto the Dottinger Ho. And it's about who can use that draft to the advantage, because if you see Senkowski go through to the lead, Sundqvist will have to follow if he wants the final spot on the podium. The white flag will be out this time by as Gregory Tansen has crossed the line, and now it comes down to this. The draft comes into play, and Berman now is under a huge amount of pressure here. He's got to throw a block or something now, because here comes the driver of Senkowski. Here comes Sundqvist as well. Sundqvist, is it a little too late for him? He's got to make the try now, or he's got to make the try later, and for now, he's not close enough. Berman's going to try and hold on to it. Side by side they go into the final few corners here, Randy.
Side by side up here through the final parts of the corners, and Berman sideways as he goes on the brakes, but Senkowski's going to get the spot away from Berman here, and that's bad news for Sundqvist. I think Sundqvist was expecting Berman to be able to defend here, because that would have enabled him to stay on the back of Senkowski. Now, Sundqvist has to find a way to get through Berman and stay on the back of the Heisenfeld Engineering number 35 car. And the question's going to be, if we stay 3 cars all the way for this time by,
Wait, come back
on, oh, he gets up in the inside. Brave move from Berman, sideways, doesn't quite hold it, but still throwing everything he can to get this 3rd spot.
Throw caution to the wind on the last lap. They've got nothing left to play for. Traffic ahead as well, and that's going to be the traffic then of Alex Cerny, your leader in your MX-5 category. He'll get out of the way of it. Senkowski slow though, and Berman even is going to try and come back. Their defensive line taken again there, and a very good defensive line taken. He'll hold on to things for now into this right-hander. Cisco, it's just a case of can they make the move before they get to the Nordschleife, because in that case, Senkowski just has the advantage here. And you look at Vendaval as well. They've got to make the move here. Sundqvist has got no other option.
Sundqvist has no other options as they head around the Bilstein curve, heading up towards the NGK chicane, and a little bit of time given up by Berman there. He's got to make that up. He can't be giving gaps that big, because Sundqvist might be able to pounce on him. But as they head up to the NGK chicane right now, Berman trying to gain everything he had. He had a good apex all the way through Yokohama S back there, but it wasn't enough. Now through as they head through 13 and onto the Nord curve now. They're on the Nordschleife. This is your last lap. This is flat out. This is just going to be Toge action now.
Yeah, it certainly is right now. You are seeing this all starting to kick off here. Sundqvist, Berman, and Senkowski seems to just have the edge then, and is starting to pull away a little bit here. Berman and Sundqvist then, it's going to be a battle for 4th position overall then, surely, unless there is a mistake from anyone in the final stages here, and that might be a case for capitalizing here in this situation. We did have that battle between the Evolution Racing Australia car and the virtual drivers VLN. They will have another chance to go. Timer is expired. This will be the last lap of your event then here. And Randy, it has come down to the grandstand as overtakes had to be done to get crucial points for the championship.
Absolutely right, but still they're not done just yet. Jan Senkowski's done a good job of checking out after getting around Christoph Berman, but Robin Sundqvist still has to get around him, and because of that, I don't think he has any chance of reeling in that Heisenfeld Engineering car. Question is going to be, how quickly can he get around Berman? If he can get around Berman quickly, I think he might just have a chance to try to draft his way up on the Dr. Ho, but it doesn't look like it. Now they go through here at Bergwerk, now into this down quick right downhill section here, quickly approaching 150, 160 miles an hour. Battle continue to heat up. Checking back in with 4th and 5th in the Porsches. That battle has pretty much calmed down. That's out to about 1.5 to 2 seconds at this juncture.
Yeah, and now you're starting to see it all just open up away, and that's not how everyone just wants to be playing this right now. Berman now is just trying to hold on for everything that has been held dear right now. Sundqvist here is holding on to this one, thinking, you know, 4th place, there might still be a chance for me. There might still be an ability for me to take that away, but for the moment, it just seems he's not quite got the ability to really make that work here. Again, onto the brakes, into the left-hander. No, not close enough. Needs to set up a run here. Cisco, you have to feel, needs to set up a run somewhere else. We also need to look at the Tornado car here in your MX-5. That's in a scrap for the final spot on the podium. And you can see GSRC, they're not going to give up on it either.
No, and a great run through there. GSRC is going to get a great run. Will they be able to do anything? That's going to be Yaman to the inside. He's going to get right in there. And goodbye, Mazda. GSRC just stole that position away. Will they be able to have it into the corner here? And Yaman, no, it's not over yet. Tornado on the outside trying to hold on to that car.
Yeah, you can see now Tornado needs to hold it then down on the inside. Amjad Yaman's been waiting all week then, all day actually, for this opportunity then for the podium. They started towards the very back of your MX-5 field, and they could still get a podium out of it. You can see side-by-side traffic ahead though, traffic behind. They've got to deal with it here, and that's going to be what is going to be the Motorsports for All AMG. They're not going to budge an inch then. He's got to wait for his opportunity. They don't care in this situation that they're lap traffic. Run it outside. Whoa, what a move from what is that car on the Tornado Spin MX-5. Oh my goodness me, that is beautiful. And now that gap will look to open up. Randy, we will look to continue on this one then. Actually, we're going to move back again to Christoph Berman then. As things stand, that gap has opened up to Sundqvist a little bit. Sundqvist needs to be there as they come towards here. The Dottinger Ho on the final lap.
Jan Jankowski has been able to check out after getting around Christoph Berman. We saw Jankowski go aggressive last time on the Dottinger Ho, managed to get himself around the red car of Christoph Berman. Robin Sundqvist took the opposite approach. He decided to be passive, let those two fight, maybe make a mistake. Unfortunately for him, they managed to get it done clean, and that put slower traffic between him and Jankowski. Now, Sundqvist, he goes from a fight for 3rd, potentially just a fight for 4th. 2 scraps here on the final lap in 2 of your 3 classes.
Yeah, you certainly are seeing that, and it's been a brilliant race all around here. Everyone showing the best that they can at the 17 that we saw in your GT3 category. We've still got 11 circulating the track. In terms of your MX-5 Cup, of those circulating here, we had a bit more issues to deal with that. But your Porsche 911s, as far as that's gone, we've only got 5 of them left on the leading lap of this event. But we still have to say, it has been beautiful racing throughout. Berman needs to find a way through, and at the moment, it doesn't seem to be happening for him. Not the way that he would have liked. But Cisco, you have to say, it's still happening. What's going on then in terms of GSRC's battle with that Tornado event?
GSRC has lost a ton of time there. I'd say that battle is pretty much over right now. Fukuda has opened up a huge gap on GSRC. Yaman would have to drive really aggressively to even gain that gap up. I think this is closed right now, and we're just going to have to watch this GT3 battle. This will be the last battle on track.
Yeah, we're going to go, though, to the MSP driver's home car, the 84. It's been dominant. It's not been the way they would have wanted to do it. They've had to rely on issues for other drivers. But at the end of the day, that is endurance. Standing tall against the rest, against everybody else doing everything that they so needed to do. Gregory Tanson rounds the final couple of corners then, and he will be the winner then in terms of this event of the VLN. The first round will go to him, and all stand before me. He has dug holes for souls here today. The MSP team, Jedstad as well, you have to give a shout out to. They win the first of this, the VLNs. GT Ross will come home in second, and for the moment, it seems that Hoiksingveld Engineering might hold on to this one for 3rd position right now here, Randy, but Berman is under threat.
Top 3 looks like they're pretty much sorted, but as they come back out onto the Dr. Ho, Robin Sundqvist is going to be the one with all of the advantage. They come under the Audi Sport Bridge here. Now, the Venable Sim Racing white car has the draft. They're about midway down your straightaway, quickly approaching the tourist garage on the right. That's going to be, actually, no lap traffic. That's just a battle up in front. That's for, that is the Jensen-Kowski here, about midway down. And here comes Robin Sundqvist on the right-hand side of Christoph Berman. The opportunity he's been waiting for under the Bilstein Bridge on the right-hand side, Jake.
Yeah, and he's got half a car then, but he's not got it all just yet. He will hold the inside. He chops the nose aggressively, and he will take the position on the final lap on the Dottinger Ho. Unbelievable season. Van der Waal have something to go home and write about, but it's not over yet. Here comes the drag race then to the line, and for the moment, Berman's going to run out of time because Van der Waal will steal that one by just 38 thousandths of a second there, Cisco. Blown engine because he felt the pressure.
Wow, that almost went wrong there. There was a little bit of contact there for the end of that thing. But holy cow, what a battle. All the drivers involved, they kept it clean, they kept it safe, and great battling by those drivers. Fantastic finish.
Yeah, it certainly is right now, and what we are seeing here is the PRT Porsche is pretty much already done by that one, and a beautiful, beautiful victory there for the PRT car, Lauren
I think
Heinrich.
they're setting up a photo finish.
Yeah,
Yeah, the 200 and 299, they're setting up an orchestrated finish.
Yeah, there we do see it then. We did expect to see one here today, and we will see one then when all is said and done. The MX-5s, though, they are certainly going to be looking to be finished here. Alex Sherney then, look at the strategy call that has been done by him there, Cisco. It was beautifully done. It was subtly done, and he's done it again. When nobody was looking, Sherney strikes.
Yeah, certainly well. They're going to finish on another 10-lap stint. They timed it out perfectly. So Alex Sherney, those guys did a great job. Rensport Online going to be victorious once again in the MX-5s. And what a return to form after everything went wrong. The final race of the season that they competed in. Journey and both Tobias and Alex got into each other, a wreck going down the Dottinger Ho. This time, though, success for RSO. Alex Journey rounds the final two corners, and Journey put on a clinic here, and he's going to bring home the victory in the MX-5 class.
Yeah, you can see weaving himself then across the line, and he has every reason to be. It was a perfect run from the 397 days early on, dealing with 6 cars then on traffic dealing, and there is the finish that he so richly needed. Now it's just a case of those final 5 cars then getting themselves to the line. The 3 and the 02 are still having that little go about then. That is Tornado Spin Racing MX-5 then. We are going to stay with that. Fukuda under pressure. Yamin can't quite get close enough though. Needs to wait on it. Is he out of fuel though as they come to the line? That would be heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking. He has run out of fuel. He tried everything, but it won't happen in your MX-5s. Randy, oh, you have to feel for the GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car.
That is unfortunate for them, as fuel seems to have been a concern now into the final corner, and they're going to have to try to coast themselves around here to get to the checkered flag. I think they're going to have the pace to be able to do so. Is there anyone... They lose a spot. No, they're more than safe.
More than safe then, shall we say. They will cruise to the line in 4th. Rio Fukuba, a blown engine early on, cost them chance of victory as things have happened then, as we are looking at this one just to get itself close to an end right now, as we are seeing everything that is still going on in this event. Let's get ourselves then final results. Provisional, we could say, for your Porsches right now, but the MSP Drivers Home 84 machine is doing the best that they did there today. Arguably the best VLN race we have ever seen. A win by 56 seconds when all was said and done. Gregory Tanson and Lucas Jedstad then will take the victory overall. GT Ross SST Orange will come home in 2nd. Hoixingveld Engineering then will come home in 3rd position. Van der Waal Sim Racing White will steal it on the line from Team Christoph Berman. MSP Drivers Home 85 then coming home 6th. Tim Sorg Rensport then will come home in 7th, with Motorsports for All AMG and GT Comedy Team will finish off in 9th. Lazarus Racing rounds out 10, and Positive Champs round out 11. Randy, over to you with the provisional Porsches 911.
Porsche Field Pure Racing Team asserting some early dominance. They were quick in the GT3 field, but some very terrible luck for Maximilian Benecke and Jorian Voigt put them in the wall. But the Pure Racing Team Porsche is able to get the job done, finish 1st and 2nd in that class. In 3rd, Team RSO number 1. They get the win in the MX-5s, which we'll get to shortly, and they come away with a good, strong podium finish here in your Porsche Field. Evolution Racing Australia in the 4th spot. 5th is Virtual Drivers VLN number 1. In 6th, Euphoria Racing with MSP Drivers Home 40. In 8th, 9th is Team Just Driving with Shenmue the 3rd in the top 10. MB Motorsports 11th. JCL Sim Racing VLN in that 12th spot. Ewarts Racing, who I've wanted to call Ewoks Racing all race long, in the 13th spot. 14th is Jim Sorg Rennsport Porsche. Crown Racing Porsche in the 15th, and rounding out your 16 Porsche car field, Question Mark Motorsports number 911.
Yeah, and also we can see here Cisco will be standing by with the MX-5s in just a moment's time, because we are seeing here coming towards the end of this one here, there has been a little trade then in positions. Lauren Heinrich there with Patrick Pichler. I wonder if they'll give them back when all is said and done. You can see that all slows down, and let's see how official then that is. Big slide coming out of the final corner. Lauren Heinrich then will move to the right-hand side and will look to take the win then overall. Let's make that one official in your Porsche category. For MX-5s though, Cisco, take it away.
Yeah, MX-5's RSO victorious once again in the series. Alex Zerny behind the wheel does the cycle, wins the race. Bastian Salmon's going to finish second. Third going to go to Tornado Spin Racing. Ryo Fukuda, great run by those guys. Just a little bit of bad luck with the transmission. Fourth is going to go to GSRC Turn 2. A heartbreaker for those guys. Ran out of gas at the end. And Road Bastards is going to finish fifth right now, the number 82. They've had a good run. And then Hugh Jass is going to finish sixth. Seventh's going to go unofficially to IRJA GT4 team. Sloth Nam Squad, number 40, going to finish eighth. Ninth is going to go to the other Rennsport Online car, Elmar Erlicott, finishing the run for those guys. Still unofficially ninth. 10th, go across the line, it's going to be Crown Racing MX-5. And then from there on, everyone else behind the wall. Jim Sport Racing, number 5. The Space Invaders, 22. 18, BAM Esport. GTN Racing had issues, a big wreck later on in that 360 car. They're going to finish 14th. 15th to Team Potato. 16th to Hup in a Suit. 17th, the 77 Black Star Racing. 18th to Crown Racing. 19th to Inception. 20th to Plab. And that'll round out your MX-5 field.
And also you have to look at everyone else who has failed to finish, the likes of Pure Racing Team, their GT3 effort. It was just a case of doing about 15 corners then in the end for Jonas Vollmeyer before his day was ended, unfortunately. Math Failure failing, Triton Racing failing, and also the likes of, say, Dave Geelink's team as well. That one ended not the way he would have liked to. But ladies and gentlemen, the racing may be done, but the coverage is not here on RaceSpotTV and iRacingLive, because post-race coverage will be coming to you after these few messages. Don't go away. Mark that one in the books as the greatest VLN race on iRacing of all time. And we had battle from minute 1 to minute last, and it proved to be one of those great races in the end. 3 different winners in 3 different classes. You got to get the shout outs then at the end to the MSP Drivers home team, the Pure Racing team, and also Team Rennsport Online. We're going to just step into our interviews process right now. Joining us first and foremost is your winner in your MX-5 category. That is Alex Journey. And Alex, well, you have to say, a strategy call early on. You came in earlier than everyone else. You were running the numbers. You ran the numbers pretty effectively. And in the end, running those numbers managed to get you a race victory. How happy are you to kick off where you left off last season?
Yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, it was a great race for me, and I'm very happy to take the first spot at the end. Yeah, the start was very chaotic, so yeah, we were some, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 cars in a row, and so I switched to the strategy, come in early, take the small stint at the beginning, and then get some fresh air and do some clean lap times. But yeah, all in all, it worked quite good. Yeah, and I think it was a little bit lucky that some other drivers had some issues at the front, and so in the end, yeah, I just had to drive the car home. So it was an easy last stint for me, and yeah, I'm very happy to take the final spot here.
Very happy to take the victory, and well, that MX-5 is very difficult to deal with, especially with the fact that you know it's a very long circuit, and although everyone can run the Nordschleife in terms of the tourist layout, in terms of from rookie onwards, you know, it's a very difficult car to grasp in the sense of, you know, when you are dealing with the traffic that comes along here, the likes of Porsches and GT3 cars that rocket past you about 40 miles an hour quicker than you can go. You know, just how difficult is it driving in the rearview mirror all the time?
Yeah, especially at the beginning when the other cars are close together and the GT3 field is coming by the first time, then it's often really difficult. You have to choose a wide line and really have to look at the mirror, otherwise, yeah, you get wrecked, and that's yeah, that's not good for at all. So, but yeah, looking at the mirrors and yeah, know how big your car is and know where you can drive and how to drive, and have some imagination what could happen and what might happen, helps you a lot to survive these maniacs.
Yeah, it certainly does. And well, moving on into the VLN Championship, you'll be looking to try and work again on what you have building up for you right now. You're looking for more victories, looking to take the title here in terms of your MX-5 category. Just how do you feel then, moving forward, that you feel that you are in a situation, shall we say, where you can really test yourself and put yourself at the next level?
Yeah, it feels great. It was the first time for me to drive this 4-hour race alone. I hope in the next races I can take a team with my brother, so yeah, so that I don't have to drive all the laps. So and then I think we have also a good chance to build the team championship here, and yeah, it's great fun. I've been waiting a long time since last race here, and it's really big fun that it started again, the VLN series here on the Nordschleife.
Certainly is, and well, you have champagne in your hand this time. By, is there anyone you'd like to thank? Any people you'd like to give a shout out or a mention to?
I would like to give a shout out to all of my team members that were also driving here, and maybe also another split, I don't know exactly. I don't name them by one because I would certainly miss somebody, so a big shout out to my team and to yeah, to you guys that you're doing such a great broadcast. I will have a look, sure, and yeah, really happy.
Really happy indeed. Alex Sherney then comes home with the victory in your MX-5 class. Randy, you're standing by with the driver who got 3rd position overall in your Porsche category, and that is Philipp Schallenberg.
Yeah, I'm stood by with Philipp Schallenberg. And Philipp, that was seeming like it was going to be a fantastic fight with Patrick down to the end there. Fortunately, a slight little issue there at Bergwerk saw you off in the dirt. What happened?
Yeah, actually I had a small issue in the beginning of the race due to the start, which was a bit unsorted, so I got black flagged. And the race was actually characterized by fuel saving and tires. I think I'm not going to go into detail right now. But actually, so I was in huge disadvantage against Patrick, but yeah, despite it just tried to fight me back to the top positions. Average ride, I had better pace than Patrick, not as fast as Lauren. And so in the end, yeah, I had to fight with weapons which haven't been that sharp in Germany somehow. And yeah, Patrick was a bit tactical, he was playing with me, so I was just happy that basically.
And now in this championship, these Porsches are a relatively new addition. How do these cars feel in the endurance layout compared to the Riff used to, the old Riff we used to have? And how do you think we saw much better racing and much larger field than we ever saw in the Kias today? Why do you think that is?
The reason is simply the Porsche is extremely hard to drive. The characteristics of the tires it's much more much more degradation, but it's harder simply to drive the Porsche. Strength rides, force feedback rides, and of course due to the speed. So I mean, I'm racing many VLN series also in Germany, and I just see how difficult it is to get this car through the race because it's just so hard. So I just want to thank to my teammate Tino because he's making good setup, and that's basically the key issue. Many teams they don't have good setup, they are going with low grip and actually have so much trouble with the race, with degradation, and that's quite more important to just get it through the race.
All right, well, thanks for joining us today, Philippe. You've already gotten your shout-outs out of the way, so we're going to let you go. Congratulations on the podium. Hopefully you can make even better of it in the next race here in a couple weeks' time.
Yeah, I want to thank you too, and especially Porsche, Centrum Village, also SimLab, and of course my teammates Tino, who is a bit injured, and the other Team RSO members.
Well, have a good rest of your afternoon there, Philip. And Jake, I'm going to throw it back to you. Who's next?
Well, who's next is going to be the big question. Well, I'm going to hand this one over to Cisco then just now, and I'm going to bring in a couple of drivers here who have done a very good job. It's our good friends over at GSRC in the forms of Amjad Yamin and Sean Ambrose.
All of the production teams.
Yeah, we've caught up down here with Turn 2 Motorsports GSRC. Sean, we'll start with you because your mic's active. And Sean, you guys had a great run today. Had a great battle at the end with Tornado. Talk us through the race. How was it for you guys?
It was tremendous, Cisco. I mean, honestly, we decided to go ahead and start from the pit because we qualified at the back of our class, and when we realized the Porsches are going to be starting behind us, we thought, first run out, maybe we'll let them be the battering ram, and it turned out to work out okay. We moved up quite a few spots through the field today, but I let us down in the end. I totally let us down in the end there with the fuel. Didn't expect the pace of the great Amjad Yamin, and that cost us a few tenths there on the fuel. But Amjad put in quite a stint there at the end.
Yes, and as Randy points out in the comment section, yes, an LSR person is interviewing a GSRC person on a RaceSpot stream. Yes, we blew up the internet. But regardless, Amjad, I'll jump in. I'll get your take. How was the race from your angle?
Very exciting. Yeah, I knew. I'm sorry, I didn't get the guys' names, but the car ahead of me was definitely fast through the nose life. I mean,
That was Ryu Fukuda in the Tornado Spin Racing car.
Yeah, Ryu was on fire today. I mean, I couldn't match his pace. That's why I decided to sit around for 40 minutes and wait for that last minute go ahead, and got it perfectly almost, except for the fuel at the very end. Yeah, it happens, but we'll come back. We'll get him next time.
Absolutely. Still plenty of races left in this season. Sean, for you guys, it's the first time you guys had a really good run here in the series. Continuing, are we going to be seeing you the rest of the season? And what are we looking to expect out of your team?
Well, I want to thank Joe Peak and Brian Stradbeck for their flawless stints that they put in today. But yeah, we're here for the season. Several of us from the Turn 2 Motorsports team ran last season. Now, I am crew chief / spotter. I don't get in the car. I don't have the chops these guys do. But, yeah, we'll be in for the full season, trying to get a little U.S. flavor into this series. I'd like to see more of the drivers from the States here get towards the top of this points championship.
Well, I'll let Amjad, is there any shout-outs you guys want to add to that or anything like that? Any who makes it happen for you guys at Turn 2 Motorsports?
Well, thanks to the crew, thanks to Sean, thanks to Joe, thanks to Brian, thanks to everyone who's... I mean, this group of guys are fantastic. I really just hopped in. They asked me, like, hey, you want to do the final stint of today's VLN race? I was like, sure, why not? They welcomed me with open arms, and I really enjoyed it. And hopefully we can keep on going, keep this momentum going for the rest of the season.
Well, that's GSRC. This is LSR TV. Back to RaceSpot.
Well, that certainly does seem the way forward right now. And well, standing by with me right now is the driver who came over in second position in your GT3 category. Alex Arana then joining me right now from the GT Ross SST team. You know, a quiet day, you could say, for your your GT Ross team, but in the end, you know, you still had some great validity from the racing that you did. Always up there, always fighting in second position. You've got to be incredibly happy with it all today.
Yeah, we are extremely happy for the race because we didn't have much time to prepare the race set and things like that. But in the end, it turns out in a great race for us with a P2 in the end. So very happy for that, all the team.
Certainly will be, and of course I've seen the video of you guys going around the Nordschleife in the real world, and well, that sort of experience certainly does come into handy when you come back into the virtual world and try and experience that as well as you can here. For you though, you saw the cars ahead of you run into issues. The cars behind couldn't keep up with your pace. You know, second place today is always going to be a benefit for you. When you're looking into the next events, are you thinking that maybe if you can find yourself about 2-3 tenths here and there, you'll be up there challenging with the likes of MSP?
Yeah, in the end, we finish in the P2, so it's a great point for the championships. So in the next races, I think we will improve our pace, especially on the setup, because we did how much the tires were overheating a lot in the last laps of the every stints. So I think we need to work on that on the next races, and we'll see what happens.
We will see what happens, but Alex Arana, is there anyone you'd like to thank or give a shout out to for your second place finish then this afternoon?
Yeah, for sure. I want to say thanks to my two teammates, Cristobal and Alvaro, for the great work on the race and safely drive all the day. So thanks for that.
Certainly there indeed. So Alex Arana coming home in second position. Randy, quick fire interviews then. You're standing by with the driver who came home for the Huizenveld engineering team in Jan Sendkowski.
Yeah, I'm stood by with Jan. And Jan, what a race it was for you today. Let's talk about that first pit stop. Decided to double stint the tires. How did that really work out? And you lost a lot of speed, but how did the car really feel?
Yeah, the car doesn't felt that great in the last lap, so we decided to shorten that stint to a minimum of 6 laps, so that we will do in the last 2 stints than 8 laps. It worked then out well, but I just got turned around and on the Grand Prix track. That we lost so many time there, so we had that awesome battle on the last laps. But yeah, the car was not feeling that good. I was trying to double stint them, so yeah, saved the tires in the first stint, but didn't work out that well. Maybe with the colder weather, I don't know. Yeah, but that was some experience we made now.
Now, last season in this series, it was pretty much the Audi show as far as the GT3 class was concerned. We saw one Mercedes win early on in the season. That came from Kei Kashubi, but he went over to Heinzfeld Core Motorsports, and they switched to the Audi. So that's the only time we really saw the Mercedes be competitive. Here today, MSP Drivers Home comes away with the win in the Mercedes. You finished third in the Merc. What about the new BOP changes makes the Mercedes seem that much better around the racetrack?
Honestly, I don't know. That was my third race in the car at all, so I'm pretty new to this one. I'm normally driving the Ford GT, but he is just a German car, so I switched over. And I can't tell you about the BOP changes compared to the last season, because I never drove a race with the old tires, that car.
Well, for a newcomer to the car, you definitely did properly well, fighting with some of the best guys out there and making some risky strategy calls that didn't pan out, but still managed to make something out of it. Before we let you go, John, anyone you'd like to shout out, anyone you'd like to thank?
All the guys that were out there. It was quite fun, even the overlapping. It was with the MX-5s and the Porsche. It was everything was very good. And yeah, I just want to give a shout out to Christoph Buhlmann with that old tires. I don't know how he has worked them in the last stint, how he get them to work, because he was pretty fast on that old ones. I was not able to do that, so great driving by him.
Thanks for joining us, Jan. Good luck in the next one, and maybe even in the 24-hour here in a few weeks.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
No problem. And Jake, back to you. Who's next?
And well, who's last, really? Cisco, I'll let you have the honours as you speak to Huge Ass's members once again, this time Tom Ellison.
Yeah, I've caught up with Tom here on pit road. And Tom, you guys had a great run here in the MX-5 field. You finished 6th in class. Talk us through the race. How was it for you guys?
We had a lot of fun out there. Alex started off well, had a couple of incidents in the opening laps, which unfortunately damaged the suspension, which meant that we were losing some time. He was still keeping tremendous pace given the damage that we had on the car. We didn't want to pit too early, use our fast repair too soon, and he dragged it out till we had the stint. I got in the car. We about 12 seconds behind Sebastian in the car ahead in the Miata class, and I was able to close the gap a little bit, but he was driving really well, really consistently. Credit to him where it's due.
Yeah, we saw you guys battling with a bunch of the drivers in the class today. What was kind of the ebb and flow of the race? Was there a lot of just kind of downtime and then the battles would heat up, or were you constantly having to worry about fuel mileage, or what was the real theme for you guys today?
Traffic for us in the Miatas. I think everyone was pretty well behaved. It's just the speed differential on a tight course like that is so dramatic that you really have to be aware of your relative box.
Well, Tom, you guys finished 6th in class here tonight. Sponsor shoutouts. Who gets it done for you guys?
Well, I'd like to give a big shout out to all the team back at the Huge Ass headquarters. Our title sponsor, Dick Insider, for When Total Fulfillment Simply Cannot Wait. These guys have been awesome. They've supported us, and we hope to have better results in the future.
And one last quick question: is the MX-5 field plotting to make sure we mess up the team names on the split? Because between you guys and the 82 team, we start having to be very careful with how we said things.
I think that we are ultimately 100% professional, and we can look forward to better results in the future.
Absolutely. Well, you guys had still a great run for you guys. Finish on the lead lap for your class. Jake, how can you argue with that?
You can't in the end. Yeah, you certainly can't in the end. There, Tom Ellison joining us from Team Jazz, and on that bombshell, it will be time to shut up shop and call it the end of our coverage here of this, the VLN. It's been absolutely fantastic having everyone here racing in what has been a simply sensational start to a season, which one will hopefully include later on throughout the season. Do not forget, though, ladies and gentlemen, that on RaceSpotTV's YouTube channel right now, we have the DGFX World Endurance Championship. Join Rachel and Alvin for that one as they look to battle away 3 hours at Suzuka. And don't forget, tomorrow night at 11 p.m. GMT, Will Vincent, Aaron Likens and Paul Jenkins will all be standing by at Richmond for the Indy Elite Series. But for the moment, that's been Cisco Scaramuza, that's been Randy Jenner, and that has been Hugo Louise behind the cameras. I have been Jake Sperry, and well, if there was any way to say that VLN was going to be the way to go forward, VLN is the way that is going to be going forward. The Verstantel Gemeinschaft Langstreckenpokal Nürburgring is come to a close for the first round, but for the end, we are going to be here all year long. Will it be the same characters, or will there be a new face up on top of the podium? You'll have to find out and see. But until next time, good night.